Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you'd like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitaly Z, Colton James BG, Survive the Spin, Effie Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Sea Level Cultist, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, J Mels 24, Unimento, M, Iron 26, Endless, Golden McKiernan, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Delwest Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Did you do it yourself, or did you just look at the gas laws?
Well, it's that's where the pressure comes from. It's pressing, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm saying, did you prove it yourself, or did you just read it in a book?
Like I brew beer, man. I pressurize with
now
carbonation.
he's trying to flip it all around on us.
It's
now.
carbonation,
So,
though.
are you able to
You know-
demonstrate gas pressure? Yeah, Rodo, hold on. Are you able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
I don't have to demonstrate shit. I'm not talking about gas pressure.
Okay, I'll take that as a
You
no.
guys are bringing it up and then not proving it.
All right.
You haven't done
you're
it
not
yourself.
addressing-
You read it in a book.
You're not addressing what we're saying. I got it. Thanks.
Yeah, see, that's just you conceding, basically, because it's on you to demonstrate that you can have gas pressure without...
It's not me to
Our
demonstrate it.
argument stands.
Well, I said I didn't
Well, then
believe
our
it.
argument stands, which is that it requires a container.
Yeah, and you proved it with what?
We can prove it very many other ways, man. Yeah, you get a rim. If you have a rim with a tire, you put gas in it, and it creates pressure, which fills up the tire. But what happens if you don't have the tire in it?
I don't understand the question.
What happens if there's no tire on your rim and you try to put gas in it?
Well, how are you going to put gas in it?
Exactly.
That's the point. You need a
You
container.
can't put gas in something that's not
tire-
there. So your question is just futile.
Wrong, because you have a rim.
You're
What do you
saying
put
you're
the
saying
air-
you're going to
hold
put
on,
gas in something that
Shut
doesn't
up.
exist.
Shut up.
Yeah, you going to get angry?
Where do you put
I
the
admit
air through? Is it through the tire or you through the rim?
Dude couldn't go 5 minutes without yelling.
You're about to get muted. Where do you put the air through the tire or through the rim?
So I think I've proven it.
Yeah, you know what? You're just a troll.
So this gas
Now,
pressure.
where's he at? Mute him up.
Where are you putting that without the tire there, my friend?
Yeah, he's a troll. Doesn't even talk to him.
Not putting it
He's a
anyway,
fucking troll.
because there is no gas
Exactly. That's the whole point. You need a container in order for you to have gas pressure. No container, no pressure. Are you following?
pressure. Yeah, but there's no gas.
Yes, there
Are you
is
following?
gas. Because you're
Well,
fucking
where's the
breathing
gas
now, my
going?
friend. You're breathing
where's the-
now, yeah?
Where's the gas
Yes or
going?
no? Are you breathing now? Yes or no?
I don't know.
It's the gas that there isn't.
You're
Where
an
is it
idiot.
going? What the fuck are you asking?
He's a fucking troll, man. I'm just muting him.
Yeah.
There's no gas. Where's the gas going? But there is none. So where would it go? If there is none.
Look at this for a cope. Flat Earth is angry.
Nowhere,
Successful. Go away.
Oh, that was
Twilly.
his goal. I just wanted to make people mad. Okay.
Well, he didn't make
Well,
us
I guess that's
mad.
what you got to settle for when, no globe. No globe to prove.
Sorry, dude. Your globe got taken off you. Deal with it.
So that was it, right? Just want to come in and piss people off and then declare victory. Awesome.
You had to compromise.
Yeah.
And now he's having a dig at Flat Lloyd. You're a doormat. Go away, sunshine.
Well, at least he knew he had to drop his standards somewhat. Wasn't going to show up with any proof, so he had to just make people mad.
Meanwhile, Beluga in the chat.
Hey, what's up, Nathan?
Guy.
How's it going, Nathan?
Going well.
Oaksy, what's up?
Guy.
Is he breaking up or is he just quiet today?
Who, me?
No, you're just quiet. I must have you down. Hold on. Stand by. No, I got you at 120, 30%.
So what was the deal with that Beluga guy? He just didn't want to accept that space was fake.
Nah, he's just a troll, mate. Every now and then you get those in here. You've probably met him before.
I don't. He's not familiar to me. Maybe I've read him. I can't remember.
Oh, not him, but them as in trolls.
Oh,
before.
yes. I've met him before, yeah.
How's your week been, man? All right?
Yeah, it's been all right. No complaints. I won't bore your full panel with talk of microphones. I'll spare you.
Oh, you're still hunting for microphones and doing your microphone thing?
No, I've finished. I've finished. I've just got the ones that I purchased in the interim period to sell. So temporarily, I'm putting videos up about stuff I'm flogging on eBay, which isn't really related to the subject, other than I need a mic to do the show. But other than that, it's very loosely related.
So you got yourself a nice condenser then?
Yeah, I got a Neumann. I thought it would take me ages. There's me saying I won't talk about microphones, and here we are. But yeah, I wanted to buy and sell mics to get to a Neumann, and I've got it. So there's no real need for me to carry on.
Dang, which model is that?
KMR 81i, I think.
Not a U87?
Got a U87 clone from AKG.
That'll do.
But no, my actual Neumann's not a U87. I couldn't afford a U87. I mean, maybe if I had carried on, I could have justified it, but I only need that type of mic to do voiceovers on edited videos, which isn't that frequent. Mostly I do the live show, and this Neumann that you're hearing me on now, which is a shotgun mic.
That's working well for what you're doing. Sounds great.
It's great. It does. It sounds fantastic. It's a Neumann. Couldn't be more pleased.
But I mean, don't you want that, 1% of extra quality?
I don't think
that
there is.
Nobody's going to notice in the audience.
I don't think there is. I mean, as far as I'm aware, the only thing that's better than this is a Sheps, and it's better for location use because it's RF interference rejection's better. Like I care, but in terms of sound, this is it. This is about as good as it gets, as far as I can discern.
Yeah, it is. The U87 is just a name and a legacy and all that stuff.
Sure. As I say, I've got a clone of a U87. It uses the exact same circuit as the original one, and the same capsule and everything. So in terms of the U87 sound, I like that sound, and I've got a mic that does produce that sound. What I also got was a mic that the Beatles recorded with, which I'm putting on eBay. I only bought it to sell. So an AKG D19, which was the mic they recorded, as I say, the Beatles with at the Abbey Road studios here. I found one that was alleged to be faulty, but wasn't. So I've got that, and I've immediately stuck it back on eBay. But it meant I got to make videos, well, one video with the Beatles mic. I sung Ticket to Ride, or something like that. Or no, Day Tripper.
Dang. Got a nice mic locker there.
Well, no, that one was just bought to flip on eBay. I literally only bought it with the intention of getting it repaired, which I didn't need to do, and then selling it on. Because I don't have a use for a D19, but there we go. Someone will want it for the nostalgia.
Flat Lloyd, where are you?
This is a flat earth room.
Why are there so many people in here?
Say again, Sofa King?
Why is there like 25, 30 people in here? I've never seen this before.
Here we go again.
Really? You ought to see it when it's up to 80.
This is the highest room count I've ever seen in my life.
Really?
Yeah. It's a miracle that you can even talk like in this room and not 30 people talking.
I don't know, when I first came to this room, there was over 100 people in this room.
What the hell?
Yeah, this isn't really that.
We're the most popular on the server too.
It's because of last night. Something went down. You guys missed it.
Well,
what
you're only
happened last
popular when you aren't talking about flat Earth.
When I'm here and we're talking about microphones, you mean? Is that a dig at me talking about mics? I am sorry.
No, when they actually start debating flat Earth, the room usually dies.
Yeah, we gets to proving flat Earth real quick and then everyone buggers off.
Yeah, it's just too hard to argue against them because they won't accept anything. Even if I myself go up to 80,000 foot altitude and see the curve.
Okay, Sofa King, stop lying. Now start presenting.
Hold on.
What proof of Globetardia have you got today?
All right, I have been at least
to this is interesting.
55,000 foot altitude, and from that height you can see the curve.
Off sea level.
I've been up 55 in a military plane.
Nope. Guys, just one sec. Yeah, obviously, I've got my own server that I generally frequent, Sofa King. But over on my server, we don't allow people to use flat Earth measurements to assert Earth isn't flat. So when you say that you're 80,000 feet above sea level, your eye level being parallel with the flat Earth that you're measuring your height off, I would take quite a strong stance against you using our stuff. Don't use flat Earth measurements.
What do you mean? I can't use feet?
I'm still talking, Sofa King. I'm correcting you on your use of our stuff. That would be a flat Earth measurement off sea level for your height of eye, parallel with the surface level. Don't use our stuff. That's a flat Earth measurement.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I know you don't understand. Height of eye is off. Shut up then. Height of eye is measured off sea level. Eye level is parallel with surface level that you'll be measuring it off. It's a flat Earth only measurement that you just described when you said you're 80,000 feet in the air to see curve. Your measurement for 80,000 feet is the only thing being measured in that assertion, and it's off a flat Earth. And I'm telling you, not asking you, don't use our flat Earth measurements. Is that clear, Sofa King?
Okay, so what if I use 80,000 feet from my exact location?
Off sea level, that'll be a flat Earth measurement, you dumb fuck. Are you deaf? Are you deaf or just retarded? Are you deaf? Shithead, shut up.
My particular location.
Are you deaf or stupid? I just told you 80,000 feet off sea level is a flat Earth measurement. So what if I'm 80,000 feet off a certain point? It'll still be off sea level, you dumb idiot.
No, 80,000 feet from my current location. It could be on Mount Everest.
You're talking about an elevation. Elevations are measured off sea level. It's the third time I've said it. Can you shut up while I correct you for the third time? You stupid retard. Shut up. It's measured off sea level. What's measured off sea level? Your eye level, parallel with a flat surface. You stupid retard using flat Earth measurements with 80,000 feet measured off sea level. Now I'm going to tell you again for a fourth time, you stupid globe-believing retard. Do not use our measurements, you stupid globe-believing spastic. Do I make myself clear?
Okay.
Good.
So I said
now shut up, you stupid idiot. Telling me you can see a curve. Shut up then, dumbass. When I tell you don't get to use our measurements to suggest that you can see curve, when you're measuring a flat Earth to suggest it, that'll get you shouted at. It won't get you to hog the mic and tell me what's what. You've used my flat Earth measurement, haven't you? That's rhetorical. Now you can acknowledge the flat Earth you measured when you said 80,000 feet. You will require a flat Earth for that, and you're going to damn well acknowledge that fact right here, right now.
Hello? To use distance?
Height of sea level is a flat Earth measurement that you're going to acknowledge.
Okay, all right, I agree. No more sea level. Only
Welcome
distance.
to flat Earth.
Radar distance.
No more sea level. You don't just relinquish Earth measurement because your stupid spastic globe doesn't comport with it. Not no more sea level, dumbass. We still measure stupid shitheads off their sea level that's always flat. Not no more sea level because it's not globe-shaped, retard. Yeah, we still have sea level. We still measure out. Shut up! You're getting told off, you belligerent spastic. You've used my stuff and now you're getting told off for it. Not no more sea level. Yeah, we still measure our height off flat Earth, idiot. You don't just relinquish all measurement of Earth and its flatness, sea level, and height of a parallel eye level with it that you just used. No, you just used it. I didn't say get rid of it. We still measure flat Earth with that. You used it. Now you're going to acknowledge just how flat Earth must be for you to measure 80,000 feet off it. That's what you're going to do. Hello, Sofa King. You've used my stuff. You've been caught red-handed. You're a dumbfounded silence, and now you're talking through me, bitch. No.
You speak over me, so there's no point.
No, there was a protracted silence, dumbass. I stopped and you didn't say a damn thing. Now I'm telling you off again.
Because every time
I'm telling you off because you're talking while I'm talking. It seems you can only respond while I'm talking to you. I'm telling you off for using my stuff, flat Earth stuff, flat Earth measurements, height of sea level in this instance. You've been caught red-handed. Now you're going to acknowledge just how flat Earth must be for you to use the measurement you've asserted. That's what you'll be doing, and the protracted silence when I'm done isn't me talking through you. You may respond with an acknowledgement of the flat Earth you just used with 80,000 feet off it. Go.
I'm not going to concede that, and I'm trying to tell you I'm using distance, not the height of the elevation, the distance from me. Not elevation.
Sorry, do we measure heights off you, you fucking retard? Is that how we measure Earth, spastic? I'm still talking, spastic. You using your mute button on me, are you? While I'm in the middle of asking you, in response to your stupid assertion that heights are measured from you? No, fuckwit. The world doesn't revolve around you and we don't measure heights from you, you utter fucking retard. We measure heights off sea level. You used them until you had to acknowledge that Earth would be flat for that. And now you're telling me that, no, I'll just measure from me. No, spastic. We measure Earth from sea level. You used it but 3 fucking minutes ago. Now I'm telling you off and chastising you for being a belligerent little spastic and using my stuff. You've been caught fucking red-handed using my flat Earth to assert your height above it. Now you're going to get on your knees and acknowledge the flat fucking fact that you just used. Not your height off you, Dumbo. Am I clear?
I'm not going to do that, Mikey.
Well, then fuck off, because we still measure off sea level, retard. If you can't acknowledge the thing that you just appealed to with your how high you'd be to see the curve, yeah, we'll be measuring that shithead. You don't acknowledge the flat Earth measurement you were just using 3 fucking minutes ago, then get nay fuck you stupid twat.
Can you get off the flat Earth measurement? I conceded that I'll stop using that.
Fuck off. You used sea level. I used it as a flat Earth proof and now you don't want to acknowledge it, so fuck off.
No, I don't want to even bring sea level in because you're spazzing out.
So I'll conclude. So I will conclude. When we measure 80,000 feet off a flat Earth, it proves we measure Earth flat. This dickhead globe believer just utilised that measurement off sea level with a parallel eye level to it. It's a prerequisite of Earth measurement. This dickhead doesn't want to use it anymore, even though he was the one telling us how he saw curve from 80,000 feet measured off a sea level he doesn't want to acknowledge anymore. Oh, you don't want to acknowledge your own stupid claim that you just made 3 or 4 minutes ago, dumbass? Then fuck off. You're being chastised for being a retard by a flat earther and using his measurements when you got caught red-handed using your height of sea. Dumbass, I'm talking to you. Dumbass. Mute button time, right?
Like
mute button time.
Like over and over.
Sorry, am I getting muted by someone else while I tell this asshole off for using my stuff? He's been caught.
Why are you repeating yourself? I don't get it.
Because he's not acknowledging what he used. He used my stuff. I'm a furious mad about it. He was using my stuff to tell me he saw Earth curve. Now I'm saying, no, you're using a flat Earth measurement. He hasn't acknowledged it. He said, no, he wanted to measure from him. A third party, white knight, Are we clear why I'm going over and over the same thing that this man can't acknowledge when he told me how high off flat Earth? I'm still asking the question that you seem to be chanting through me with a mute button. Why is it that I'm in the middle of answering your question and you're talking in the middle of me answering you? What's that all about? Moderators, can you just mute this white knight asshole that's asking a stupid question about why I'm repeating something I haven't got acknowledgement for when this asshole's been caught red-handed using flat Earth measurements that he doesn't want to acknowledge? So I'll go over it until this dick acknowledges the flat Earth he's just used. Not tells me he'll be measuring from him. Not tells me he doesn't want to do it anymore because we still measure our heights off sea level. That's a fact. But when you, the globe-believing dick, use those flat Earth measurements, I'll be here to tell you off and demand that you get on your knees and acknowledge the 80,000 feet off sea level that you will use for your dumbass assertion that you're looking at. Well, that sounds like a very efficient measurement of nothing. Oh, but the height's going to be measured, right? 80,000 feet off sea level? Not from you, you stupid Dumbo.
Is there any way to measure distance that you agree is fair?
Yeah, height off sea level. We'll need a flat Earth for it. Your eye level.
I'm not talking about
yo, fuckwit. Is it just me, or have I got 3 words into my answer to his question that he thought was smart, and he's immediately talking through me like a total wanker who's got nothing but obfuscation in the respect of me answering him? Is there something fair? What, fair that allows you to beg the question of a ball-shaped Earth that ain't a measurement from sea level? No, there's nothing fair for you here. There's only my measurement you stole. That's not fair that you use my shit to tell me you see curve. You'll be needing my... Can you stop talking through me, Sofa King, please? Can you stop doing that? It's the 3rd time you've done it in this particular sentence. You stupid retard who hasn't got anything but to talk while I'm talking, while I point out there's only one measurement of altitude, dumbass. You want to ask me and appeal to me for what's fair? No, you just can't use my flat Earth measurement off sea level anymore. You did, and you're getting told off for it. Now you're appealing to the person telling you off for using their stuff for a different measurement you haven't fucking got on a globe. You haven't got one, retard. That's why you're getting told off. Don't use my stuff. Do I make myself clear?
It isn't your stuff. That's a false claim.
Height off sea level, parallel eye level. That's absolutely... Is it just me, or is it only your response in the middle of me taking a giant shit on you saying that that's not my claim? Is it just Shah now interrupting as well? Is it everybody white knighting me while I take a dump on that crap that you've just told me there, Sofa King? No, mate, it is fact that we measure height altitudes off sea level. It is a fact that eye level is parallel with surface level. Those are facts. You fucking used them, and I'm telling you, don't ever use my flat Earth measurements again. Ever. Because I will absolutely rip you a new asshole, and all you can do is stutter through the top of me, muting me, while I tell you off for using my stuff. Don't talk while I talk, globe-believing dick. You're getting told off for using my flat Earth measurements. You won't be doing it again. Do I make myself clear?
They're not your measurements.
Yeah, they fucking are. You stupid globe-believing spastic. I'll tell you why. Surface level, 3rd time. It's parallel with eye level. That means it ain't curving, you stupid shit for brains. It's sea level. It's in the fucking title. Eye level. It's in the fucking title. There is absolutely no way this is curving, Sofa King, you stupid spastic. Yo, dumb fuck! It's mine! You're gonna stand there holding my flat Earth measurement telling me it ain't mine? Yeah, it is.
Why is it yours?
Because it's flat, sea level, eye level, parallel with one another, you dumb, stupid, globe-believing retard. They are my measurements and you will not be using them. Do I make myself clear?
I will use them.
No, you won't.
Mute me.
No,
Mute
you
me,
won't.
Pussy.
No, you don't get to use my stuff. If you're gonna use height off sea level, you better acknowledge how level it fucking is.
From now on, I didn't use it before, but now I am.
Yeah, you did. So he's just chanting through me, telling me in his belligerence that he will use a flat Earth measurement to assert that he can see curvature of the surface and the height off it. No, you're not going to tell me how curved the surface you're measuring your height off, parallel with your eye level, you stupid retard. That's mine, you stupid retard globe believer. I will not allow you to use it. And you notice how you're being shut down by the moderation team so I can swear at you and call you a fucking retard because I'm furious. I'm here as a flat earther and you're using my stuff, telling me it ain't mine. How fucking dare you? It's absolutely without question my height off sea level. Level's flat, and if it weren't, it wouldn't be parallel with eye level. So there's no question about whether or not it's mine, you stupid dumbass. Don't use it again. Is that clear? No, it can only be belligerent. That's why he's eventually had to be put on server mute.
Sorry, Nathan.
No
One of
worries.
the moderators. It sounds like he didn't know at first, but he did actually concede in sort of a way that he's now going to use it. I guess in a retaliative way.
I see. Fair enough.
I think that's enough.
I understand it's flat, but I'm going to use it anyway. No, I won't tolerate that. Whoever that moderator was. What I will do is absolutely chastise that man for using my flat earth measurements to assert that he can see a curve. I'll point out that the only measurement involved is flat, and if he tells me that he's going to use it anyway, I'll just rant and rave at him with total justification, because it's unreasonable to say if I measure Earth as a spherical surface, I'll declare that it's flat as a result of that. Not only is that utterly benign and stupid, it's going to infuriate the person that's suggesting that they've got an Earth curve measurement to offer. If I use that to say it's flat, it's going to infuriate a globe believer. Now, that's never going to be the case. Earth's always measured flat, without exception. And every time it is, I'll be here to chastise the dickhead globe believer for using our flat Earth measurement without realising it. For saying with a grin, I go up to 80,000 feet parallel eye level with surface level that must be flat and see a curve. But I'm okay, I'm cool using a flat Earth measurement to say I see curve. Not anymore, dickhead. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm the one chastising you with total justification. Hope that's been made clear. You didn't seem to want to acknowledge it, and now you've been removed from the discussion. You can still hear me, though, can't you, shit for brains? For everyone else on the server, there's my introduction. I'm Nathan. I'm a flat earther. I take umbrage when people use my stuff like flat earth measurements off sea level, and you'll damn well know about it if you do it going forward in the next hour while I'm live. Should you swear at me while I'm live, you'll also be removed. Do as I say, not as I do. But it's
how did this guy get to 80,000 feet? Because I went on a plane ride and I didn't see any curvature. So how did you go up?
Up is perpendicular to a flat plane. You can't use up if you're on a ball. There is no up with respect to a surface that's spherical, only out. So if someone says up and they're a globe believer, don't use our stuff. You don't have perpendicular to a curve. Perpendicular requires a flat plane of reference. Up requires a flat earth.
That sounds retarded.
Sorry, Shah? Was that sounds retarded?
Well, I didn't say anything. I just got muted.
No, you were white knighting during my chastisement of Sofa King. You started to pipe up the moderators. And now you're talking through me, pointing out why you got muted. Obviously, you feel that while I'm telling you why you got muted, you need to talk through me. That'll get you muted also. This now, what you're doing, which is talking while I'm still addressing you, and what you've said is you muting me, Shah. You're still doing it. You're still muting me because I haven't taken pause or breath. But you think your line needs to be open and you need to talk while I talk. That's what you think. You're wrong.
Can you stop spurking out and let me talk? What? So this is my chance to respond, I assume. Because now that you're quiet.
Well, that was all 15 seconds of nothing that nobody's going to get back. You were unimpeded for about 15 straight seconds, and what you had to offer was telling us that you had an unimpeded opportunity to talk. Now I'm going to talk, now that we've had that 15 seconds that was useless. You could have used it for something useful.
Hey, Nathan, get a job, you fucking faggot.
Is it just me, or am I being called a homosexual by a man who's decided that he's going to chastise me in the gap after a guy, Shah, had an opportunity to talk, wasn't impeded in any way, and had nothing to offer? Me, I've got flat earth measurements to offer, like heights off sea level, but when I've got something to say, there's a good chance that it'll be triggering some white knight dickhead that's probably projecting his homosexuality onto me. Yeah, the people who are projecting their homosexuality, can you not do that, please? It's a violation of the terms of service in this server. Don't do that. Meanwhile, we measure Earth flat, like height of eye level, parallel with surface level, measured from sea level. These things require a flat Earth. Sofa King got chastised for it, Shah. You piped up during that.
Oh, sorry. I was typing the comments. Oh, I didn't know I was unmuted. What were you saying?
I was saying you're a retard who doesn't listen. Maybe you were dropped on your head and are incapable of keeping up with the conversation. And during the process of talking to somebody when they're addressing you, you think it's necessary to talk straight through the middle of them. And instead of acknowledging a single word they say, along with talking through the middle of their sentences, you didn't comprehend the words that were put to you only 30 seconds previously. Therefore, as a dumb fuck, retard, globe-believing spastic, the moderation team has put you on mute and allowed me to call you a dumb fuck, globe-believing spastic who couldn't listen to what I addressed you with. You didn't know, you hadn't listened, and therefore you've been removed from the conversation as a dumb fuck, globe-believing spastic who couldn't listen. Hope that's clear, Shah.
Could you at least, I mean, could we have some respect here, if that's possible?
I'll give you some when you earn it. Earn some respect. Earn my respect and I'll speak. I'll answer it. Is he going to shut up? Is he going to shut up? Oh, sorry. That was a mod. Sorry. He asked me if I could give him respect. You earn that from me.
Yes,
in the meantime,
yes, I mean,
I'm still talking awesome. Is it just me or are you going to have to be shut up by a moderator because you've asked something and now you're still talking while I'm responding for the second time? I'll try again for a third time, see if you continue to talk while you demand respect. You are a nobody. I don't respect you. I don't know you. If you want my respect, you will earn it from me. Now, in the meantime, I can take a sharp tone because you've interrupted me twice. I won't swear at you or chastise you for measuring a flat earth for the sake of argument because I don't know you. Therefore, I won't respect you until you earn that from me. Now, me, I will go around demanding respect by chastising people in the same room as me. Now, the people around me will appreciate pretty fucking quickly that I earn that respect by my attitude, my demeanour, when I take the piss out of idiots like Sofa King for using flat earth measurements. Now, I can do it with a couple of different ways. I can do it with a smile. I can do it by calling him a retard. I can do it in all sorts of different ways.
Bro?
And I can also get interrupted while I answer a question from this guy inside, who's also obviously triggered that I demand respect from people. I don't ask if I can have it like you've just done. I demand it with my actions. I hope that's clear, someone.
Wait, I mean, that is clear, but I mean, people are, I mean, it's no kind of language still. I mean, I know we have the right to say whatever we want, but, you know,
we don't
at least
have that right.
a bit, you say you want respect, but don't we all want some respect? Don't we all want to respect each other? So maybe we try and have
I've already answered you. I've already answered you. No, I don't want your respect. I demand it by my actions. Now, if you don't fucking give it me, you'll know about it, you stupid retard, okay? Now, you can pussyfoot around how you want respect. Nobody's going to give it you. You already seem like a pathetic snivelling cuck. Me, I don't seem that way. You who are interrupting me, telling you to shut the fuck up, you pathetic snivelling cuck. Nobody here wants to hear you. I'm responding to you. This is not going to earn you respect. You are now talking through me. Your actions are cowardly. What the unholy fuck is going on? Why am I having to raise my voice ever louder through this pathetic snivelling cuck who's decided to descend this to audio chaos because he wants respect? Why am I getting this? What's going on? Moderation team. Hello, moderation team. My show's descending into chaos. This guy is demanding respect and stuttering.
I'm not contradicting any. I don't want to.
All right, I'm going to
leave. I'm not talking about any of your views. I'm not trying to.
I'm not trying
to do. I don't can't run my show like this. About your views or anything.
Moderation team. I can't run my show with this guy doing this.
A bit of language, you know. There is a lot of.
I'm gonna have to
go. Lot of language.
I'll disappear then. I can't run my show like this. Moderation team. What's going on? Why did I have to continually raise my voice for a straight 60 seconds while he just chanted through me? All he's doing is demanding fucking respect. Do you think we need to listen to him any longer?
No, and I just wanted to tell someone, you keep saying the same thing, even though Nathan has already answered you. You have to earn respect, right? Because Flat Earth has been chastised for a really long time, and we've been chastised for a very long time. So your argument is one way, right, that you can earn respect in this room.
Yeah. What you did not do is earn my respect. Sofa King. I'm just going to address that guy. Someone, Sofa King. Thank you. Someone, you stupid twat who just talked through me non-stop and did not yield, are a retard. A spastic who does not deserve respect. Yeah? Because you didn't yield. So now you have been removed from the conversation. You can still hear me chastising you. Notice, Anne, I'm not being removed from the discussion. I was prepared to leave. And now you're going to put your fingers in your ears and go on server deafen so you don't have to hear me telling you off. Yeah, put your fingers in your ears, you pathetic coward. Nobody's going to respect you for going on server deafen so you don't have to listen to me after chanting through me. Now, bye-bye. Bye-bye, cuck. Yeah, you want respect? That is not how you earn it. They're chanting through me, telling you off, and showing you by a verbal demonstration how I absolutely unequivocally demand respect. That's what I do. Maybe it's a language thing, and we should all love and respect it. Fuck off, pathetic little snivelling twat. Earth's flat, and we measure it that way. Back to, what was his name? Sofa King, who just started piping up a minute ago. You still haven't acknowledged what I demanded from you, Sofa King, you pathetic little twat. And straight away he's into talking through me with his pathetic globe-believing funding. But you just called my name. Straight into talking through the middle of me, eh, Sofa King? That'll get you immediately muted by the moderation team, you pathetic coward cuck. So now, unimpeded, I'm going to tell you off again, you pathetic little twat. You globe-believing cuck. Now, when I'm finished, you'll know, because I'll address you with a question. That'll be, why in unholy fuck did you use my measurements, you pathetic globe-believing cuck? Don't you have your own globe measurements? Of surface curve, fuckwit?
I'm not talking about that. Distance from ground level measured by radar.
Ground level?
Or LiDAR.
Ground level? Ground level. Yeah, I heard you, fuckwit. Now I'm responding. Yeah, I heard you. Yeah, you don't get to use our stuff, you stupid globe-believing spastic. Ground level? Yeah, it's flat, fuckwit. You don't get to use our stuff. What fucking part of that didn't you understand the first 7 times, you unbelievable spastic globe believer? You think you're going to use surface level, do you, dickhead? No, that's right, I haven't finished, dickhead, it was rhetorical. Yeah, that was rhetorical shit for brains, retard. You can still keep yourself shut up, mate. I haven't done chastising you, shit for brains. That's right, no, you don't get to use our stuff. Surface level is not used by you anymore. You still haven't acknowledged it, you've just used it again, like the spastic globe believer that doesn't seem to want to acknowledge how fucking flat it must be for surface level. So in spite of me telling you not to do it, you've done it again, you belligerent little twat. Do you hear me, Sofa King? Don't use our flat Earth measurements.
I won't use it. All right, sure, I won't use it. Okay.
Good dog.
Can I use distance?
Good dog. Now sit down and shut the fuck up while I draw a conclusion. Can I point the rangefinder down? Good. You won't use our stuff anymore. Now shut up. Yeah, you got told off for it, now you can shut up.
I told you I'm not
Yeah, you got told off, now you can shut the fuck up while I draw a conclusion having won and told you off for using my flat Earth measurements. Now you get to sit down, shut the fuck up and listen to my conclusion about how Earth is measured flat by everyone, including this dumbass retard who was about to launch into telling us how curvy it looked. After measuring his height above a surface level that must be flat. That's how Earth's measured. So I'll be the one making the conclusions here, you shit for brains retard globe believer. Don't use our stuff.
Hello.
Hello.
What is the SI unit of flat, Oakley?
So did I make a claim about it?
Yes, you did. You say measure it flat. That's the claim. What's the SI unit of that measure? Go.
The SI unit? I didn't mention any SI unit.
Yes, you said it measured flat. Therefore, there is a unit associated with flat. Sure. Give it to us. Go.
Yeah, elevation in this instance. I made that up. No, absolutely. I'm answering him. Can you mute him? Because I'm answering him now. He's talking. Can you please mute him? Please mute him. I don't want to have to chant through him and raise my voice for 2 straight minutes. I explicitly detailed what the flat Earth measurement was in this instance. In a moment, you'll be taken off mute and invited to acknowledge that. Now, for now, I'm going to keep my temper with you because it seemed like you were going to talk through me, but I'm hoping the moderators have taken control of your belligerence immediately, and you'll be invited to acknowledge the flat Earth measurement that was used in this instance. Specifically, that would be elevation. Now, I'm going to ask you for a reply. Do you understand that in this instance, the measurement that my opponent used was his, not mine, height off sea level. That's his flat Earth measurement that he got told not to use when he stated it. Now, if you're going to tell him that he didn't measure it, that ain't my problem. But that is the measurement that's going to be acquired if it's ever going to be an elevation measurement of any description ever. It's elevation that we're measuring, not SI unit, you straw man burring motherfucker. I didn't say that. My opponent did try and describe his height off sea level, though. Now you're going to be invited to acknowledge that, you stupid idiot. We going to get an acknowledgement that the measurement in this instance is elevation or not? Clearly not. Okay, well, I'll conclude. The height off sea level would be the measurement in this instance. It's definitely a flat Earth measurement because we're going to be getting our eye level measurement. And that level of the eye measured will be with respect to a parallel sea level. That's how it works. That's how it measures. That is flat. Ipso facto, it can only be flat. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be parallel with eye level. What wouldn't be parallel with eye level, you say? Well, the sea level. The one that my opponent measured in, what, SI unit that this straw man burning fuckwit decided to come along and tell me I said? No, I didn't. You're a lying shit.
Okay. You do not have an SI unit for flat, so you cannot measure
flat. You remove
flat.
him. I don't want this straw man burnt again. Thank you.
That's a fact.
Thank you. I don't need this straw man.
You can't measure flat.
Thank you, moderation team. I didn't say SI unit, and I don't need to burn this straw man twice. Thank you. Thank you. Your straw man failed. I detailed it. You didn't acknowledge what I asked for, though. In response, I asked you to acknowledge the actual flat Earth measurement that was used. That was altitude. You didn't. You tried to burn the straw man a second time. Now you can fuck off. Next. Got 5 minutes, and then I've got to cut the swearing out because we're going live.
Right. When you hit your kids, do you do it with a flat palm?
That's an ad hominem attack. Another ad hominem attack. Somebody who's obviously sharing their pain wants to project me as a child abuser rather than addressing the flat Earth measurement off sea level. Ad hominem, it's a fallacy. Retards use fallacies in lieu of the argument rebuttal. So I say Earth's measured flat with a parallel sea level.
From any
That's
surface,
based on my opponent.
You don't have an SI unit for
Retards
flat.
will chant through the middle of me summarising just how flat Earth must be measured.
Don't lie on these
Retards
people.
will chant straight through that.
You're lying to the American people on your
only
stage
being able
and
to
the
respond
British
in the middle of me
people and the
summarising
European
just how
people
flat Earth is measured
all over the world.
will presumably be tolerated by this moderation team until they figure out which one of the persons decided that they're going to obfuscate the flat Earth measurement I've used when I've just been called a child abuser. Now, whether or not that person that's just called me a child abuser is going to get banned or not, I don't know. He was a retard. He used an ad hominem fallacy. That's a performance assessment. Retards use fallacies, as in addressing me, the man, and calling me a criminal by suggesting I beat my kids, which I do not.
Hello there, sir.
Hello. Good to have you, whoever you are.
Yeah, this is Shar. I've now been unmuted, so I've spoken to the moderators, and this is going to be the question that I'll put forth. So my question is, why are the following planets in the solar system round/globe? Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, but Earth is flat. And what causes all these planets to form this way?
So the question is, why are the planets spherical, correct?
Yes, if you want to frame it that way, then you may.
Okay, we have a two-dimensional view of the sky. You don't get three-dimensionality from a two-dimensional mono vision. We don't have binocular vision to the sky. Do you have binocular 3D representing vision to the sky?
No, but we have observed these planets to spin.
No. That's the end of your question. Don't just keep rambling through the top of me. So you're asking me about why they'd be spherical. When I ask you if they're spherical, the answer's no. Monocular vision only. Monocular vision, right? That's not three-dimensional.
So
no.
Same page,
so your question's malformed. So are you going to now chant through me, summarising your shit for brains retard question that you're just going to chant through me because you're a fucking retard and you don't understand how stupid you've just been. So maybe if you talk through me, pointing out how fucking idiotic that question was, based on the fact we don't get a 3D representation when we look through a fucking telescope. So no.
So can you tell me what
why aren't you acknowledging it, this wanker? No,
out?
you've asked a malformed question. I've corrected your malformed fuckwit question, and you're not thanking me. You're asking a new question. What a wanker. No, mate, I've just corrected your fuckwit question. Now you're chanting through me. Now you're using your fundy mute button on me. Your fuckwit question was, why are they 3D? When it comes to, are they 3D? Answer from you, quote, you, no. No, they're not. So you're going to carry on with your fuckwit assertions and questions that are benign and idiotic in the face of me pointing out what a fuckwit retard question that was, and you've just said, no, they're not 3D, monocular vision to them. Why are you asking, you fucking retard? You don't even understand what they are.
You're making this a lot longer than it needs to be, so can we just get back to the debate?
That's an ad hom. Get rid of him. Don't want to do this. No, I haven't made it longer. I took a giant steaming shit on your assertion that they were three-dimensional. Spherical. That's a three-dimensional shape when we only have a two-dimensional view of them. What I did, Shah, was take a giant steaming shit on what you said, making you look incredibly stupid. What you did was tell me that I took too long over it. What, making you look like a fucking retard globe-believing twat that doesn't understand monocular vision? No, I took my time over that. What, making you look like a fucking spastic? No, I took my time. Yeah, dragged you around by your short hairs, pointed out with you chanting through me like a fundy bitch. Yeah, in your defeat, you could talk through me. That's all you could do, Shah. Yeah, you fucking retard. All you could do is talk through me. Monocular vision, fucking retard. Address it or fuck off.
Okay, so can I address it?
Will I look at my watch and count how many seconds there is between you not addressing it in the gap with you then saying that you didn't get an opportunity?
I don't know. You go on these massive spurg and rage outs that I just don't even know when I can respond. It just seems like you're very arbitrary in how you let other people respond.
I see.
Like you go on these massive like rants. And I'm
There's another ad hominem. So he is responding. He's only being interrupted because he's now using an ad hominem fallacy. So he just got, 10, 15 seconds to respond. And in that time, he chose to discuss whether or not he was getting a chance to respond and then used an ad hominem fallacy against me. So fuck off. That's not a response.
Can we not
Can I ask, what is your favourite fallacy as you talk about them so much?
I don't have a favourite fallacy. Fallacy's faulty logic. You're saying, what faulty piece of logic do I like? I'm answering you. Is it just me, or is it in the middle of this answer I can hear the guy who's asked me the question's voice? Is that just me? Try again. Let's start again. It's faulty logic. It's like saying, which is your favourite broken vacuum cleaner? Well, the one that's broken. It's only a little bit broken, this one. Yeah, you realise how malformed your question is now, sir? Now, are you going to do like the last guy and just not acknowledge how malformed your question was and just snigger at your own malformed question?
Can you explain to me what malformed question
is? A new question for me. Please. You're not acknowledging what I've responded to you, sir. That makes you a wanker. I've just taken the time out of my day to answer your stupid malformed question, and what I got in response was you sniggering and then moving on to a new question. So, no, don't respond to me anymore. I'm done talking to you, but I will chastise you as a fucking retard with a malformed question. Okay, so now I don't want to communicate with you anymore because you're a spastic. Okay, spastic? I hope we cleared up what went on. You asked a stupid question and got called a spastic for it. That's what happened. Now I don't want to talk to you anymore because I don't like communicating with spastics. Hope that's clear. Please don't swear when we go live in a couple of minutes.
But hey,
let's get it.
Yeah. Morning, Nathan.
Good morning. Good to be here.
Yo. Good morning, y'all.
You're joining us and you're one of my members and you happen to have watched this at the pre-show. It was very blue. There was lots of swearing. Hopefully that'll end. Now we're live. We'll see how we get on. As I already mentioned in the intro, we're in the politics server. Hopefully one of my mods will stick a link to this fantastic server so you can join and discuss these things when we're not having a live show. There's other sections too. Politics is a great server. There's all sorts of other subjects. It's not just flat Earth. I say just flat Earth. Hardly a just subject. Earth's measured flat. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge horizon, formerly known as Earth curve?
No.
No?
Well then.
Hello. I mean, we've spent the majority of the pre-show talking about how we measure Earth flat, like from sea level, parallel with eye level. Is there no Earth curve measurements that potentially we could have put on the table to discuss? Just a little bit of Earth curve measurement, maybe?
What is this Earth curve you speak of? What is
I don't know, I just hope we get some measurements of it. Just a little bit of Earth curve measurements, maybe?
Did this guy explain how to? Did this guy explain how did he get to 80,000 feet?
I don't know if he measured that, but if he
Do you
did,
mind
he'd
if
be
I ask
measuring.
a question, by the way? Like, I don't know if it's the correct moment right now, but like, I have a question for the flat earthers.
Feel free.
You got a little bit of Earth curve.
No, Kane's got a
Okay,
measure.
so
Go ahead, Kane. Is it Kane?
So, I talked to many flat earthers, and I understand that most of them believe that it's impossible to create a model for the Earth. Do you agree with that?
Right, you're asking me based on a stereotype that you've held up. You've never met me, and you're asking me, do I want to be stereotyped by you? Is that your question?
I think he's
My
asking
question
if
is,
you can
do
model
you
reality.
think that it's possible to create a model of the Earth?
What kind of model? Like a runway model?
You know how the globe model is a model of the Earth?
No. Can you show me that, please? Blake, can you go on mute, please?
So the globe model.
No. I don't need a
is
verbal. No.
conceptual way
Stop.
of-
Just 1 second,
Yes.
Kane. Just one sec. Can you show it me? I don't need a verbal description. Can you show me the globe model, please?
It's a conceptualization. So you can either think of it, or you can just like draw it on a piece of paper. You can model it. There's like many ways.
Stop.
Yeah.
Stop. Why are you telling me it's conceptual and I can think about it? What are you talking about?
Because
Are you
it
saying
is.
you?
It's the
I'm still
definition
talking.
of a model.
I'm still talking. Are you saying you don't have one? I can just think about it. Okay, I've thought about it and I'm thinking
No,
there
I
isn't
have
one.
a-
I'm still
I have a
talking. I'm
model.
still talking. I'm thinking about it and there isn't one. There you go. I've thought about it. There isn't one. Do you want to show me one beyond me just thinking about it? Because that's not good enough. Have you got a globe model to show me, yes or no? So compare it. You've said we haven't got one.
Sure. You can take any. So the thing is, there are many ways to represent the globe.
Show me
For
it.
example, you can take.
Now, don't tell me there's many
yes, you can
ways.
take
Oh
a
my
globe.
god, this is getting irritating. Moderation team, can you take
Do
charge?
you know what a globe
guys,
is?
moderate. I'm not talking to you anymore, sir. Talking to the mod team. Yeah, and it just need you to take charge and tell him, so I don't have to ask him 15 more times, right? I don't need to be told there are many different ways to conceptualize it. Okay, show it me, or accept you haven't got one. Right, you're juxtaposing the one you have got with the one that, by stereotype,
Just
we
for
say we
clarity, you
are. I'm
cannot
still
send
talking. There we go.
pictures.
Silence. It's only when I'm talking that you want to talk, right, Kane? I'm summarising, given that there was just a protracted silence in the gap where you could have been talking, or presenting the model that you want to juxtapose with the one you say we haven't got by stereotype. Now, I've just summarised your stupid position. Okay, Kane? Are you done? Are you done, Kane? I'll take that as a yes.
No, yeah, okay, I was muted. So I sent the picture
model.
of a globe in the side chat.
A picture of it? What do you mean picture of it? Model.
That is a globe.
Is it
What do
the
you mean?
globe?
You asked me
Oh my
to
God.
show you.
I asked for
a
the globe model.
and there you go. That is a globe.
Okay, so
Yeah,
let's
that
have
is
a
a
look at
globe.
it. Sorry, it's a globe model. Hold on. So you've sent us the globe model. It'll have gravity. It'll have gas pressure without a container. It'll have pseudo-Riemannian bent space-time geometry. It'll have orbital, elliptical, and non-elliptical motion in it. It's got all those things, right? It's a globe model, right? It's got all of them. Yeah, correct? Is that what you've sent me?
Molten core, all of that.
Molten core, gravity. It's got all of these things. Bent pseudo-Riemannian geometry. Does it have those things? I don't seem to be getting a fucking answer. Hello? Does it have those things, Kane?
Nathan, can you calm down? I was muted. So,
I will do what I
keep getting
fucking
muted by the
choose,
mods.
you stupid
So
globe-believing
please,
retard.
yes, yeah.
I've asked you a
You can
question.
keep your-
Either answer it or
So,
fuck off.
If it had all of those things, it wouldn't be a model.
Yeah, it would. It'd be your model
point
that
is
you're
that it's a physical
juxtaposing.
repli-
Is it just me or is he still talking? He's made a claim. It wouldn't be a model if it had those things. Now, your model will require to have those bleeding things, and if it hasn't got them, I'll be pointing that out, Kane. Yeah, is it just because it hasn't got those things that it wouldn't be a model if it did? No, you need those things in your model because you're juxtaposing that with a model you say we haven't got, Kane. So if you're going to ask me about a model I haven't got because you've got a fantastic model, then we're going to need to see that and you haven't given it us. But apparently because you haven't given it us, it wouldn't be a model if it had those things that I've just asked for. No, Kane, you fail. So you're who's off mute in my G+ panel?
That's me.
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to make sure I'm hearing correctly, right? You're saying if it has all the things that Nathan named, all the parts of your supposed paradigm, it wouldn't be a model. But what you just posted, which is a picture of a globe, you consider that to be a model of a globe? I'm just trying to make sure
So,
I'm hearing correctly.
those laws and properties that Nathan mentioned are things that we keep into consideration when we're using and studying, the world through the model. The model itself doesn't have those properties because it's still a physical object that is affected by, for example, the gravity of the Earth.
Through the picture, we study those things through the picture you sent us, the model, that picture, right?
Not that picture.
No, so that'd be a no, Kane. That'd be a no, Kane. Kane, you can shut up now. Kane. Yeah, Kane, I'm concluding your failure. Kane, shut up. Shut up, Kane. No, I'm concluding, Kane. That would be a no then. So when you say they study these things using the model, what you sent us, no, they don't. They don't study it from the picture. Because it doesn't have those things, Kane. It's not a model. Now, your previous rebuttal, are you still talking through the middle? It's only when I'm talking, right, Kane? It's only when I'm talking, right? You pathetic failure. You globe-believing cuck of a man. Is it only when I'm talking there, Kane? Because I still haven't taken breath, and you're still talking in the middle of me talking, Kane. Yeah, that would be a no, Kane. It doesn't... oh, my God. Moderators, I can't communicate with this man. Just remove him from the discussion. He's failed miserably. Kane, you stupid, spastic, globe-believing asshole. You've been removed from the discussion because you couldn't shut the fuck up while we pointed out how stupid your idiot assertion of a model that you wanted to burn in a straw man on the flat earth side of this discussion by juxtaposition with a fucking picture that you showed us. Now you've been removed, you stupid shithead. Okay? Next time, stop flapping your gums while I take apart your stupid crap. Okay? Next.
Hey, just a reminder, no cursing here. Thank you.
Again?
Why would you ask for a model in an existence question?
Reification fallacy. Next.
Anybody else has a globe model?
There isn't one. They just need to hold up an imaginary one in juxtaposition to a flat earth one. Apparently, we say we don't have.
Just send Kane a picture of the horizon and say, there's our model.
I mean, do any of the other globers agree with this guy that the picture, whatever picture he posted, is that the model? Is that the globe model, the all-encompassing, all-knowing globe model? It's a picture of a globe?
Heaven forbid.
Are you guys in agreement with that?
Heaven forbid. If it showed things like bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry, it wouldn't be a model.
Yeah, that was the funniest thing I heard all day. And the day just started.
You just got to imagine them things, he said. You just got to, think about these things as if they're really there, and then the model all comes together in your mind, in your imagination. That's how it works.
0 for 2 or 3 so far. No acknowledgements from the Globetard side when we point out how idiotic their questions are, how Earth must be measured flat for their assertions that they put to us, how their strawman fallacies fail. We haven't had a single smaking acknowledgement. Kane, the coward, has gone on server deafen, though. He's put his fingers in his ears. He can't bear to hear this. He could only talk while I talk.
Actually can't enable.
Maybe we can get, like, a couple of the Globers to speak amongst themselves, because I don't know. I'm sure there's a Glober or two in here that might suggest that the Earth curve is too big to measure, right? But then I'm sure there might be others that simultaneously might say that we actually do measure it and have to negotiate it while flying and all types of other shit. So, like, because we've heard these two things for so long, this is a problem between yourselves, the globe side. You can't have something, you can't have an Earth curve that's too big to measure, but also you have to negotiate it. So is that something you guys are working on, like Globers, between each other? Can we hear, like, both sides of that before you come check us? Because telling us that it's too big to measure the curve is crazy.
You're saying because it's a flat Earth, globe Earth discussion, we as flat Earthers are quite intrigued from your side, globe believers. When are you going to get it together and measure some curve? Is that something on the horizon for you guys? Or are you just going to keep sitting in contradiction where it's so big it's flat? What gives?
On the horizon.
I mean, this contradiction, it stands out, especially now that a lot of you Globers have come to the realization that you have to say that it's too big to measure because there's no curve. So you can't also say that the curve that's too big to measure is also a curve that you have to negotiate or navigate around, right? Because that would be a contradiction. So again, have you guys worked that out between yourselves before you come check us, or what? Globers, go.
Well, I was wondering if anybody has a measurement for the circumference of the equator.
Hey,
on
did
flat Earth.
you hear the question that I just put to you guys?
No.
How do you respond with a question?
Because they don't need to be answering questions. They need to remain in
Well, I
control
was
of the
looking for
discussion.
something
so, for
else.
instance,
That's why.
Hayuka would prefer to plough on. Yesterday, he was annihilated with his measurement of eye point. I mean, he didn't acknowledge that, so, I mean, we could go through that again with Hayuka in continuation of the discussion yesterday. Do we measure our height with eye point, Hayuka?
Oh, no. Today, I was interested in the circumference of the equator. Do you have a measurement?
You know, today I asked a question about whether you clowns can actually measure the curve, or is it too big to measure? Because that's a problem for you guys.
You said clowns. That's why I
Circumferences
didn't
are
answer.
planar in nature. You're talking about a circumference is a circle. You're talking about drawing
yeah.
a circle, which is a planar object.
Oh, but you have a circle on the equator on flat Earth.
It is a flat. Circles are flat. That was just what
you have
moderators. Moderators.
equator.
It seems like
You
we're
have an
putting stuff
equator.
back. Moderators. I'm talking just so in case Hayuka decides he's going to hijack this. We've just responded to him. 2 people, in fact 3, have just responded to him, and he hasn't acknowledged it. Could the moderators hold this guy to task to acknowledge what's been put back to him in response, so we don't just go through the motions of him ignoring every single thing we say? Is that possible that you could just hold him to that? And if he doesn't want to, just get rid of him. Circles are flat. Ipso facto, I don't have to prove anything, Hayuka. Can you acknowledge that?
Oh, circles can be flat, yes.
Can be. They are.
Oh, if you want, they can stand up.
Just a second time. It's
vertically.
obfuscating me. Moderators, I don't
Or
want to
at
do
an
this.
angle.
This isn't fun for me. I don't want to do this. I don't want to talk to somebody. When I say a demonstrable fact, like circles are flat, he says they can be if you want them to be. Fuck off, you disingenuous wanker. Piss off. I don't want to talk to you no more. You're a waste of space. Can be, if I want them to be. I want you to fuck off. Let's see if I get what I want. We'll see.
But like Chocolate's asked him a question for Earth curvature proof and measurement. He can't address that. How was Earth curve measured? Who measured it? What instruments were used?
Seems like a basic question. We're in a flat Earth debate. Right, we say it's measured flat. How can we prove that? What about elevation angles? We measure Earth flat with those. What about mapping? We measure Earth flat with those. What about charting? We measure and chart the world flat. Yeah, that's right. What about all forms of navigation? Yeah, that's all flat. Building stuff? Yeah, that's all flat. What about heights off anything ever? Yeah, that's all flat too. So there's plenty of flat Earth measurements. Where's your globe
You want to know a
measurement?
good one?
Give it. Yeah, go on.
A really good flat Earth measurement is a dip angle correction measurement. That's one of the ones you get your globes from.
But
it's
my more specific question is, how did you measure something that's too big to measure according to the same people who say they measure it?
Well, I think they measured
I'm
it
not.
flat.
I'm not getting off that shit. Like, you guys have to work that out again.
Well, it's only us talking about the flat Earth measurements. It's only us talking about the elevation angles, sea level, and horizontal, and parallel, and plumb. We're not hearing any curvature measurements from the globers. Why is that?
What is the definition of the curve you are looking for?
What's the definition? We're not looking for a definition. We're looking for a measurement.
Oh, what's that? What's the definition of the curve?
Second time,
you are
he's just
looking to
ignored me.
measure?
Moderators, again, he's doing it again. So I respond to him with a very specific, direct answer to his question. He entirely ignores that. Yeah, I don't want to deal with this. It's a waste of everybody's time. We don't want to define curvature. We want to get some measurements of it. Like I say, I've got flat Earth measurements in the form of elevations off sea level, elevation angles, charting, mapping. All those things are measurements. Now, we're asking, given that we measure Earth flat, where's the curve measurements? How do you define curve is your response. I don't give a shit. I'm not defining it. I'm not claiming it. I'm asking for measurements of it if you, the globe-believing idiots in this panel, want to suggest we're on a bleeding ball. You give me your evidence of you being on your ball you believe you are on. Don't tell me to define the words that you need to prove with measurements, okay? I've responded to you.
Yeah, there's a claim on the table that the Earth has got a radius of 3959. Now, who measured that? When did they measure it? And what did they use to measure it?
Don't ask us how we define radius, yeah? Because that's silly. But is it only us being asked how we...
Smurfing time.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, whoever that was.
I mean, the flat earthers in this 24/7 panel, right? Like, is that not a reasonable question for these Globers? Like, again, how is it too big to measure the curve, but also you measure the curve? That sounds like crackhead type shit, right? That sounds like a bit of a problem.
Yeah, you're just saying that.
Maybe that's why Hayuka doesn't want to talk about that.
So incredibly flat that we can't measure it. Just trust me, bro. It's because of the flatness that, you know, we can't measure it flat. So here's all of our curved shape measurements, and the fact that it's curved means it's flat. If we were offering that as a standard, it's just so stupid, isn't it? That's exactly what they're doing. Yeah, we'll measure it flat. That's cool. It's only because it's really big that we can measure Earth flat. Right, no, you're just measuring Earth flat. Like everybody always. That's how it's measured.
I mean, literally the last time, what was it, last Friday when we were in here? So somebody literally said, if you have a curved surface big enough, you can't tell the difference between a curved surface and a flat one. Oh, okay, so that makes it a flat one? Like, are you okay? I mean, that's fine. You can keep saying that shit, in forever. I don't care, but it seems to be a bit of a contradiction that you guys need to work out. Just saying.
Well, if the conceptual unit doesn't match with the aspect of reality you're trying to reference, it's not a measurement. That's fine if you take that position, go ahead. But you can't then turn around and use it. You know what I mean?
It's almost as if they're saying something as stupid as the globe is flat and it's measured like that.
That is exactly what they're saying.
Okay. Hello?
Hello.
So I've got another question, and it has to do with. So let's just take the Burj Khalifa, for example. So we know the Burj Khalifa is the tallest building
So
in the
am I
world.
just
It's
being
about
ignored
800.
here? I don't understand how my questions keep getting responded to by other questions.
I know.
What's going on here?
Well,
guy that's asking about the Burj Khalifa. We'll get to your question, but one of my panel's just objecting because he's asked a question, he's put it out 3 times, and you haven't acknowledged it or said, I can't answer your question, I'm really sorry, but I have a question about the Burj Khalifa. So is it possible that you can just appease my panel member by saying, I understand that we're not going to be giving out Earth curve measurements here, but can I ask a question about the Burj Khalifa? Because then he'll be appeased that he's, at least been acknowledged about his question about the lack of Earth curve measurements.
Yeah, so with regards to Earth curve measurements, I don't really have a rebuttal to your question. I'm sorry, but I do have a question to put forward about the Burj Khalifa.
Perfectly reasonable. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Sorry, Chocolate.
Okay, so the Burj Khalifa is 828 meters tall, and what I know is people would actually watch the sunsets, at the bottom of the Burj Khalifa. And then once they go all the way up to the top of the floor, they can then see the sunset again for another 4 minutes. This would only be possible on a curved Earth. I wonder if you had a...
Stop. That's really irritating. That's very...
He's begging the question.
Just before you tell him he's begging the question. No. So what you're telling me is you go up how many meters?
Do you have a response for this?
I'm responding to you.
Okay.
You said you go how high up? Off a flat Earth, did you say you go?
Meters.
How high off a flat Earth did you say you go up the Burj Khalifa?
about 828 meters, give
Measured
or
off
take.
a flat
I might
Earth.
not have the exact.
So you're using a measured flat Earth for the height off sea level then? Yes.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I assume so.
Stop. You don't need to stutter your way around your comprehension of what you've done. You've offered me a height off sea level in meters. That's a perpendicular.
No, I
Excuse me, stuttery wanker that's now talking through me as I respond to your fuckwit claim that you used the flat Earth measurement. You've measured your height off surface level. You're measuring your eye level parallel with surface level. My God, it's the third time this asshole has chanted through my response to him. What a wanking globe-believing tosser. Mate, shut the fuck up while I take a giant shit on your use of flat Earth measurements for the height of the Burj Khalifa off the fucking surface level. You stupid globe-believing spastic. Shut him up, moderators. I'm fucking tired of it. Shut the fuck up, you globe-believing spastic. You're measuring a fucking flat Earth and your height off it to ask me about whether or not you'll see a sun go rhetorically behind an Earth curve edge. Your height's being measured off sea level, surface level. For eye level to remain parallel with it, Earth must be flat. So you're going to ask me, when I raise and detail my eye level off surface level, I see the sun doing X. Yeah, well, your only measurement in this question, sir, measured a flat Earth. Now, given that you've tried to obfuscate and chant through me responding to your fuckwit idiocy and use of flat Earth measurements, I'd like you to now respond to me, given I've taken my time, through a belligerent twat who decided to talk through me, to explain just how fucking flat Earth must be for you to assert your height above it. Okay, globe-believing clown, now you can respond and acknowledge that you won't be doing this again. That's using flat Earth measurements to say how Earth isn't flat. You may respond.
First of all, you completely pivoted from my point. Second of all, I'll use whatever measurements I like.
No, you will not. No, you will not. You will absolutely not use a flat Earth measurement to tell me Earth isn't flat. You stupid globe-believing spastic. You think you can tell me after measuring how high you are off a flat Earth that the Earth isn't flat? And you can just tell me when I point that out that, oh, I'll still use whatever. He's still belligerent, he's still chanting, he's losing, but he can definitely talk while I talk. Because that'll mean you're winning, won't it, son? While you tell me, oh, I will use your flat Earth measurements to say how curvy the ground is that I've measured my parallel eye level from, to tell you how high I am off a surface level. Yeah, you're telling me how high you are off a flat Earth, you stupid retard, and telling me that you will use whatever measurements
Instead of picking cotton, how about you pick up some women, you fat ass nigger? You see, niggers can't be top Jews.
Some wanker who's going to talk at the absolute top of their lungs with no justification to white knight through my summary of this asshole's use of flat Earth measurements. No, he is getting told off, and telling me that he'll use whatever he likes will just be met with righteous indignation. No, you stupid globe-believing retard. You will not use my stuff, my flat Earth measurements off surface level, for your height of the Burj Khalifa, because that would prove that you're measuring a flat Earth to tell me how flat it isn't, you stupid dumbass. Do you understand that you know I'll use whatever measurements I like rebuttal just had a giant steaming shit put on it by me when I pointed out for the second time how your use of a flat Earth measurement will not be tolerated in spite of your belligerence? You don't use our flat Earth measurements, retard. Do I make myself clear?
No, you haven't, because I'm going to still use them.
No, you don't get to use height off sea level in an argument for how level the sea isn't. You stupid retard. That violates the law of non-contradiction. Excuse me, while I summarise your violation of the law of non-contradiction, you utter spastic, that doesn't mean you get to open your fucking mic and chant through me how you will, in defiance of the flat Earth you need, tell me that you'll use a flat Earth for your height above sea level when describing the height of the Burj Khalifa. You won't get to do that, sir. I'll stop you, and if you persist, do you know what'll happen? You'll be shut down by the moderation team, you dumbass wanker, while I get to shout and swear at you for being a fuckwit retard, using flat Earth measurements and telling me that I'm going to use whatever I like. No, you fucking won't. No, you'll get on your knees. No, you will get on your knees and acknowledge just how flat Earth must be for a parallel eye level. That's what you'll do, and you will do it or you'll be shut down. You'll do it because I'm demanding it. And if you say, nah, I'll prove that the ground level curves when I use my height above ground level. No, you fucking
So
won't.
Mr.
It's a
Nathan Oakley knows
violation
nothing
of the
about
law of
geometry.
non-contradiction as he uses his fundy mute button on me for the third time in defiance of the winning argument that made him look like a prick. Prick, don't use our stuff. Clear? Don't get to use
No.
height off surface level. You don't get to use that.
So are you going to
Yeah,
address my
Cliff.
point? Are you just going to yammer on about, oh, this is my measurement? So I'm going to
No,
get
I
back
will.
to
I'll
saying-
answer you. Shut him up while I do so. I will now yammer on for quite a lengthy time about how Earth is measured flat by everybody always, and there are no exceptions. Yes, I will absolutely take this opportunity to grab hold of this mic and tell the audience and everyone around you, you stupid globe-believing spastic who just used globe measurements of curve level for your height. No, you didn't, you stupid retard. You used my measurements. So yeah, I am going to babble on about it because it's a flat earth proof that you're using there, son. You're getting told off and chastised for it with absolute justification. Nobody's stopping me from telling you off, you stupid retard. You're getting told off because you keep telling me that I'm going to use your stuff anyway. If I need to measure my height off surface level for my parallel eye level, then I will go forward and tell you how bendy that surface level I just measured is when I look at the horizon up the Burj Khalifa. No, you won't, spastic. You'll get told off by a flat earther named Nathan Oakley for being a retard. And no one will stop me telling you off because you are a retard. You've just used flat earth measurements and your only rebuttal is to talk through me telling you off. That's all you've got. Pathetic idiot.
You really like masturbating to the sound of your own voice. Like how
Now
long
he's
was that
now remove him.
monologue?
Now he's breaking the terms of
shut
service.
up, you glurf.
Now this glurf wanker's decided to tell me off for wanking. No, I'm not masturbating. I'm telling you, don't use my stuff. Don't use my flat Earth measurement. I'll use height of sea level for my conclusion that Earth's measured flat. That's what I'll be using because I get to use a flat Earth measurement off surface level. I get to use parallel eye level. You don't. What you get is shouted at. What, you're asking me if I'm masturbating? No, I'm not. No, what you are using is our measurements of a flat Earth, though, son. That's why you are no longer taking part in the discussion, having asked me if I'm masturbating. No, I'm not. I'm proving a flat Earth with your measurements. I am taking your stupid question about the Burj Khalifa and proving Earth is measured flat with it. That's what I'm doing, son.
And further to that, the
muted.
elevation angle changing as you raise in altitude to allow you to see a second rhetorical sunset is still a measure of an elevation angle. So, yeah, it's still flat Earth.
The
Both
depression
measurements are.
is it not a depression angle once you're raised in altitude? You're talking about a depression angle.
I don't think it would be with the sun. No.
Fair enough.
But that's
Either
debatable.
way, still an angle.
Funny thing is as well, like he could answer Chocolate's question of, you know, any evidence of how Earth curves measured. He's quite open to say, well, no, I haven't got a clue about that. And then talks about an observation and said that's only possible on a curved Earth. Huh.
That's
Yeah,
only
and it
possible on a
is.
flat Earth.
Like,
It's only possible
well,
on a flat Earth because his prerequisite is a height measurement off a surface level. So he needs a flat Earth to make this assertion. Stupid. He hasn't acknowledged it. He's chanted through me several times. Asked me if I'm masturbating. Pervert. You are a pervert. You don't have a rebuttal to me
No,
pointing out
like-
that you're using flat Earth measurements.
I
You
can't
tell me
believe
that I'm
you said that,
masturbating.
literally,
Now
you're
you're chanting
autistic
through me
fuck.
again like a zealot bitch.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
autistic.
bitch. I'm going to ask the moderators to fuck you off permanently now. You're not in charge, you stupid dumbass wanker. You are a wanker. You're using our measurements. That got you called a wanker. Don't use our measurements, wanker. They're ours, not yours. You couldn't acknowledge that. Now you don't get to take part anymore because you're a dickhead. An unreasonable dickhead who's stealing our stuff and then saying, I'll use it anyway. You've been caught red-handed using our flat Earth measurements and your only response is, I'll use them if I want. No, you fucking won't.
That was pretty brash, wasn't it?
Yeah. Tell me you'll use your flat Earth measurements. No, you will not. Under any circumstances. Not if I'm around.
Well, when I was a Glober, that was one thing I always laughed about when flat earthers were using the curve calculator to describe how much curve there isn't, right? Because it was still talking about how much curve they were seeing. It's just, you know what I mean? It was like you're losing automatically once you enter into that discussion if you have the opposing viewpoint, because you're past the point,
Yeah, you're already, that's why I got the title Begging the Question, Proof of Nothing Perspective Hijacking Earth Curve Calculator, because the moment you pick it up and argue with it, you're already losing as a flat earther. You're already begging the question that there's Earth curve. You're talking about an Earth curve calculation. Just in case anybody was under the misapprehension that we're suggesting that there's Earth curve measurements, there isn't. Those calculations are also derived from a surface level measured flat, and a dip angle calculation that's also, like the guy that just went at the Burj Khalifa, used parallel, surface level, and eye level. That's what Earth curve maths also does. Just like that guy, to suggest you've got Earth curve, you also need to measure Earth flat and your height of eye parallel with surface level. Earth's flat. That's how it's measured for everyone, always.
Oh, but in order to measure this curve, you would need to know what it is you're looking to measure.
Yeah, surface level in this instance is right there in the maths labelled as surface level.
What curve?
What is the curve you're looking
talking
for?
about?
The one
What
below
curve?
the surface level calculable in the maths. It only exists in the maths. You can't actually measure it. It's below the surface level that you will be measuring.
Oh, you could.
Well, he's
you could
implying that he
measure
has a
curve,
measurement,
all right?
or that you can measure this thing that he says exists. He needs to give us the conceptual unit and what aspect of reality he's going to apply it to, so we can see if it's a measurement. If not, you don't need to talk.
It's called drop over distance.
Drop from what to what?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh, drop over distance, you know. That's
With
what
respect to
curve
a
is.
horizontal plane, right?
Oh, yeah, you could establish a horizontal, and you could measure elevation change, and that's your curve.
No, elevation change is described from the 0 point.
No.
So what will you describe
Described
the
from the
elevation change
horizontal
from?
reference.
Yeah, you will. You can't describe it any other way if you haven't got something to describe it from. How can you describe a change
no,
if you haven't
you
got a...
just need-
Oh my God. It's started again. It's Hayuka, isn't it? So I'm in the middle of talking. He's got to have his mic open talking while I'm talking. I'll give him one more chance and I'll just appeal to the mods to get rid of him because he doesn't take part in reasonable discussions. He only likes to talk while the opponent he's put something to talks in response. No, if you're going to describe like rise over run or drop over distance, then you need a horizontal plane to reference the drop from. Second time.
Yes, that's correct.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh, so when you establish the horizontal,
welcome to
you
Flat Earth.
find some
So when we
drop
establish
over
the horizontal...
distance. Is that the curve you're looking for?
No, that would be the horizontal plane of reference that we're measuring, as opposed to the curve we're looking for when we're measuring the horizontal plane of reference to describe the drop or the rise with respect to. No, I'm not looking for any curve when you ask me that question, but we definitely will need a horizontal plane to reference. Because we're going to be referencing it. For the drop... that's it, last chance. I don't want to deal with him. Can you mute him? No, fucking asshole. Remove him from the conversation. I don't want to do this. Every time I talk, I hear his voice in my ear while I'm talking. He's doing it now. He's now presumably doing it while I'm appealing to the moderators to stop him. He's going to have a last-ditch attempt to really, really piss me off while I'm in the middle of asking the mods to stop him doing it. Yeah, so piss off. I'm done with you. I don't want to talk to you. You're an asshole. I respond. You talk in the middle of me responding. Now, when I do it, it's because I'm aggrieved that you stealing my stuff, like with that guy asshole earlier. I'll use your stuff if I want to. You want to come in my house, thieve my stuff, and then tell me that you'll do it whether I'm pointing it out or not? Now, that'll get you a broken nose. That'll get your head kicked in. And that's what's going to happen metaphorically with me verbally chastising these assholes who use our flat earth measurements. Now, if I hear their voices through the top of me while I'm chastising them, I'm on a neutral platform, one where somebody who's winning won't have their win taken away from them. Like, for instance, my opponent using a flat earth.
This isn't neutral at all. Don't confuse yourself. You've literally dodged every question thrown at you. Any competent glober, you dodge them. You've been spasting out on the mic the whole morning. Don't confuse yourself, Nathan. And certainly don't confuse the idiots less intelligent than you in here that believe you. You don't believe you, Nathan.
Really?
Who hurt you, bro?
Let's get into it then.
Somebody hurt him bad.
Yeah, Glory, let me help you out with this, okay? This is Nathan Oakley.
Crit, you're muted. I'm not talking to you right now.
That's not gonna happen.
He literally muted you, Crit.
Yeah,
He can't hear you.
So Nathan, the community doesn't need more spastic.
Bye, dickhead. You think you can
There
take
you
charge of
go.
the server, do you, asshole? I'm thinking no. I'm a guest here
Like
too.
how you deal with them.
I have to rely on my bravado to get the moderators to do what I want. I have no control over here either. You think I'm going to mute the moderators? I'm a guest too. I wouldn't even be so bold.
I would. We could
just
like
out of curiosity.
a simple thought experiment. What would happen if you muted me?
I'd probably be removed and never return.
And somehow Glory thinks he can do that and without any sort of repercussions. I mean, it's amazing. It's absolutely incredible.
Unbelievable. So he can chastise me for how unneutral the platform is while he mutes the moderator. You couldn't make it up.
Dude, I tell you what, when I walk into somebody's house, first thing I do is slap their wife, steal their lawnmower, go mow my yard, and tell them how I'm in charge.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Tell them how this place ain't fair, this place ain't reasonable. Slaps wife, takes lawnmower. Like, what?
Thing is, though, like us, we're not asking questions. We're giving direct evidence, right? We're talking about elevation angles, how Earth's measured flat. Why are they just asking questions? We're not here to answer your questions, right? We're putting you in line of fire because we know you've got no proof of globe measurements. If you did have it, you'd be coming in here banging it around like there's no tomorrow. You don't do that, right? We do that. There's no globe measurements. The Earth is flat and it's measured like that.
Yeah. Well, I
They
thought it
come
was
in with try to get me with gotchas. That's all they got.
right, but I thought it was hilarious that he said that we dodged the questions by pointing out their necessity for Earth to be flat within the question itself. How is that dodging the question?
I was asked how the Burj Khalifa could have a sunset when you're raised in altitude. I said the altitude raising requires a flat Earth be measured for the question. Is that me dodging something? No, it's me pointing out that in the question I'm being asked, there's a flat Earth being measured. What more can I do other than say, well, in your question, you've measured Earth flat. Do I need to do anything else other than use your proof of Earth being measured flat in your question? Oh, no, that's me dodging something, is it? No, what that's doing is me taking your evidence that you thought was going to be some clever question about a sunset from the Burj Khalifa and instantly turned it into a flat Earth proof before your very eyes. And you, on the globe side, can't fucking believe what's happening. Because when I tell you, don't do that, don't use my flat Earth measurements, what you got in response is, I'll use your measurements if I have to. No, you won't.
It's basically
because the game is that we're supposed to continue and say, oh, but you're supposed to measure curve, guys. You're not supposed to be measuring a flat. You're supposed to measure curve, right? You believe it's curve, right? That's your claim, it's curve. So we're supposed to tell you that? No. We're not doing that anymore.
That's
right?
what he basically said.
Yeah.
Said,
that's cool.
He said the Earth's measured flat. That can only work on a globe. How pathetic.
We'll call you a retard.
Yeah, we're not doing that no more. 2025 is just measured flat, and we're just gonna stop it right there. So once you concede, which you've been doing for years, honestly, if some of you guys are new, and you think this is new to you guys, we've been told for I don't know how long you guys have been in here, but at least for me, I've been in here like 8-9 years, and since the beginning, we were told it's too big to measure the curve. Then we went around and around, a little do-si-do about how, you guys aren't you guys supposed to be measuring curve? No. Now we're not doing that anymore. It's measure flat. And every time you say it's too big to measure the curve, that's what you're saying. That's what you don't get. The game is already done.
Yep.
This is not even a debate anymore. So it's a wrap. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks in the back, bathrooms to the left. Right? You're done.
Bring through the back, smoke them if you got them.
Go ahead.
We're not here for questions. We're not here for questions. We're just going to bang you straight down. Every time you talk about globe being flat, it's going to get highlighted and you're going to get knocked down. Simple as that.
Yeah, we're sick of it. We're sick of people using our stuff. It's not fair. You don't get to tell us that we're idiot flat earthers and then say, if I go up a height off a flat earth... No, you don't get to do that, Nemil. The game's over. And it's scary. I mean, we're here for counsel. We want to help you guys on the globe transition into the flat Earth you always knew you were measuring. So big it's flat, right? Now, that's just the measured flat Earth. It always was. It always will be. Earth's flat. Now, if you want to go away from this discussion and think that you're on a ball that's measured from within the globe on an equatorial plane for the angles to the stars that are measured flat also, you can believe that you're in a globe moving around the sun. I mean, that maths doesn't have you on the surface of that globe, by the way. It's within it. In hell. You can believe that. But Earth's always going to be measured flat in every single respect. Telling me that you can take those flat Earth measurements and make some question up about what the sun will do to potentially ask me how it shouldn't be doing that on a globe. No, I'll just point out that any measurement ever from you will always be flat.
That guy wasn't a globe earther, by the way.
Which, does it matter? The guy asking about the Burj Khalifa wasn't a globe earther.
Yeah, just saying he was a concave earther.
Concave earther? Doesn't matter. Makes no difference. He's still measuring his height off a flat surface, concave or globe.
Reverse curvature that hasn't been measured. Okay.
Yeah. So great. So concave earthers out there, you still need a parallel eye level with surface level. That's how Earth's measured. You still measure elevation angles. Angles don't work on concave Earth as much as they don't work on a globe Earth. You can't get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline regardless if it's up or down. Curve. Who cares? Earth's still flat with every single measurement always. It doesn't matter what your religion is.
It's so concave, it's flat.
So concave, it's flat. It will be for angles. Whatever happened to Stephen Christ? Is he still alive?
Is that his real last name? Or is that like a...
I haven't heard that name in a minute. Holy.
Lord Stephen Christ. Last I heard, he was threatening Obama with a broadsword.
I heard he died.
I heard he died.
Whoa.
He's a guy that ran the concave of Earth bit in the, what I'm going to say, from 2006, 15, 14 maybe, through till 21, when I last heard of him, and it's probably that was when he died. But he might not be dead. I mean, I might be making that up. I don't know. Concave guy.
That's the one where the Earth is the container and like we're still a ball.
In the globe.
You're in the globe. Right.
It's bizarro curvature.
If you want to see this guy, you type in, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but this is how you find him. So you type in Gay Watch by a YouTube videographer called Fanny Lancer, and Gay Watch is his edited version of them doing the rectilineator quasi experiment.
Oh my.
Oh my, indeed.
Wow. That's a lot in one statement.
It was a lot in one statement, but yeah, check it out. If you type in Gay Watch, you'll find your way to Fanny Lancer's video with Lord Stephen Christ and Tristan and his minions and various other people being, I'll be honest, quite gay with their tops off, sawing stuff and making the rectilineator, which in itself sounds quite gay. There we go.
Don't do it, chat. Don't do it.
I said you were fine.
So that
is that a... Go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry.
I was just wondering, is the outbursts of flat Earth proofs done from the globe side, or they got any more?
I'll ask anybody else want to use flat Earth measurements to assert we're on a globe?
or any globe heads want to go at each other. Like, give us a bit of a show, because I'd like to know, is it too big to measure, or do you have to measure it and negotiate and navigate around it? Which one is it?
Well, I don't have a proof for the shape of the Earth, but I can tell you some of the reasons I say that the surface of Earth is roughly spherical.
Go ahead. Is that Matthew?
But Matthew.
Here we go.
But Matthew,
just
because I started with a question. Can you at least, I'm sure you can give me an honest answer. Does it sound like a bit of a contradiction to say that the curve of the Earth is too big to measure, but yet some people will say that they have to navigate around it, negotiate it. Some people could say you can see it. Is that a bit of a contradiction, in your opinion?
Yes, that sounds
Sir?
like a bit of a contradiction.
Thank you.
Go on then.
I
What's your
appreciate
best-
that honesty.
You said you
Now
got an
continue.
assertion for sphericity. Go ahead.
So, for example, next week's full moon will appear about the same angular size all night long. So I think that's because it's going around a spherical Earth, and the distance isn't changing much. And I would assume that if the Earth were moving across a flat surface, shouldn't it change the size, the angular size, throughout the night as its distance changes?
So you're asking about the not actual size not changing as it moves from its not actual position in a globe model, correct?
Correct. The visual angular size of the moon is what I'm talking about.
So as a question, it would be, why does the not actual size of the moon not change in not actual size as it moves from its not actual position, correct?
Yes, because I'm talking
Seems
about
silly.
the
Seems silly.
rule of perspective.
Not actual size not changing as it moves from its not actual position doesn't really concern me too much. I gotta be honest.
And
But
your
it works for other
description
things,
uses
like as
the
a car
Cartesian
moves,
coordinate
it gets
system.
smaller when it's farther away, right? How come that doesn't happen with the moon?
I don't know.
More quick.
Why
More
does
quick.
it? But why? Same.
Actually,
he's asking a reasonable question, which I like, right? Because that's a question I can get my teeth into. Because I don't know the answer. I don't know what the moon is. Do you?
But his question has within it the knowledge that we have of a Cartesian coordinate system to give us the angle to describe its not actual size. That's planar by nature. So
I never thought I'd be saying
what
this,
do you-
but I actually find Nathan's answer reasonable, so I accept his answer.
What about John's answer about it being a planar description to give the angular size?
No, I just meant just saying that we don't know what the moon is, and I think that's a reasonable position to take.
Not for you. You think men have landed on it, right?
That's a separate discussion. I'm talking about just what we can see. Angular size you can measure.
Hold on. You've just said that it's a reasonable position to accept that we don't know what the. It's reasonable for me, but definitely not for you because you accept that men have landed on it, and you're saying that's a different discussion. Not at all. If we're going to assert that the not actual size not changing in not actual size has some bearing and meaning, we must describe the physicality that you will ascribe because you believe men have walked on it. I know they haven't, without any doubt.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I would say that it looks. I think it's a physical object because it looks like a physical object.
You wouldn't lean on the men claiming to have walked on it?
No, I wouldn't.
That's interesting.
I mean, I just looked through a telescope and it looks like a physical object. It looks like a real thing. So until proven otherwise, I think that's a reasonable position to take.
Well, it's just
Do you think men landed on the moon?
I don't want to debate whether or not it's reasonable to make that assumption. I mean, it's an assumption, and you accept that. How reasonable an assumption is different. That's different. The subjective nature of a reasonable assumption. No. We don't know. That's the bottom line. The men that say they've been would have had to have violated the second law of thermodynamics to get there via a sky vacuum that's not robbing us of all the gas we're breathing. So I know they haven't been to the moon. So therefore, you can assume it's physical. I don't know. I'd love to. That's why I'm engaged in this conversation, because it intrigues me. It makes me feel like a kid again. I haven't got a clue what
it is physical. It is physical. You can see it. That makes it physical. But that doesn't mean it's tangible. That you can put your hands on it.
Yeah, we can't physically touch it.
So I'm sorry, what's the difference between physical and tangible? Like one you can
just touching
see but not touch?
It's just exactly that, just not being able to touch it.
Like a rainbow, right? A rainbow's physical. Nobody's going to argue with you that a rainbow's physical, but you're never going to find the pot of gold at the end of it.
You're never going to touch
it.
Yeah, you're never going to touch it.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd call a rainbow physical or like a shadow. Would you call a shadow physical?
Yes, because you can perceive it with your eyesight.
Huh. Okay, I'll have to think about that.
Meanwhile, Earth is measured flat.
This is an interesting crossroads because there is nothing unreasonable that Matthew said, because everything he said has been caveated with his own acceptance of assumption and belief. So, more power to you. Go in peace. Wonderful for you.
As is usually the case with Matthew Lerms. So it's one of the few reasons I'll give him slightly more props than most other Globers.
I cannot. He used a planar description of an angular size within the Cartesian coordinate system to describe something we see and asking about how that works on a flat plane when he just described it from a planar coordinate system.
That's fair enough. We can make those. No, you don't have to let anything go. That's fine. He obfuscated that, but we can make the conclusion. That is to say that the description from the Cartesian plane of the not actual size not changing in not actual size as it moves from its not actual position, that would be the moon, does ultimately require a flat Earth in the description of the measurement of the not actual size. That's angular size. Yeah, we can conclude Earth will be flat for that description. Because, of course, all roads lead to a flat Earth. You'll always be measuring flat Earth. We all understand this. You know, you can go forward and retain certain beliefs after the fact that violate the measurement of a flat Earth in the first instance. You can do that. That's perfectly reasonable to believe you're on a globe. Everybody's entitled to their belief.
No. Belief without evidence is one thing, but belief in the face of contradictory evidence is something else. It's not a belief.
Well, that's not a societal standard that I can get behind. You're right, logically speaking, but as far as society is concerned, he's just entitled to his belief as irrelevant or irrational as it may be, or in this instance, irrespective of its utilisation of a flat plane. You can still have that belief as far as society is concerned. Me, I think it's silly. You think it's silly. It's nonsensical. It violates the base principles of the measurements that the belief's based on. If you're going to say it's spherical, you can't base that on a flat Earth measurement. That's silly. But he's still entitled to it as far as society is concerned, and I'll, fight to the death to, prop up his ability to believe in whatever the hell he likes.
Yeah,
but his position is not reasonable, though. That's the only thing.
Unreasonable and tolerable in the societal context is different again. I can detail how unreasonable it is because it violates the law of non-contradiction. If you're going to violate the base principle of the flat Earth measurement, planar in description, you can't suggest the surface is curving. So I can highlight that.
Nathan, what if I believe it's okay to go to my neighbors and steal their lawnmower?
That's different. That's an actual law that you're breaking there, isn't it? Not just a belief.
But I believe it's okay. Won't you support me in my belief?
So long as you don't exercise any physical ownership of property, then you can believe that it's okay to use his lawnmower whenever you like. So long as you don't actually do it, you can continue. You can maintain that belief there. You see how there's the same sort of distinction? Not doing it means you can maintain the belief that you can. You can't, you'd be breaking a law. And in this case, same with them. They're breaking the law of non-contradiction. Yeah, chocolate. Or did you button press the hand raise signal?
So Matthew, you don't say you don't know what the moon is, right? Because on the globe, they describe it to the teeth.
For this argument, I just say that I think that the moon is a physical object because it looks like a physical object. And I would expect it to obey the laws of perspective and get smaller when it goes farther. That's all I'm saying here.
As would I, based on the experience in life.
What would any of that have to do with the shape of the ground, though?
No, but that's not what he's exercising when he says that. And you can't disagree either. I would love to just jump on that boat, right? Because based on everything I experience in my life, there's no tangible things that I interact with that don't behave like that. So why wouldn't the moon behave like everything else with a perspective description? And expect it not to. Everything else does, but it doesn't. It doesn't change in size as you raise in elevation. It doesn't change in angle either. Ergo, it absolutely does do things that you don't expect based on the normal physical experiences of things that are tangible. So, therefore, as much as I can fight to the death to retain your right in that belief, I understand how that's not a reasonable belief because there are other aspects of the moon that don't obey those laws of other tangible items I do interact with. So, again, with all due respect, you're entitled to that belief. I wouldn't hold it for the reasons just given.
But Nathan,
Can
saying
we
that,
name a
fair enough.
resemblance between the moon and these other physical things? Is there any resemblance at all?
Put that in a question. Like, what does have a tangible correlation when moon is compared to
I agree,
physical things?
chocolate. Sorry.
That's all right.
All right, I'll give it to you in a question. Is it reasonable to believe the horizon or no, a rainbow is a tangible object because I can touch my wall?
Well, I get the same answer. Yeah, I'd love to be able to say that I could go to that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. And based on my physical experience of other things I do interact with, there's nothing to tell me I wouldn't be able to get to the horizon or wouldn't be able to get to the rainbow. Now, there are other things about my interactions with rainbows that tell me otherwise. Same answer. Nice juxtaposition.
They're physical, but they're physical, so your prior statement is now wrong.
Correct, but only for the moon, not for the rainbow.
No, for the statement that other physical things behave as X.
Oh, I see what you mean. When I contrast other physical things I
that's wrong.
experience. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I have to take that back. So no, because there's exceptions like a rainbow when I juxtapose my interactions with physical things in my everyday life. No, there are exceptions that also don't have that capability of tangibility, like a rainbow. So no, I do take that back. Well done. Yeah, I was wrong.
You know, like the mystery of the moon that we're talking about. Some globe believers sort of suggesting that mystery of how does it do this and why does it look this way, it can only happen if you live on a spherical Earth.
That's what they tell themselves, because that's the current consensus viewpoint, and it's deliverance from the Roman Catholic Church over the last 300 to 500 years is what has now been accepted by a society that wants an answer, and that is the current standard answer. So yeah, they'll bite, they'll accept it, they'll swallow it, and they'll shit it out again, won't they? And they do. We see it on a daily basis.
But it's like saying that entropy happens because the unicorns in Narnia will it so.
Hold on. Well, let's just go to the unicorns in Narnia calculation to see how much we will or won't have unicorns in Narnia doing those things, John. Let's open the page on the unicorn calculations.
Yeah, see, like you're already off into absurdity with it, like you start with absurdity, you can only end in absurdity.
Can I count horses while I'm talking about unicorns? Is that all good? Like me saying that there are no horses, they don't exist, but simultaneously using them to suggest that there are unicorns? And I'll take your horses, by the way. I'll come to your ranch, whip your wife, steal your horses, and tell you that horses don't exist.
Damn.
Yeah. If that's your belief, I guess it's okay.
As long as I just believe it and don't do it. If you do it, like use the horses or use the flat Earth measurements, in case you haven't got this parallel, then you will know about it.
Right, like you're talking about angular size change of the moon. Don't use my stuff.
With that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Is that it?
Got any globe proof?
Why are all the globetrotters quiet? Are they still muted?
We just get muted.
Yeah, we're here.
Yes, we just get suffocating, bro. Who hurt you, bro?
One of the 20 people in here that's been muted trying to talk to that guy.
Oh, okay.
They heard you?
What did you want to ask?
Yeah, a while ago.
Feel free. Sorry you didn't get
we're
on the
doing the
live
after
show.
so you can talk.
But Nathan,
all right.
Why are you being nice?
Do you think there's any way to measure distance from the ground that you're currently above? Is it possible to do that?
Is there any way to measure the distance above the ground? What, like
the ground that you're right above?
With the linear distance perpendicular to the horizontal plane? Yeah, we do it all the time.
No, I mean, what tool would you use to measure distance
altimeter
that we can all agree on?
Altimeter, like planes rely on it. We've got things
but that's, you guys don't like altimeters. I mean, like a radar rangefinder.
My God, I'm answering you. Do we have an agreement in terms of what we can all rely on for measurements? Yeah, aeroplanes fly over the plane, and we've got the measurements from the black box data. It's called altitude. It's with respect to a horizontal plane that the planes fly over. They give their height with respect to it in feet or meters off sea level. It's a measured height off the ground that the plane's flying over. It's flat.
And what are they measuring that with?
Oh, my God. Before I've got to the end of the frickin' statement, you're asking me something. Why are you asking me something? I haven't finished making the statement in response to your question. That was rhetorical.
To measure distance.
That was rhetorical. I was in the middle of answering your question. And now I'm into getting annoyed because you're talking through me when I'm answering you and your question. You moaned. Yeah? That you didn't get to ask your question. Can we all agree? Can we all agree that you're a wanker and you're going to talk through me answering you about a measurement that we're all going to agree on in terms of the altitude of the fucking plane over a flat Earth that's measured in the black box data? That's definitely a measurement. But are you going to be a prick and talk through that? Maybe you'll moan that you're fucking muted, like a cuck, coward, globe-believing wanker who talks through the answer about the fucking measurements of a flat Earth that you seem to feel the need to chant through like a total asshole. Okay, asshole? Maybe that's why you're on fucking mute, because you're a prick. Okay? Now, prick. We measure Earth flat, prick. We measure it with altitude, prick. It's off sea level, you stupid prick. Did you hear me, prick?
That wasn't the question. I said, what tool can we agree on?
Altimeter! Altimeter! Black box data! You fuckwit! Fuckwit, I've answered you! Altimeter! Are you hearing me, you stupid fucking retard? Altimeter from the black box. Did you hear me? I've said it 3 fucking times, you total retard. Do we agree? The NTSB study that data. It's life and fucking death data. I don't need your agreement on it, you shit for brains retard. It's a fact. You think I need you to agree with how fucking altimeters work? I don't seek your agreement, you globe-believing spastic. Okay? I'm telling you, we measure Earth flat with it. Do you understand that now? I don't seek your agreement for that, I'm telling you.
How is the altimeter measuring the
Why are you asking me something? Do you understand how a fucking altimeter works or not?
Yes, but an altimeter needs another tool to gather its data. That's usually air pressure or GPS data.
And who gives a flying fuck?
radar.
We're measuring Earth flat with it, you dumbass! Who gives a shit?
Right, what method are they using?
Who gives a shit? The data's flat! Hello? Who cares how we fucking measure it? We measure it and the planes aren't crashing. And when they do, the NTSB relies on it and it's flat. You're going to ask me how fucking altimeter works? I'm not an engineer. I couldn't give a shit. We measure Earth flat with this, dumbass. You haven't acknowledged it in 4 attempts. Hello? We are measuring Earth flat with this. Are we clear or not?
Can we trust that measurement?
Yes!
Trust that measurement?
Yes, we can, dum-dum. Yeah, I'm answering you again. You're going to
altimeters?
keep talking while I'm answering you. I heard your question, can we trust it? I've just answered this 2 minutes ago. I'm not seeking your fucking trust in this. We do have aeroplanes, and they do measure this data. Do you think I give a shit if you trust it? I couldn't give a fuck whether or not you trust this, you globe-believing spastic. It's measured flat, whether you fucking trust it or not, you stupid retard. Do I make myself clear? Hello?
If it was a globe, it would appear flat, though.
Not appears, measured. What?
If it would measure
moderators,
flat,
shut up,
even if
man.
it
I'm
was a
talking to the
globe.
moderators. Shut up. Moderators, why do I have to do
Measure
this
as
with him?
flat as in a
Now he's going to chant
globe.
through me while I talk
Yes,
to the
because
moderation
you need to
team.
have a significant amount of
Why am I
altitude
being
to actually
talked through?
measure
I'm trying to appeal
a
to the
curve.
moderators. Moderators, he's just told me about appears. I've gone through with great disdain and indignation the measurements that he's now turned into something that I have to believe in, verify or trust when they're measurements. He's not acknowledging the black box data or the NTSB or the fact that planes rely on it daily to fly. He's asking me whether or not we can trust it. This wanker's going round in circles. It's getting frustrating. Now I'm going to appeal to him to acknowledge the flat facts without him asking me about the fucking engineering of an altimeter. What I know is what's measured in the black box data. Yes, I can trust it. Yes, it's used by fucking aeroplanes daily. It is flat. Now, those are not contentious facts. They're just facts.
So why did you tell me I couldn't use altitude?
You can't if you believe you're on a globe because it's measuring Earth flat with altitude. It's at the height of sea level.
Right, but even if it was a globe, it would have the same measurement that appears flat.
Stop! What do you mean, right? Yeah, that's correct. That's the end of the discussion. That's right. I can use it because it's a height off sea level and flat. It's a measurement of a flat Earth. You, I'll say it a second time because my answer right was met with you continuing like you had something to continue about. Right, yeah, we'll measure Earth flat, you've affirmed. So, globe believer, you won't be using that. And if you do, you'll be chastised, shouted down, swore at, met with every bit of indignation as a flat earther can muster. Because you, the globe believer, will not be using this data of a measurement that we do take to keep planes in the air. We can reference how Earth's measured flat with black box data utilised in life and death investigations by the NTSB. You, a globe believer, cannot use that data. Is that clear?
You can't measure the curve of the Earth.
Why are you telling me what I can't do?
Anyway.
I asked for an acknowledgement. I'm done with him, moderators. I'll give him one last chance. It's a yes or no question. Is it clear that you won't be using flat Earth data from black boxes on a globe? You won't be using it. I will. I'll prove Earth's measured flat with it. It's the third time. If you don't acknowledge this, I'm just going to ask the mods to remove you, asshole.
Okay, I won't use altitude.
You can't measure the Earth. Is that what you just said? You can't measure the Earth curve? Is that what you said? Repeat what you said, buddy.
He said even if the Earth was a globe, it would measure flat. The hell?
Yeah. With just altitude, there would be no way to take altitude and prove the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, there'd be no way to take altitude and prove there's a globe because it isn't. That's correct. Yeah, that's why I'm telling you to shut up. I'm reaffirming what you've just said. Yeah, there's no way to use altitude on a globe. That's what you've just said. Yeah, I know. So don't. It's flat when you use altitude.
But even if it was a globe, altitude wouldn't help you prove
my
it.
God, you belligerent little fuckwit. You're being told off, you stupid retard. Now shut the fuck up. That's right, I'm repeating what you've said. There's no way for altitude to be globe-shaped. That's right, that's your last statement. Yeah, I know! So don't use our flat Earth measurements, you stupid fuckwit globe believer. Clear?
Right, I'm just trying to use
right, now sit down and shut the fuck up. Now sit down and shut the fuck up. Okay? You won't be using this in a question to me. I'll be using it to slap you around with. The flat Earth measurement used altitude. This question started with, is it measured? Can we agree on it? Yeah, we can agree with it. You just agreed and you've now been told to sit down and shut the fuck up and understand just how Earth is measured flat. And you, as you've just acknowledged, won't be extracting a globe from that, will you? Rhetorical. No, you won't. So, no, on a globe, you won't be using this. Not, oh, I'll just be using it flat because it's a globe.
You can't use altitude to determine curve.
Yeah, because it doesn't. That's right. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I'm saying it's a bad measurement. It's never going to prove anything.
Oh, it's bad, is it? It's a bad measurement now. It's not globe-shaped. No, it keeps planes in the fucking air. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Don't mute me. Don't mute me. Don't mute me. Don't mute me. It's a bad measurement, I heard. Yeah, I was going to respond to it, but then this fundy fuckwit decided he would carry on talking. It's not a bad measurement. It keeps aeroplanes in the air. You're telling me that the NTSB, who study this, for the grieving families who've lost people in air disasters, it's not good data? How dare you, you disgusting human being. You disgust me. It's very good data. I haven't finished, you belligerent, disgusting scumbag of a man.
Belligerent.
How dare you shut your mouth? It's not bad data, end quote, you fucking retard. This is relied upon by grieving families who have their investigations put through by the National Transportation Safety Board. You're going to tell me that their data's not good? Fuck off. Just because it doesn't comport with your globe faith. Don't impose your religious faith when it comes to the safety of other human beings, you disgusting man. Now, I am done with you because you, a globe-believing zealot, have just put your faith in a globe above the safety of other human beings by suggesting that this flat earth-proving data is, quote, bad. No, it's not bad. It's just not globe-shaped. Now, sit down and shut the fuck up, You
Okay,
disgusting
I'm
human
saying if
being.
it was a
Is it just
globe,
me,
the
or is me
altitude
telling him
wouldn't
to
be
shut
able
the
to
fuck
prove
up?
that it
Being
was.
met with him
So
now,
it's-
belligerent chanting through me. You disgust me. You've just told me
Bro,
NTSB
I
data's
can't
bad.
talk.
You
I have to
disgust
talk
me,
over
and
you
I'm
if
telling
you
you
aren't gonna
why
allow me to
you're
speak.
being
So, I'm
shouted
sorry,
down
that's
for
how
your
it
last
works.
remark. You told me that data that is being studied by safety boards is bad. No, you fucking disgusting scumbag globe-believing asshole. You disgust me. You will not tell me that information studied for the safety of other humans is bad. You get to fuck right off when you do that. You get told off for that. You also
I'm
get
telling you
told by
that's a bad
Can you mute him,
argument.
please?
Like,
He's getting
altitude
told off
can't
and he's
prove a globe or a
belligerence
flat.
and muting me.
Bro,
His
you're
only
talking
tactic
over
is to talk while I'm talking. Moderators, can you please stop this dance from happening? It's not fair on me. I'm fuming mad with you. You've just told me that people who have had their loved ones and the loss thereof investigated by this National Transportation Safety Board, that their data's bad. Why? Because it's not fucking globe-shaped. That is disgusting. An outrage. How dare you feel you've got the right to talk through me while I tell you off? No, it's flat Earth data. It's investigated at the highest level. Going on. That globe believer by any chance sharing his pain while I moan about somebody's disgusting globe believing faith? Guy, you're causing audio chaos.
Can you chill out, brother?
No, when someone...
Yeah.
No, I won't chill out when somebody says
chill
that.
out?
If I've been asked something, I'm responding to it, so 5 other people need to talk in. Some guys just said, can you chill out? I've just chastised someone for their disgusting behaviour when it comes to the...
It's just every time
now
there's
he's talking straight through me.
That was a yes or no question. Answer the yes or no question.
Can you just chill out? It's just, I want to talk straight through the top of you chastising
It's a yes or no question.
See, now you're going to get shut up by the moderators, asshole, because no one else wants to hear your fuckwit voice while I tell somebody off for demeaning... That's bad data, end quote, the guy that's getting chastised. No, I'm not going to chill out. Yeah, people's lives have been lost and investigated, and now some other asshole white knight is interrupting because his globe faith's more important than the lives of other human beings when studied by safety boards. No, I'm not going to take that as bad data. That's what I was told. Is that something that I should suddenly chill out about? Fuck you, I won't chill out about this. I want to know that when I get on a plane, they take my safety more seriously than your fuckwit belief in a globe. Now, you may not like that, but tough shit. You want to tell me I'm going on a bit? Oh, right, well, I see this is extremely serious when it comes to the NTSB and their study of a flat Earth that's being measured. What's that? It's bad data? Now go fuck yourself. Let's hope you're on one of those planes that goes out of the air and gets studied. Yeah? Oh, we won't be walking in the black box to figure out why this wanker died. No, it's bad data. Or is that just some disgusting remark from a zealot globe believer that's getting chastised by me, Nathan Oakley, a flat earther who accepts the NTSB's data for what it is?
Isn't it official?
Very official, about as official as it gets, like I say, life and death.
So once something is official, that's what the word official means. What the hell is he talking about? Sorry, Chocolate.
At this point, instead of being here talking to us, shouldn't you guys contact the NTSB and the FAA and let them know how this information is bad? Yeah. Why are you talking to us?
Yeah, and they'll get in touch with your local asylum and send men in nice stripy suits carrying straitjackets to take you away while you tell them that their data's bad. Because your globe faith's being violated by their bad data.
On another note as well, I mean, just to slightly, they're all jumping in now, but when we was asked earlier about if they want to talk about globe proof and how it's measured, who measured it, and what instruments was used, it was pure silence. But they're quite happy to jump in to say, chill out.
Chill out, what, with our flat earth proving data that we're citing from the NTSB? Should we chill out with that flat earth proof? Does it offend your ears? Were you a globe believer telling me to chill out by any chance? Earth's measured flat globe believer that was telling me to chill out? No, I get chastised and have been for 10 years by wankers who think and believe the cuck nonsense they're fed from their spoon-feeding overlords when they tell them the rhetoric from the Roman Catholic Church 500 years ago about a ball-shaped Earth that we're measuring flat. Maybe I'll chill out and I'll definitely just keep chastising you every time you use those measurements of a flat Earth, like parallel eye level at the Burj Khalifa. Or
Hold on,
planes.
Nathan, they do it too. They use it flat too. They know it.
Yes, they do. And any instrument, whether it be radar, a seismograph, they measure things with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. That is the Earth.
That's the only way you can measure things. I don't know how they measure things, but in the real world, you better be measuring from a horizontal plane.
Oh, you're still gonna want to know what the curve is that you're trying to measure.
Shut the hell up! You're a waste of time.
We covered this already
You're
with
a
you.
freaking energy freaking vampire.
The curve you described was described with respect to the horizontal plane of reference. To be able to describe the rise over run or the drop over distance. Now, I addressed it to you last time, and on 3 separate occasions attempting to put that to you, we got a little bit of an acknowledgement. Oh, yes, the horizontal plane. And then I welcomed you to Flat Earth. Is it just rinse and repeat like nobody would remember the discussion well enough to summarise it like I just did?
Okay, can you
Right, what he
establish
wants
a
to
horizontal
assert
reference
is
on
that
a hill?
surface level is dropping from surface level. That's what he wants to assert, but he can't because it sounds stupid. So he's convoluting horizontal and level and trying to say they're not the same, when level is how we experience horizontal. It's measured that way.
And he's already told us this last week how it's measured flat, and he uses the horizon to establish horizontal. He's told us all.
Yeah, he told us with the sextant on 2304 or whatever. He'll go and get it for us in a minute. Him telling us how Earth's measured flat with sextants and the horizon. He told us.
We know those lines are not horizontal.
You told us how we measured Earth flat, though, back on that show.
I was asking
I
you,
think it was 2920 to show. I heard him,
points of
Nathan.
rotation of the sun in the sky. That's what I was referring to.
Oh, heliocentrically, that's also
2270,
described.
you said.
Heliocentrically, that's also described from a plane, though, isn't it?
The sun only works on a flat Earth, and time is measured flat.
The establishment of a horizontal reference is not dependent on the ground you are standing on.
The topography, it's not dependent upon the topography, but it is dependent upon the nature of Earth. Absolutely upon the nature of Earth.
I see. But would it be the case that we're not doing something with Earth then? If we're not dependent on it being Earth, then obviously that would be a discussion for a mathematics forum.
How does the sun revolve around flat Earth?
That would be a discussion for a mathematics forum then,
Sure.
if it's not referenced to Earth, as you're suggesting. Do you want to take it to a mathematics forum?
If the Earth is flat, how does the sun revolve around it? That makes no sense.
Above a horizontal plane.
Revolve around it would be a measurement of the sun moving with respect to a plane. You understand that, sir? The guy that just asked?
That's not what I asked, though.
It is what you just asked.
Don't forget you have 2 points of rotation of that sun of yours.
Go and get that quote where you said I'd said that.
Yeah, it's in 2270.
What's the quote?
He said you've always known there were 2 points of rotation of the sun in the sky.
That makes no sense.
That is not a quote. No, that's ridiculous.
Sounds dumb as hell.
Oh yeah. And Elijah backed you up on it.
Where do you guys draw the difference between religion and fact?
There was
when it
no
comes to
mention of
Earth
sun,
being flat?
Hayuka.
Was it the stars? Perhaps, Hayuka, are you mistaken, misquoting, or was I misspeaking at the time?
But now you got 2 suns rotating in different directions. How are you going to?
I'm sorry, moderators. If my responses are completely ignored, I can't continue the discussion. So what I'm going to do, for the sake of the moderators, is repeat.
Not every discussion has to involve you.
Maybe the other guy's going to pipe up, so it's 2 against 1 while I try to get my response repeated. And obviously, I'm not going to get that chance.
You're not the leader of the room, buddy. Not every discussion has to involve you.
Obviously, the White Knight's going to make audio chaos. Now we're in audio chaos. Was it a misspeak on my part? No, it's third attempt. No, it's just a complete obfuscation of my attempted rebuttal that's been ignored. Was it a misspeak? Contextually? Or was I talking about the stars? Second time.
Nathan.
You were arguing with Mighty Mouse about the sun. 2 points of rotation of the sun, you said.
So it was a misspeak.
You and Eli.
Was it a misspeak?
The Mighty Mouse.
No. You remember you took him to the racetrack to prove that you had 2
That
points
was
of
not the
rotation.
sun,
Remember?
Hayuka.
Oh, yes, it was. East to west, west to east.
Oh, those
I
are flat
remember
Earth
it well.
directions. Oh, cool. So we're talking about directions with respect to a flat Earth. Well, that's cool, because we can prove a flat Earth with west and east and stuff. If that was part of the directions in the description, then we're only going to be proving a flat Earth with those, aren't we? So that's cool. We're still proving a flat Earth regardless of whether or not this, which hasn't been stated as a quote yet, I might add, didn't have the words quote and then the words I actually am alleged to have said ending with end quote. That hasn't happened as yet. But nevertheless, in either event, we're using directionality described with north, south, east, and west. So we're definitely proving a flat Earth. Those directionalities are only capable of description with respect to a plane.
Are they
So
perpendicular?
did he confuse the words direction and rotation? Is that what the problem is here?
I don't know. Who cares? The discussion on the table that's being discussed only would take place on a flat plane. It's got north, south, east, and west in the descriptions. So good job we're only proving flat Earth with this. Beyond that, I don't care.
Well, you freak out at any question. You freak out at any question.
I freak out. I'm actually really calm, pointing out that north, south, east, and west would only take place on a flat plane. Therefore, Earth's flat in this description. And there's his discussion
north, south, east, and west,
and it seems like my end of my statement's going to be, what, me freaking out? I'm going to appeal to the moderators. I'm perfectly calm while this man talks through the end of my responses to him about proving a flat Earth with north, south, east, and west. His response was that I'm freaking out. I'd prefer not to talk to him anymore because I'm perfectly calm and have addressed him about a flat Earth prerequisite in the form of north, south, east, and west. He hasn't acknowledged that, but his response was to tell me that I'm freaking out. Can you just remove him from the discussion? I don't really want to be told that I'm freaking out when I prove a flat Earth with north, south, east, and west in response to a question about how things that I may or may not have said and haven't been quoted were being discussed. I say, okay, in that discussion, we've definitely proven a flat Earth. And his only response is to tell me that I'm freaking out. I don't really want to talk to him anymore, if that's okay.
Are the cardinal directions?
Yeah, he's getting with the cardinal directions thing. He's getting ready to take it to the way we measure north, south, east, and west, as opposed to how we map it, and then trying to say there's a contradiction. If there is, it's still not a problem. I don't, we measure it that way.
Meanwhile, no evidence of curvature whatsoever.
Yeah, have we not spent enough time talking about flat Earth prerequisites? We've done this. Altitudes. Is there any rebuttal to anything we've put forth so far? Just always
let's talk about diet and exercise.
About some perceived wrongdoing in something that I've said about the lights in the sky that I'm not leaning on. When I describe the altitude measurement for an aeroplane, when my opponent uses it, or the altitude for the Burj Khalifa, I'm not using these things. They're using him. Is there any response to this? Or is it just every time there's just a new discussion where, I can see if I can get a gotcha on Nathan. He said something perceivably wrong. It's convoluted. It'll take a while to get to. Meanwhile, we're measuring Earth flat.
They did have a response. They said it was bad data. The information they give us is bad data, is, I guess, their claim now.
Yeah. I mean, they move on to something Nathan said about star rotations for the sun. 2 of them? Okay, that doesn't sound like something I'd say. I haven't had a quote, blah, 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 end quote, Nathan Oakley. That hasn't happened.
No. What it was is the day we were talking about that, and what's his name came in. AI came in with the racetrack, had nothing to do with the sun. You may have misspoke and said sun, meaning stars, but that's all they have.
Okay. I mean, I'd love to know what the sun is. I don't know. So potential gotchas, endless.
We got it all, baby.
We are talking about the shape of the Earth, aren't we? And it is flat and measured flat and horizontal.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah. That's all it can be.
Yeah, pretty basic.
How do you measure it on the side of a hill?
The elevation? Our hills are measured off sea level. Surveying.
That's where we're going now, side of a hill? Really?
Question time.
Well, the hill itself has got a height, right? Topography of the land's been well surveyed. And that height's off sea level. Second time I've put my response to this man that's just asked us something. Dumbfounded silence was the first response. Let's see if the response to the second time I've repeated how Earth and the side of the hill and its height is off a sea level that's flat. Earth, proving. Any response?
Thank you, good sir.
Like
So
how
you
some-
can take a measurement off the side of a mountain.
The mountain, in terms of how high the mountain is off sea level, as surveyed, third time. That mountain.
What if I don't know where I'm at on the mountain?
Then you're
Couldn't give a
pretty
shit
dumb.
if you're lost. Couldn't give a shit.
This is Rob Noxious. Get rid of him.
Sorry,
Hey,
okay, sorry.
relax. I'm being cool.
For the moderators, I've put it to him 4 times now. Right? He's asking me about, what about if this happens on the side of a hill? How am I going to get measurements? And I go, what, the hill that's been surveyed with respect to a plane? Like on a map, there's little lines drawn around the hills that tell you how high they are. Okay, where do we get them from? Surveying it. How do we survey it? Flat. Okay, that's what I've put to him 4 times. Now his question in response to me pointing out how Earth's measured flat with surveying and the height of the hill. His response is to ask me, what do I do if I'm lost? Go fuck yourself. Die on the side of the hill. Okay? That's what you do. Meanwhile, while you do that, you stupid retard, Earth's measured flat. We surveyed it flat. It has to be. We're describing things with respect to their height above sea level. Valleys and hills and stuff like that. So when you ask me about hills and measuring and Earth, I'll go to Earth and its measuring of the hill. Do I give a fuck whether or not you're lost, you stupid spastic? No, I couldn't give a shit. I do know, in response to your question about hills and their measurements, that Earth's going to be flat to achieve an answer. In any respect to any hill that some fuckwit isn't lost on. Okay, you stupid clown shoe spastic. I don't give a shit if you die on that hill because you're lost. I couldn't give a flying fuck. Earth was measured flat to get the height of the hill with respect to sea level when it was surveyed. Okay? Rhetorical. I don't give a shit.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's a good answer. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
No, I just had a couple
Now
parts.
fuck
to it.
off.
So
Now I
sorry,
don't give a
but yeah.
fuck. You're a wanker. You send me sweary messages on various different messaging services. You're a stalker.
I love you, man.
Cuck
I love
coward
you, dude.
who contacts somebody you watch on YouTube and sends obnoxious messages because you're a coward with some
I'm
faceless
Rob
name.
Noxious.
You're a wanker, faceless coward who sends
I love
abusive
you.
messages because you can.
I'm your
on the
biggest
internet,
fan, bro.
Because
I'm
you're
your
a
biggest
coward
fan,
in
dude.
real life. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, this
Really,
Talk
really,
right through you.
this is what the globe got. The
Frightening, mate.
2025.
Hey, this globe proof. Fuck it, we better be careful, lads.
Well, now,
See, one deck. This is what pitch data will do to you. It'll make you lose your mind.
we'll see, there's fanaticism is not only about people you love, it's also about people you love to hate. So when he says he's Nathan's biggest fan, he's probably telling the truth.
Yeah, like that girl in Misery when she's cobbling him and smashing his feet. That's what he wants to do to me because he hates me. Because I make him feel stupid about the globe faith he's retained all this time in the face of the flat earth measurements he knows they are. That awful truth he wants to project onto me with his hatred for me.
Wait, I'm going to have to hobble you.
Destroyed his religion, Nathan.
Oh, you just brought that scene up, and I keep seeing it right in my mind. That whole leg turning sideways. Oh,
Wasn't she smashing his feet with a sextant?
yeah, sledgehammer.
Is what's interesting about this is that they are fans of flat Earth. You nailed it. They sort of love to hate, and they can't use their globe to explain any level of disagreement. So what there are is that they're denying their own model and their own ideas because they think they've won the debate, but they don't debate. They want to talk about flat Earth and don't want to talk about flat Earth. They want to talk about flat Earthers. It just shows this like constant level of downward spiraling. And many of them need to get to the bottom. They need to hit rock bottom before they realize how messed up and disjointed and illogical their thinking is. And it might not be this topic. They might not ever get there. But something maybe will click. At some point, a family member will tell them, what are you doing? Why are you acting this way? Why are you behaving this manner? And maybe something will click. And you've seen it happen with like some of the, the anti-flat earthers, like Conspiracy Cats, when you got asked a question to explain gas pressure without a container, and he finally just said, you know what, he can't. And then moved on with his life.
Well, revelation is not ours to give them. You know, the understanding that we have, they may never be able to reach it. It's not our gift to give.
The exact quote, Crit, would be you cannot have pressure without a container. There could be no pressure. Sorry, I'm at work.
Yeah, he just kind of just gave up, and it's like, all right,
gave up his channel.
Well, what was the question about a measurement from a hill? What's that about? It just came in at that point.
They're just all asking questions.
Yeah, I mean, the hill is just going to be.
He was talking about the
kind of
measurement
idea.
of a side of a mountain.
All the mountain would do would just increase your elevation. It'd just be a different drop angle or a drop correction. This kind of when they ask a question like that, you know that they're really suffering some kind of cognitive dissonance because they don't understand someone on top of a deck or like a crow's nest adjusting for dip correction is the same thing as bringing you down to the surface of the earth.
Oh,
this
hang on. Are they thinking that you do? Sorry, Chris. Are they thinking that you do dip correction when you're not on a boat?
Yeah, I think that's what they're getting at.
No, they think that you can't establish a horizontal plane of reference when you're on a hill.
You don't do that. You only take your height of eye on a boat, and even that's thrown away and removed later on. You don't. If you're on a hill and you're using a sextant to a celestial body, you use an artificial horizon. The artificial horizon creates the horizontal. That's pre-assumed to be parallel with mean sea level. You don't. Elevation doesn't matter. You don't take your elevation from a hill or an airplane or anything. And as I said, even from the boat, your height of eye at the end, at the end of the whole process, before you end up, but I won't go into too much into vernal equinox, at the vernal equinox point, is removed. So you don't use a dip angle. You use the artificial horizon, and you use a marine sextant, but you're not using the Earth's horizon. I don't know. Why do they ask these questions? Maybe they need to research the topic now.
Well, they're confusing the topography as the Earth, right? Instead of the undulations with respect to the horizontal plane that is mean sea level. And they're saying like, well, on the side of a hill, well, we know a hill's not flat. So how do you get it on a hill? It's like, dude, you're not getting it. The Earth is not a hill. You're talking about, a piece of topography on the Earth, and that's measured with respect to a flat plane.
Yeah, but it's the height of that. You don't need the height where you are. If you're on the Earth, on solid ground, like not on the sea, you don't need your elevation to do celestial navigation. You only need your elevation on board a ship, and even, as I said, even that's thrown out later on. So.
Apparently, just proving a globe is just asking questions of like how does reality work? Just asking those questions.
Exactly. Through their ignorance, what they're trying to do, I know what they're doing, right? I just needed to clarify what I suspected was true. Through their ignorance, they're trying to invoke that if you can get an elevation angle measurement from a hill, right, with a marine sextant, which you can with an artificial horizon. Now, maybe they don't know about the artificial horizon part. That means that you could get an elevation angle off the surface of their globe. No. Mean sea level still has to be horizontal for it to work, because the celestial body GP point is going to be on the surface of Earth. It's pre-assumed to be at mean sea level, and that's directly vertically below the celestial body. And that line meets your horizontal line that you create with your artificial horizon and marine sextant, if you're on the side of a hill, at 90 degrees. But the GP point, even though you're above mean sea level, the GP point is directly directly below that 90-degree angle that you have created at the end of our horizontal, with the zenith down from the vertically down from the celestial body. So it makes no difference. You can do it on the side of a hill, but if the Earth's a globe, you can't do it, because the GP point is not going to be directly below You know what I mean?
Exactly, because
all
the
that's why they have to go to the equatorial plane.
Well, all planes are parallel with the plane of the horizon. Therefore, once you establish that and understand that the principle is using the 90 degree at the star's zenith, that's part of your measurement. So you need to align with that line between you and the star because you need 90 below the star. So it can only be flat between you and it for it to function correctly. Now, how accurately you get there with dip corrections and so on and so forth is kind of irrelevant because all you're trying to achieve, like you've just said, Brian, is the 90 below the star, not out in space on a tangent point.
Yeah, your 90 degree out in space on a tangent makes no, like if you have an angle that gives you like a 4,000 and whatever, 4,000 and let's say 4,500 mile long tangent, that's no good to you because the GP point is would pass directly past their globe.
It's got to be on the ground.
There isn't a GP point. There isn't a GP point. Surface beneath you.
Exactly,
it's no surface beneath you.
It's not a ground position. It's not a geographic position anymore. If it's out on a tangent in space.
Yeah, exactly. There isn't one. Even the tangent doesn't have to be longer than their 3959. Because the point being is that it won't be directly wherever the GP point on the surface of the globe is. It won't be directly below that. It's vertical. It won't be directly down, but they don't have vertical. It won't be directly down below that 90 degrees. It'll be back behind it on an arc. You know what I mean? It doesn't work. They remove that part. This all comes down to them not wanting to accept that an elevation angle is a right angle triangle. That's the right angle part, where the line down from the celestial body meets the horizontal that you create. You know what I mean? And the GP is either directly at that 90 or directly below that 90. It's directly at that 90 when you're out at sea, and if you're in an airplane, it's directly below that 90.
I'm gonna.
It's still in the same place.
Just one sec, Brian. Go ahead, John, and then I'm going to invite anybody from the Discord panel to ask any final questions because we're going to toddle along soon. Go ahead, John.
I was just going to say the idea that they would be able to handle 3 angles, the tangent, cosine, and sine, they can't handle 1 angle. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to be able to understand 3.
Right, people of politics. Go ahead, Brian.
I'm just saying, you don't have, one won't be able to work for them. Never mind 3. Because you need the circle then. None of it's going to happen. You need the earth has to be flat for this process to happen. Sorry, Nick.
That's right. I'm just going to thank Politics for having us and say we'll see you next Friday. Thank you, Politics. Unless there's anybody that was really put out that they didn't get their question addressed. If not, thank you, moderators. You're always awesome.
W's in the chat, guys. Let's get the W's flying. Great show. Great panel.
Thank you for having us. We'll see you next Friday. People of Politics. Should I jump in ever after show? No, after show, right? This is the after show. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. The idea that someone could come in to a flat earth Discord, address a flat earther with a claim about something he said, and if he tries to respond, say to them, you don't have to be a part of every conversation as a response.
In your own show.
In your own show.
Nathan, you have the sun going 2 different ways, Nathan. Oh,
we give Hayuka more leeway in our server than he would get in anybody else's, I feel. That is to say, what I'm trying to say is that, let's say you're Craig McNeil or Dave, Fight the Flat Earth, or Simon Dan, any of those type people, right? And you say, Nathan's got a mute button. Well, I barely, if ever, use the mute button on the server that we frequent on the most frequent basis. That's to say, most people like Hayuka. In the politics server today, I'm like, it's just chanted through me 3 times. Can you just remove him from the conversation? And they'll be like, yeah, fair enough. Whereas on our show, he'll get half an hour of that chanting through us, won't he? Because I won't put him on mute. I'm too lazy.
Yeah. Yeah, he gets away with a lot more crap in FED.
Right. Because I've got to be...
anywhere else.
I don't have to be, but there's an underlying air that I've got to be more neutral, as strange and contradictory as that may sound. But, like, I've got to go out of my way to make sure that they are perceived to be getting a fair crack of the whip when they're in our server, Flat Earth Debate, where we are now. Right? Now, what I'm saying is, if you were that guy, you'd recognise that actually your best chance of success is to actually come into the Flat Earth Debate Discord server rather than on a Friday going into the politics server. Now, the people we're dealing with just don't know who I am and don't care. That's why he's like, you don't have to involve yourself in every conversation. Yeah, I'm running a show. He doesn't know that, which is fair enough, right?
But they were talking about you. Or they want to discuss you without you defending yourself? Like, this is freaking ridiculous.
Well, they want that on a neutral platform. Obviously, it's unreasonable.
That's only reasonable that they asked that, John. What's the matter with that?
You imagine it as I couldn't even begin to think I could do that to someone. To say, you know what, we're going to discuss you now and put you on mute while we discuss you because you don't need to be a part of the discussion about you. What the?
Yeah, so you'd recognise, I would have thought, if you were that guy that was like, no, I need an unfair advantage. It's like, they want more than an unfair advantage on what they call neutral platforms, right? They want me to be put at a disadvantage. That's what they really want. But in terms of neutrality, you get a fair enough crack of the whip. You get to exercise your best attempt at the tactics here, in this server. More so than others, I would say. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're right. Yeah, because a lot of crap is let go here, and like me and Brian have fussed about it a lot. You know, like Brian calls them, what was it? Brian, what was it? Back pissers.
Back pissers. Yeah, I know exactly what that means.
Because you have a reputation for muting people, right? And you got that reputation because you were muting a load of a-holes years ago, who have their own shows now and won't put up with even a 10% of what you had to put up with from them before you muted them. Because of that, you're now expected to be more tolerant with the mute button. You know, and they don't realize that. They think you went to Nathan's, you just get muted. No, you don't. Actually, you get muted in the politics server, and this server, and that server, Geos, but they don't get muted as fast as Nathan's.
I mean, you might eventually. Let's be honest, I can't just reach across in the server and mute people if I have to.
Well, oh, you do, you will, yeah, but I'm just saying, they think it's, I'll use the term immediately again. They think you're just going to immediately get muted, but that isn't the case. They actually don't get muted as fast when they're over on FED.
Yeah, and the thing that really annoys me is when they are given time to speak and they complain about the mute button. I want to choke somebody. Like my eyeball wants to pop out of it. Like you've been given the chance to speak. People are hearing you, and you're going to talk about how nobody can hear you. What is wrong with you?
And they're going to talk when Nathan starts.
They've been fed rhetoric.
Same old tactics.
They've been fed rhetoric, so they feel aggrieved before they've even got here. And then as they're saying, yeah, I'm constantly getting muted. You're like, no, you've put a question. You're getting a response. In the middle of it, you started talking, so somebody's muted you. But then once the person's finished, you're taken off mute. And what are you going to do? Spend 20 minutes bleating about the fact that you couldn't interrupt that last discussion. That's really what they're saying. I was prevented from interrupting that last statement. Now I'm aggrieved. If I'd have been able to talk through him, I wouldn't have had to respond to this. So instead of responding to it, I'm going to moan about being muted. Much easier to moan about being muted.
Yeah.
Just on another note, I thought it was good today. We were continually asking for the globe proof, which we never get, obviously, and how they was held to task with that. I'd asked them a few times, chocolate 7 times, and then before they come in to ask a question, I think they was asked before we answered the question. do you agree that you live on a globe, and have you got some evidence to support that? I think that is good that we just keep tying them down on that even more than ever now, rather than just answer their questions.
Matthew learned.
I'm just glad I got. Sorry, John. I was just going to bring it. I'm glad I got. Have a contradiction.
We say that one more time, Chocolate. We missed the middle bit of it.
I think he was talking about the contradiction that the Earth's too big to measure, but somehow it's been measured. He was holding to task on that.
Yeah, he actually conceded that. That does sound like a bit of a contradiction. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, but then he wanted to use angular size to make claims about globy crap. Nah, man. Yeah, you ain't flying with that. You can't use perspective on a globe.
Yeah, he didn't acknowledge the Cartesian system used in his question, did he? But he did acknowledge chocolate almost so he could move on to his question about the moon.
Well, yeah, of course he ain't going to acknowledge the flat plane he's using to describe this from, and then turn around and asking you how it works on a flat plane. No freaking jerk off. Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, he's a very polite back pisser.
Yeah, he's a very, very polite back pisser. I love that terminology because I don't know if anybody else remembers this, but when I did used to go to football, as Brian asked me, I think the other day, what football team I supported. Back when I was a very young kid, so in the mid-80s, I'd go to the Birmingham City matches with my dad, and there was no seats. It was all standing, and people would piss into the stands during the game, with everybody just standing around them. So there is a good chance, although I never experienced this.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you. There's a good chance that you could literally turn around and someone would be quite literally pissing in your back. And because you're looking at them as they're doing it, they might just smile at you. I could imagine that happening. So when you say back pisser, I'm like, yeah. And it is that guy that's literally pissing on your clothes and then just smiles at you and carries on pissing.
You know what happens in the States?
I get you a shot.
Yeah, no question about it.
Never
Try
go to
that at the Philadelphia Eagles game.
Never go to Greece. You'll be horrified.
I've heard stories. Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
all their restaurants, they have big signs saying parking in the rear.
But yeah, the Matthew Learns has become such a complete pushover on anything he brings up now. Like he's just, I don't even know why there has to be some kind of what is that, masochistic desire to want to be beat down by flat earthers, like he's somehow taking penance for the globe. I don't know. It's weird.
He didn't really do that on this visit, though. I think he's trying to sort of two-step around getting told off, actually. Everything he said, he'd positioned in such a way that I'm like, lest I be a hypocrite about you being able to maintain your faith, I've got to agree with you. And I did. So, I don't know, he didn't get shouted down at all, did he? Maybe he did.
No, he did.
He did get told off by you. Yeah, he did. No, I'll take it back.
Me.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah, I was angry because the idea that you can believe what you want, I support that 100%. But the moment you start taking what is a flat earth and my position and trying to ask me how it works on a flat earth, yeah, you're stealing my lawnmower. No matter how polite you're being about it, you're still taking it. And that was what I was getting upset about. If they do it politely or they do it and they're a complete jerk about it, either way, they're still doing it.
Who came up with the horse rustling one? Someone in the middle of that show was like, "That's more like them stealing your horses." I turned it into so that you can claim that they're unicorns and horses aren't real. And then someone else said, yeah, they come in, they slap your wife, and then they take your horse. Tell you that horses aren't real.
That's what I mean. That's what they're doing. Every time, every question they ask us.
I love it. They can't quite friggin' believe it. In the politics today, it happened twice, where I'm saying, you've just used a flat earth measurement, haven't you? Height above Burj Khalifa, don't use that. And their only response is, I can still use that flat earth measurement. Yeah, I can still use it. No, you can't. They're so used to using our flat earth measurements.
Yeah, they're in shock.
They can't help themselves, can they?
Well, you should allow them to use it as long as as long as they with terms and conditions.
As long as what?
Right. Pay homage. Pay homage.
Yeah. That's what I say. Get on your knees and accept the flat earth that you're using if you're going to use it.
Yeah, they must say my globe wouldn't exist without the being flat.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Something like that.
yeah. Just an acknowledgement of the flat earth you're using, and then when they get it pointed out, it suddenly becomes a bad measurement. That annoys me.
Yeah, their measurement deniers. They are, in the plainest sense you can ever get to. Every single, when that guy challenged you on the altitude, right? And he's like, what are we going to use to measure it? Well, you know what? It doesn't matter. Any instrument that you use to measure altitude will be with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. It doesn't matter. Radar, altimeter.
That's why I don't understand why they keep going to that. It baffles me. It doesn't matter. You're right.
See the way that guy never came, obnoxious, never came, maybe he's on mute, but I never came back in. Because at the end there, when I was pointing out that elevation is not used, your elevation is inconsequential when you're using an artificial horizon. Most of these guys, they haven't learned the specifics about what they're claiming. They never do. And they think they have a gotcha. They think that because they're using a marine sextant, they might know that you're using a marine sextant, but they may not know that you're not using the Earth's horizon. Do you know what I mean? So they think they have a gotcha. And they think, this is the same as a globe, just because it's a hill. It's crazy. It's like, do you really think that's going to fly? A hill is not a globe. You know what I mean? It's crazy the way they do. They think this is a gotcha.
Yeah, what instrument do you use to get that height? Who gives a crap?
How does an altimeter work? How does an altimeter work? Go through the engineering of an altimeter, or we can't trust it.
Yeah, that's basically what they're saying. Like, they're reaching for shit now.
No, it's how do we prove globe? Ask how reality works. How does pizza work on a flat Earth? Like how do you operate an oven on flat Earth? Like this is where we're at right now.
How does pepperoni sizzle?
How do bears work on flat Earth?
No, it's even worse than that. They're asking us how a flat plane works on a flat plane.
Yeah. 2 miles, baby. You got
the Zach Starr video review was precious. I watched it again today, and that was pretty good. Where he was showing the digital flat line, and he zooms out or something. It's like, but it's not flat.
For the angles,
there's a curvature.
You mean for the angles to the lighthouses or something he'd got up, and he's got all these.
Yeah.
Reducing to
but there's one part in that, Nathan, that I don't quite get, and that is you've mentioned this a couple times. I can't quite wrap my head around it, and that is when you say you can't see the side of your own head. Maybe you could just elaborate on that. I'm trying to wrap my head around that concept.
Easy. So when they show you the diagram, right? If you imagine Earth curve mathematics, right? You've got you on the left-hand side of the picture, looking right with a line drawn to a Earth curve position below surface level. And then you've got a building beyond that Earth curve, and you're calculating how much is cut off by the Earth curve, right? So you understand that in the diagram, you've got you on the left and the building on the right. And the building, not to scale, they'll say, will be a 100-foot building sticking up just a little bit beyond the Earth curve so they can show you how much Earth curve blocks it from your perspective, right? You with me so far?
So far, I'm good.
Well, you're seeing the side of your own head, aren't you? In that diagram.
That's not how we see.
You're somewhere off in space, looking back at you, looking at the curve, looking at the building that hasn't changed inside. That's you looking at the side of your own head.
That's the part where I'm getting lost.
In the most literal of terms, can you understand that when you look at a horizon with your eyes, you see a line from left to right, but when you look at that diagram, you're looking at yourself in the picture, looking back at.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm getting it. All right. Very
what
funny.
Muppet vision?
Yeah,
that's not how we see.
A Muppet vision, exactly. Like you're holding a Muppet looking at the side of your own Muppet head.
Right. Okay. Now I get it. That's pretty funny, Nathan.
Can I ask another question?
I didn't know
How
that's
do you
the
see
first
it
one.
on a horizon orthographically?
How do you see? You don't see an orthographic horizon. It's just a single point then.
Yeah, horizons are dependent upon first-person perspective. The third-person perspective is only for measurements. Orthographic's only for measurements.
Third-person perspective.
Does the horizon rise to our level?
No. It appears to. But no, the dip from the horizon is you raising above the surface, and the horizon's formed with the surface that you've risen above. So there's a dip. It's subtle, but as you raise in altitude, the horizon forming the ground will drop below you, because it's the ground that's forming it, right? And you're rising above the ground. Coincidentally, that's where they extrapolate out Earth curve. So in that differential from eye level to the surface level that you've risen above is where they're going to extrapolate out Earth curve. That is Earth curve in mathematics, right? The dip between your eye
like
level and surface
that's
level.
where they extrapolate what they...
Say again, sorry?
Sorry, I thought you
right.
finished.
Say again.
Are you saying that that's where they get what they claim is the size of the Earth?
No, that's... Yes, they also extract radial value from that, yes.
It wasn't the initial way that they did it.
But you can.
No, they don't. They don't extract radial value from that.
No, it's you can though.
That would be a measurement. They don't have any measurements. No, the measurement of a dip to an horizon does not. Any dip to the horizon does not match a globe. No, the horizon is not the leading geometric edge of the globe. You can't use a dip to establish a globe. The globe is derived from the back engineering of flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris.
Yes.
I'm really confused. Why does Nathan's name light up for two different voices?
Sorry, I've got a panel full of people.
Right, okay. Are you on YouTube Live or something?
No. Anyway.
Well, I called in because what Nathan was saying was not correct.
I'm being called out for being wrong, right? Because I'm saying the Al-Biruni method of extraction of radial value does involve the dip to the horizon. Brian's saying, no, that doesn't give you the formation of a heliocentric globe. That's the minimum elevation down to Polaris. And Brian's correct. So me, red-faced, and being corrected by my own panel, that's what's happening. Rightly so.
Al-Biruni
where did they back engineer the
radial value from? That's the difference. The globe's geometric... See, Al-Biruni had a dip to a globe's geometric edge, but the globe's geometric edge only exists within their mass, and their mass exist below horizontal surface level. So any dip to anything, in reality, has no connection to a globe.
So where did they get the radial value that they're talking shit about?
Polaris.
They back calculated it from flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. That's what they got it from.
Yeah, you can do it in your kitchen, man. All you got to do
He just told you that.
Yeah, in your
I don't
kitchen,
know how to do it. How do
measure the angle.
How do you do that?
Hold on a second. You just measure the angle from the flat floor, right? You got to get, and you measure the angle from the flat floor. And then you measure a second angle from the flat floor. And you convert them to radians, those angles, right? And you figure the distance to the GP of the object you just measured from both positions, and then you can calculate the sphericity of your flat floor. No kidding. I've got a video on it.
But maybe it's just me all.
Hold on, just let the guy in G plus Discord respond. Go ahead. Or maybe not.
So were you saying for me to go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I didn't understand that at all. Well, I don't think there was enough information there. It's like you measure one angle and then you measure another angle.
I make it simpler for you. When you're measuring an elevation angle to Polaris, right? I won't go through the whole thing for you because I'd have to show you diagrams and stuff like that. But when you're measuring an elevation angle to Polaris, you're measuring a horizontal distance between you and the GP point of Polaris, which is the geographical position directly below Polaris. What they're doing is they're removing perspective from that. So Polaris is not appearing to drop or rise in the sky due to your position in relation to its GP point. It's staying exactly where it is, but there is a growing hill growing in front of you as you're going. Let's say you're going away from the GP point of Polaris. What they're claiming is that instead of Polaris appearing to rise or fall due to perspective, they're removing all perspective and saying you're actually going down over the curve of a globe Earth, increasing the size of the blockage between you and Polaris. And when you get to the equator, it's the last time you'll see Polaris, because at that point, when you go past the equator, you end up. It's not that it's a perspective issue. It's that once you go past the equator, you just can't see Polaris anymore because it's been blocked by Earth. So what they have to do is remove perspective from reality and insert Earth. That's the easiest way to describe
it. So how far away is Polaris for that to work then?
How far?
5,400 nautical miles.
Hold on, just repeat your question. What did you just ask?
How far away is Polaris?
No idea.
Oh yeah, we don't know about that. So I thought you meant to the GP part.
Yeah,
we have no idea.
That's why I asked him to repeat it. When we talk about the angular measurement, it's angle with respect to a plane with an angle and a degree number ascribed to it, but that doesn't tell you the height or the distance, unfortunately.
But to be able to work out that it's perspective that's making it go down as you move away from it,
I wouldn't say that.
Need to know that, or wouldn't you be able to calculate that from the fact that that's what it does?
I wouldn't say that. So I often challenge people when they do assert that the motion described with an angle, which is akin to perspective, it's similar, it's a description of an angle, but it isn't perspective because we're not experiencing them doing things that other items in physicality do with perspective descriptions in tow. The stars and the moon and the sun, they don't do that. So I would challenge anybody who does use the word perspective to describe it. It is ipso facto just an elevation angle measurement, and elevation isn't the height per se. It's the height in angle degrees. But that's it. That's all we've got. It's not perspective, though, I wouldn't say. I personally. Other people on my panel who haven't challenged me would say it. I'm not calling them out. They're entitled to do whatever they like and argue for that. But I don't say that it is perspective.
It is a contentious issue amongst flat earthers, but that doesn't.
I'll let him reply first. Hold on.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking is, let's just use basic, numbers to make me explaining what I'm trying to say easier. If you were directly below it, and then you moved, say, 100 miles away, and it dropped a certain amount, should you not be able to calculate how far away it is if it's not perspective and it's not curvature of the Earth?
No,
wouldn't that make it pretty simple math to calculate how far away it is?
Let me explain it to you. Right, this is the problem. You can't treat the celestial bodies like terrestrial objects. So you're not going to get the height of the star based off of knowing your distance from its GP point, like you will with a mountain. Even though you're still using an elevation angle, your process is different. You're still using an elevation angle, the Earth is still flat, but the process is different. The difference is that
why?
When you know the distance from a mountain, right? Your angle, and you'll need your distance from the mountain and your elevation, and then when you have those things, you can then use an angular size of the remainder of that mountain to determine the actual height of that mountain. That doesn't work with celestial bodies. The reason it doesn't work with celestial bodies and you use a slightly different process, is because when you rise in altitude, the celestial body appears to rise with you. So it doesn't.
Yeah,
so
but we're
let's
staying on
say
the ground.
if you take an angle to a celestial body at sea level, you take an angle to the same celestial body at the same time, 6 miles above in an airplane, the angle is exactly the same. Now that won't happen with a terrestrial object.
Just to make it, because I remember learning at school, like if you trying to work out the height of a tree, right? So we got a tube, so we were looking through this tube at 45 degrees angles from the ground. We had to use a little mirror, and when the tube was at 45 degrees and we could see exactly the top of the tree, we measured from the end of that tube on the ground, right, to the bottom of the tree. That distance was how high the tree was. So when you're at the 45th parallel or something, how far away are you from?
No, it doesn't work. You can't do that with celestial
from 90.
bodies.
Wouldn't that be how high?
No, it won't. It doesn't work. Celestial bodies are not terrestrial objects. They don't behave like terrestrial objects. We've been conditioned into believing that they're terrestrial objects, but they're not. You can't do that. You can't use that process with celestial bodies.
May I point out, though?
So what is the process?
The first method you described of using the tube utilize the Earth as a flat plane of reference to get your height from that surface level. Do you acknowledge that?
I was working on this assumption that if it was flat, it should make it even easier to measure the height of Polaris.
Not an if statement. It's not an if. You said what you did. You didn't if that. You did that, right? You use the surface of Earth as a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah, I used the surface of the moon, and I assumed it was flat. The surface of the Earth, and I assumed it was flat when I was talking to you. No, I made the assumption.
You didn't assume it. You didn't assume it.
I spoke as if I thought it was flat. I didn't use a curved head to.
Right. You didn't use a curve. You used the Earth as it is flat to get the angle to establish your height. Well, if you go to celestial navigation, you can do something similar by using the Earth as flat to get the angle to the star. But the difference is when you raise an altitude with respect to that tree, the tree will seem to drop in your vision. The stars and moon and sun, they don't do that. So you can't say that you can know the height of these things. It's just not possible.
But they do that. This is a confusing point. They do that. The angular free space between the Earth and Polaris, for instance, does recede to the point where Polaris ends up appearing to be at your horizon. But you can't use trigonometric function to determine the height of Polaris. Because let's just say you do use that, right? You determine the height of Polaris from sea level. Then you go up like 10,000 feet in the air and you do it again, right? You'll get the same angle as you got at sea level. So you can't determine the height of Polaris because it doesn't have a height. The higher you go, the higher it appears to go.
Because it's so far away.
Which is why you can do selection. 1 second. Which is why you can do selection navigation from an airplane. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do it. From an airplane, the angle, if I'm at 45 degrees, I'll make it simple. If I'm at 45 degrees north latitude and I'm taking an angle to Polaris and I'm on the ocean, right? If there's an airplane flying above me, right, and the navigator in the airplane is taking an angle to Polaris, they also get 45 degrees. Yet they're 6 miles above me. That doesn't work with terrestrial objects. But with celestial objects, it do. So you can't.
And one answer for that would be it's so far away that we can't notice the difference. That would also be.
But there you go. That would be a claim. But that would be a claim of distance that you can't support.
Plus, Brian, if you're going to go down that logic, like, so you can get, you've got a 90-degree angle, you're going to associate height to it. Then what happens when you get a 2-degree angle from the same star? Has it now changed height?
Sorry, I didn't get that. So you've got it at a 90-degree angle, so it's straight above you, and then what do you do?
I'm saying if you're presuming that you can get a height from a star at different angles, then the height of the star is going to be changing all the time. But does it at 2 degrees? Is it just above the Earth's surface, and then at 90 degrees it's at a different height? It doesn't work like that. It's what Brian's saying.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. But it should, shouldn't it, on a flat Earth?
You don't see. You're not looking for the height. When you see, this is the thing. You keep asking us about the height of Polaris. That is not part of celestial navigation. You're not worried about the height of Polaris. You just need an apparent height above the Earth that doesn't matter to you, right? To gain a horizontal distance from its GP point. That's all you're doing with celestial navigation. That's what you're looking for. That horizontal distance.
No, it didn't have to be Polaris, specifically. But Polaris is very easy to use because it's directly above the North Pole. It's at 90 degrees, so it's an easy one to talk about, and it's in the same place,
But they all do the same thing, except for the rest of them move. Polaris doesn't move. That's why it's the easiest one to use as an example.
Yeah. So it wasn't specifically about Polaris. It should work with any.
Hold on, before we go on, can we address the fact that both of these methods require a horizontal plane of reference to get the angle, whether you're doing it terrestrially or celestially?
On a globe, you can't use that method to calculate the distance to Polaris.
For sure.
But on a flat Earth, you should be able to, I would have thought.
Yeah, well, you're all wrong. Because you can't. You can't measure the height.
Yeah, so then that leads into another couple of... Yeah, I've asked a couple of times, why can't you treat them the same? Like, who said that? What's the reasoning behind it?
Because as you rise up, the mountain doesn't rise with you. If you're taking an angular size of a mountain from sea level, when you go up in the air, there's the mountain that rises up with you. No, it doesn't. So your angular size change, the angle that you get to the top of the mountain is going to change. So if the mountain is, let's say the mountain is 10,000 feet high, and you're making an angular size to it from 15 miles away at sea level. When you rise up 5,000 feet, the angle to the top of that mountain is going to change. With the celestial bodies, it doesn't change.
Okay, I see that.
Exactly
okay, so that's then we ended up.
You can't measure height to them because there is no height.
But that's the observation isn't exclusive to flat Earth.
Absolutely, it is.
Absolutely, it is.
Horizontal. Yeah, horizontal.
No, it's not.
That's not a curved surface.
If it was 100 gazillion miles away, like the globe Earth says it is, it also wouldn't change its angle.
No.
Yeah,
it fits the globe model. It's not exclusive to flat Earth.
No. The globe model. There's no such thing as a globe model. First of all, the assertion.
Yeah, there is, and it answers everything.
Infinite distance. No, there's not.
Can you produce this globe model that you're claiming?
Yeah, fine. Yeah, let's go.
You said it was.
If you want to contest it, fine. Let's see the globe model.
Oh, me? Do you want me to show you the globe model?
You literally interrupted him in the middle of his statement to tell him that there was a globe model. I'm saying, okay. You felt compelled to tell him. Let's see it then.
I don't have to actually produce it. You guys don't know the globe model.
Yes.
Oh, do I not?
Well, can't we just go, yeah, it's the one that we all think I'm going to say.
No need to actually show the Emperor's magical clothing. Just don't need to show it, right?
All right. No. I'll do that.
Can we just move on with you not showing it then? So we know there isn't one. We're saying there isn't one. You said there was when you interrupted.
No, sorry. If you're going to say that I can't produce it when I don't, and just say, you know exactly what I'm going to pull out.
No, we didn't.
Can we
that.
just
we
go?
We
know what he's going to pull out, so we'll just assume he has. But no, we can't go with that. So
there isn't one.
I'll
is what we said,
out.
Dude. There isn't one. There isn't no globe model. It's just this apparition that people think exists, and then when we challenge them like you to produce it, you'll say things like, "I don't have to." No, there isn't one. Or we'd have.
I said I will.
Go on then.
I said I will. It's a
Excellent.
25,000 mile globe.
Excellent. Let's see it.
23 point. 4-degree angle.
Sorry, is this you producing the model that doesn't exist?
I'm just trying to look for a picture of it.
Picture of it? Pictures won't have a bent pseudo-Riemannian fourth-dimensional space-time geometry incorporated into them. How could it possibly be looking for a picture? We want a model, not a picture. Model that you said. You were compelled to interrupt a man to say that we got this. You're now interrupting
model doesn't
me.
have to be physical.
You're now interrupting me. Just say it again.
Model doesn't have to be physical.
Hopefully without interruption. You felt compelled to interrupt Brian to tell him there was a globe model when he said there wasn't. There isn't, or we'd have had it already. Now, if you're saying there is, and then you say, I'm going to go and get a picture of it, and I respond, that won't have bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry incorporated into it, will it now? No, is the answer. But we'd like the model or a concession from you that there isn't one, like we've already asserted and you disagreed with in the middle of a man's sentence, because you were compelled.
Right, and the reason you were compelled to do that is because the celestial sphere is a flat plane model, or diagram. It's a flat plane diagram that you will put up straw men against to try to claim the Earth's not flat by saying nonsensical statements.
Sure. A model doesn't have to be a physical model. You do realise that.
Can we see that model?
Well, it does.
Are you going to speak the dummy at them interrupting me?
You guys have got him to this point. I can't just let him tell us what it isn't, because the last guy did that in the politics survey. Same thing we had it earlier today, mate. You don't know that, so I'm not going to take it out on you. But we had a similar thing earlier, where when we asked somebody to give us the model and they didn't, they started telling us what a model didn't have to be. Now, I don't need to be told what it isn't or what it doesn't need to be.
You told me how to pull out a physical model.
Either show it us, the globe model, or accept there isn't one. That's your two choices. Not tell me what it will be or what it doesn't have to be. That's not satisfactory. I already know that there isn't one. You challenge.
Oh, tell me what it is then.
Saying that.
If you won't be told what it can and can't be, why don't you tell me then, so I know exactly what I need to bring?
Okay, I will. There isn't a globe model. It just doesn't exist. It's a stupid idiot's notion that's never backed, never proven, and when we ask it, we get shit like this where we're told what it doesn't have to be, rather than just giving it us.
There's nothing I can produce.
You could try and produce it, and we'll have a look.
Hang on. Nathan, hang on.
But whatever I pull out, you're going to say that's not the model.
I know you're asking us.
Have you done that? Let's see what you've got. Again, you're telling me what I won't accept literally 5 seconds after I'm telling you that that's what the last man did. Rather than tell me what I won't accept, let's see what you've got and we'll critique that.
Fair enough. Right, talk amongst yourselves and I will get back to you.
Awesome.
Right. Well,
we don't need your permission to talk amongst yourselves. You're not the boss of that.
It was a school teacher joke.
It was rhetorical. We get it. No worries. Off you pop. I'm sure you'll come back with an exceptional globe model. It'll have a molten iron core in it. It'll have gravity, both kinds. Excellent. I'm sure you'll do well.
And please make sure you incorporate the near infinite angle to the stars within this model.
You just told him that. You've already given the game away in that regard. That's the celestial sphere model that the globe pretends to be. And that's measuring a flat plane inside a globe that's pretending to have a surface you're not measuring things from.
Yeah, but the celestial sphere is not a model and it doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's not a model. It's a diagram, and it's taking... it's warping what we experience to fit into...
I like the... It's the Brian is so freaking pedantic, but he's so right, and I can't disagree with him. So I'm going to have to put a string of caveats together on the fly to satisfy Brian.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not disagreeing with him. It's a diagram that's created to show a relationship between angles, but they deform the angles 20 degrees above the horizon to make it into a hemisphere. It's not even a good diagram.
Hi, does anybody have a distance in miles of the circumference of the equator on the flat Earth?
any evidence that you live on a globe?
Well, hold on a minute. You can't just ask us that with the equator. The equator's measured with respect to a flat plane. Shut up.
Oh, I know you said you measured it from Polaris to the equator.
Well, I can give you the nautical miles.
I was wondering about
give you a nautical miles
of the equator on the flat Earth.
But what's the point?
Do you know, Brian?
You're a troll. So what's the point in giving you anything? You didn't even know what sea level was.
Oh, do you have an answer, Brian?
I can give you a nautical mile answer, yes. But I'm not going to.
Oh, of the circumference? What about the statute?
Could you tell me what sea level is? Could you tell me what sea level is? Sorry, oil level. Tell me what oil level is.
No, I'm asking about the circumference. If you don't have it, it's okay.
What?
Just say you don't
no,
have
I have it. I'm just not giving it to you. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you that.
Okay.
You tell me what is oil level?
You're not giving. It doesn't matter.
What's oil level? Okay.
You're not giving.
What's oil level and how is it utilized? What's oil level? How is it established and how is it utilized?
If you don't want to give it to me, it's fine.
I don't.
Yeah, we're not going to waste our time. Why would he waste his time? Yeah, but why would you waste your time, Brian? This dude ain't working. Yeah, he's ridiculous. He's asking us about a concept that is measured with respect to a flat plane and then talking about some nebulous globe that doesn't exist. They haven't got any proof for. It's just some weird thing they throw out there. No, go away. No one wants to talk to you.
I asked for the circumference of the equator on flat Earth.
Who cares what you asked for? Who cares what you asked for? You couldn't even define oil level yesterday.
High point.
Oil point, yeah.
If you don't have
do you agree that oil level exists? Do you think oil level exists, or are you saying that it's only a concept?
I'll ask somebody else, Brian. You don't seem to know it, Brian. It's okay.
Oh, I know it. I'm just not telling you. You don't deserve it. I want you to stay ignorant. I want you to stay in ignorance. The things I know about the situation, but maybe other people here on the panel don't even know. And I don't mind telling them, but I'll tell them when you're not around.
It's a secret.
You don't deserve information. You are these people who go and ask people for information that you don't deserve to have.
Must be a big
You deserve to be ignorant because that's the troll you are. Trolls deserve ignorance.
I had to bear on a different name.
Yeah, I would love to hear how he measures the equator on a globe. Why don't you roll on with that genius shit, dude?
We're talking about the flat Earth. I was asking about that.
Yeah, because we all know it's flat. Yeah, like that other show that you were telling us about how Earth was measured flat with the sextant. You're all for talking about how Earth measured flat.
Oh, yeah, remember that.
Yeah, he'd go and get the number if he could be bothered. He's just too lazy.
I was just asking about the circumference, that's all.
Maybe Hayuka's got a globe model.
Circumference of what? What we're measuring to get this circumference?
Circumference of the equator on the flat Earth.
The equator's derived from Polaris.
I know. I heard you say so.
On a flat Earth, it can't be on anything else. It's two-dimensional.
Right.
The equator's two-dimensional.
So we ain't living inside a globe.
I was just asking for the value of the circumference on the flat Earth.
I'm not interested in giving it to you.
You had it in nautical miles, but
I want you to stay ignorant and not know.
I can multiply by 1.1508, Brian. It's okay. You could give it to me in nautical miles. I know how to measure it.
It's a low blow.
Well, I specifically said nautical miles for a good reason, and I'm not telling you what that reason is.
Dude, he just said that multiplication is measurement.
Right, well done.
He is not worth speaking to.
Did Adam join? Can we hear Adam? Just to check we can actually get sound from him. Can you hear us, Adam? Oh, the lights come on, but nothing's coming out. Oh, there we heard him. Hello.
You got me?
Yep,
there
brilliant.
we go.
Hey, Adam.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Are you still hearing yourself?
No.
That's jolly good.
Switched it to the SL2. I saw the diary was on about, and I've just turned it straight to USB. So perfect, mate. I think if you're in agreement.
Yeah, you sound good. Adam's got a new mic and desk. This is Adam on his new mic and desk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oakley. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
We've had a
I have a question.
Kissing Adam.
Oh no, we got a new fish. New fish. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm not that new, but just about the whole equator and the distance thing. if miles are linear, can you even have a value of a distance of a circumference if it's curving?
Yeah, the establishment of miles is linear.
No, he's got a good point.
So,
he's got a good point.
Yeah,
if you said 24,000, if you said no, go ahead, Brian. Go ahead.
the establishment of
Yes, in a one-word answer.
nautical kilometers, etc., is linear. But you can bend them, but not when you're talking about a straight line distance. You're not bending them then, especially on a two-dimensional plane. Like the distance between the GP point of Polaris and somebody at 45 degrees north latitude. That's a two-dimensional plane. You don't bend that. That's a horizontal distance.
Right. You never bend it. You use it as the straight line distance as an arc to create the equator from the GP point of Polaris. That circle that you create is what they're going to say is the outside circumference of their ball.
Yeah, but you can't.
But
you can't give it in miles.
No, you can't.
Right. He's saying, could you give that in miles?
Right.
No. I think is the answer.
Yes, you could.
Why?
You could give it in miles because you can use pi to establish what that circumference would be.
No,
but that doesn't mean...
But when you give it in miles, it then becomes malformed by the description of a mile, does it not?
Yeah, well, it's a calculation.
You're just talking about the
ways.
Hold on, Brian.
Right,
Go ahead, John.
but if you're just talking about the distance traveled by the radius from that point, you can give that in miles, but they'll only be with respect to a linear distance. And the linear distance is that radius.
Okay. Go ahead, Brian.
You can measure straight line distance, and you can then create a circle out of that distance because of geometry, right? And you know that straight line distance is a radius. You can do that, right? You don't need to measure the curve. And you know that in a circle, like you can use miles in a circle, but the mile itself is a straight line distance. And when you're talking about 2 points on a two-dimensional plane, which is like an XY grid, or the latitude and longitude grid, which is a polar grid, right? You're talking about straight line distances. So at all times, the establishment of a kilometer, a mile, or nautical mile, they're all straight line horizontals.
Yes,
That's the way they're established.
So to answer your question, while you can extrapolate and ascribe the word mile to the circumference derived from a minimum elevation angle to give you an outside edge of their ball in your question, but I would suggest that it's malformed to detail that circular measurement or calculation or extrapolation, whatever you want to call it, as miles. That seems, now you've asked the question, to be malformed. I've got to be honest. Good question.
Well, see, we have a half-mile track here at Bristol, Tennessee. Maybe it's a quarter mile. It's either a half mile or a quarter mile, and it's one big circle.
Yeah, it just seems wrong now he's asked that question. It doesn't change that we use it regularly. If I was to describe a ring road and start my odometer at the beginning of my journey around the ring road, that's perfectly reasonable, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Other than Bushell's pointing out that linear distance suddenly makes no sense when you're describing a circumferential value. And he's right, isn't he?
But that distance is only...
It's okay to give it in a linear distance.
Only with respect to the radius, and that's what affixes your curve. It's not a line, it's a curve, but the curve is with respect to the straight line. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, how you can do it mathematically.
Just looking for the distance, that's all, around the equator on the flat Earth.
Around necessitates a flat plane. Please stop.
Oh, I don't care about that. I'm just asking for the measurement. That's all. You can call it
well, it wouldn't be a measurement. That's the thing, right? It'd have. Oh.
Yep. It's a measurement. Okay. Yeah. From one point right round to
the circumference is a calculation, not a measurement.
Yeah. Not a measurement.
Calculation. The
What is
elevation
the
angle at its
circumference?
minimum is the measurement for Polaris. If
Oh,
you're trying to extrapolate the
to
equator.
the circle
But that's something that's been
of the
extrapolated.
equator.
Oh my God, is it just me or am I answering him while he's telling me something new in the middle of the answer? That's not something that we've measured to extract some circumferential value from. That's something that the Roman Catholic Church utilised to extrapolate out a circumferential value. But that's not me. I don't need it. It's not some part of some flat Earth assertion I made.
Well, it is. It is, Nathan. We're talking about the latitude and longitude because the equator is part of that.
I didn't make those.
Okay,
I mean, they
that's-
ipso facto
yeah.
are flat, and I'm never going to disagree
You
with
have
that
a
fact.
latitude.
But I haven't
You have a
made them.
latitude at the equator.
What about
Yeah,
it?
the equator is the latitude. Yeah, two-dimensional.
I was asking what the distance, the length of the circumference of that circle is. That's all.
Why would you be asking
What's
us
the
that?
distance?
What you want
Why
to
would
do
you
the
want to know?
calculation?
Can you not figure that out yourself?
So based on so you were taking a minimum.
I'm just
of,
asking for you.
I'm just clarifying what you're asking, right? So we want a minimum angle to Polaris, so we can extract the distance to the GP in miles, and then calculate out the outside edge circumferentially. But that's never going to be a measurement. You appreciate that's always going to be a calculation, right?
Oh, it's an equator. It's a circle. A latitude goes all the way round.
That's complete non sequitur. Do I need to repeat what I've just
If you
said?
were
or
to
mute you
navigate-
permanently because you're now
if you
talking
were to
me?
navigate-
Yeah, I'm going to mute you.
hang on.
Yeah, you're going to be removed. Bye bye.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not going to respond to anything you
he's not gonna
say. He's
respond.
just going to
piss off.
That's why I'm going to give him anything. He's just going to waste your time. That's all the guy's ever going to do.
asked
All I
him
want to do is hear about what he has to say about all
conclude.
that.
He's asking us for a measurement of the circumference that we call the equator in a heliocentric extrapolation. We don't necessarily use that. It is used.
No, that's incorrect, Nathan. That's wrong.
It is used. It's not as. I haven't used it. It's not mine.
You have. When you mentioned the latitude and longitude grid, you're talking about the equator also, which is one of the latitudes.
Yeah, but I
Latitudes
haven't.
are circles.
You're missing what I'm saying. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, or I don't acknowledge it, or accept it, or use it as a flat Earth proof. Even I'm saying it's not mine.
But it doesn't belong to anyone. It's a calculation. What's your point?
Yeah, no, there isn't one beyond. It's not mine. That's just how latitude is ipso facto used flat, like you keep putting to him. But when I ask him to acknowledge that the measurement to the GP of Polaris at a minimum can then be calculated into the outside edge in miles, but it's always a calculation, and he says something like it's just a circle, it's obfuscating. He's no longer engaging in a response, so he can get lost.
Because what's going on here is he has another thing he wants to bring in later to do with compasses, because he thinks he has a point, not understanding, because he's not understanding compasses. This all comes back to his time over on beds, or somewhere similar, right? They think they have some gotcha. All they have is gotchas that they don't understand. That's all they have. Generally, that's all they have. If they stop trying to looking for gotchas and actually have a conversation with us, an honest conversation with us, you know what I mean? There might be some progress made, if possible.
Yeah, they can't.
But they don't. They just want to have a gotcha.
Exactly, they're not interested in engaging in an honest conversation, because at the point that you get to, like just then, that you go, okay, well, I understand your question. You're asking for the outside edge equator value in miles and how it's measured and what it would be. So we need to get some acceptance that we can only extrapolate that through calculation. Now, we can measure things like Polaris's minimum. That is what's measured for this system that I will use to prove a flat Earth. But like he kept saying to John or you, oh, I don't want to go over that. Who cares? It's like, what, you only want the gotcha? Well, no, if you're not going to acknowledge where your gotcha's going to fail, that's to say that we're going to have to calculate this, aren't we? It's like, no, the repetition's not going to get rumpused. He'll be removed. Bye-bye.
I mean, when I talk to guys, they always, or often, they come up with this argument. Look, I can measure a basketball, so we can measure the Earth. And it took me, it took me a while to wrap my head around that one, because no, most people, even myself for a long time, I did not realize that Earth cannot be measured like a baseball. Like a basketball in front of me, because we have, it is not the way it is measured, because we cannot measure it that way. We don't have the means to. And then they come with the famous, but there's this
that's
photograph.
incorrect. That's completely incorrect. It's completely incorrect. You couldn't be more incorrect.
Well, make his point.
No, because he's after already being
Well, he
incorrect.
hasn't made it to be correct or incorrect yet.
He has.
He just said he realised it. Well, okay. I think you're being a bit hard.
Go on. Keep making the point.
Carry on, Mickey.
Well, anyway, so then they come with the photograph from space, okay? Where do you see the Earth? So somehow in the back of their minds is inscribed this thing that we can measure the Earth the same way that we would a basketball. And so the question is, can we? And I would say I've always been making the argument that no, that's not the way it is measured, because, basketball, we could actually take a tape measure around it and measure it or cut it up. And, there's ways there would be ways to measure it. We would have tools to measure it, which we appear to not have when it comes to the Earth.
Yeah, we do.
It is not measured that way.
Yeah? That's the second time after bringing up that horseman. That's completely incorrect. Now, if I'm left alone and not interrupted, I'll give you the correction. We have all the things we need to measure the Earth. We have all the tools and abilities we need to measure the Earth as a globe. When we measure the Earth, it is obviously not a globe. It's measured as a horizontal plane with topography at vertical heights above and below that horizontal plane. That's what the Earth is. Not that we couldn't measure it if it was a globe. We could. It's just not a globe. End of story.
Makes sense. I think that
I
did kind of puzzle over why Brian was stopping you, but it does make sense now why he was stopping you, because you're saying, no, it's not like we lack the ability to measure it as a globe, which is kind of what you were asserting. And
Yes,
Brian's
we
saying,
do.
No, we don't lack the ability to measure it as a
Yes,
globe. If
we
it was
do.
a globe, we'd measure it as a globe. We just don't.
Yes, we do.
We do lack the ability to measure it
We don't have the
spherically.
ability to measure it. Okay. So if we're going to calculate a circumference, okay, or measure a circumference, it's exactly as the gentleman said. You take a string method and you run it round, and then you take that piece of string and you stretch it out straight and say the circumference is equal to this straight line linear distance. That's how we do it for a basketball. Or we can do the other way, which is to calculate it. Now, at this point, when we calculate it, we need to measure other things, either a diameter or a radius. And this is the point where I would say, no, you can't even measure your Earth, even if unless you had a really, 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 really Darwinian bit of string that would stretch all the way around your equator line. You could bring it back together, and then you could measure that. Or the alternative is to calculate it having measured R or the diameter, something else impossible for you to do.
Yeah, but that's incorrect, Adam. Because one second, I just want to say something to Adam. Sorry, just a moment. I need to respond to Adam. If we did measure the equator, that wouldn't make it a globe. That's just a circle.
So fundamentally, it's impossible to measure it as a globe because it's measured as a flat plane.
Yeah,
it's not a globe.
If the horizon was the geometric edge of that globe, then we might be able to establish a radius that we then could calculate out as circumference of the globe. But it's not.
No, that's calculating a radial value based on you measuring a circumference. That's not, like I say, I don't think that's feasible to do. It's not a basketball. I can't just wrap a bit of string around it, yeah, and then extrapolate that as a measurement. And therefore, conversely, the only way I can then to do it is to calculate it, and I have to in 2025 realize I'm never going to measure a diameter because I can't go to the vacuum of space to take a picture to measure it from, and I certainly can't go to the center of hell and take a ruler all the way to there to get a radial value. But to me, it is an impossibility for them to be able to claim that they've measured any of these things. So because of scale, if nothing else, and you know.
Oh, don't do the scale thing because that's one of my favorite things from what was that crazy lady from the? She's real famous with the
Karen B?
heliocentrist. No. She's famous with the heliocentrist. She has that funny accent, and she's talking about the entropy of
Sabine
information.
Hosselfelder. Sabine
Yes.
Hosselfelder?
Yeah. That's my favorite response she gives is a scale issue.
Candace Owens.
Oh.
She's not popular with the bloggers.
You know, what was a real pain in the ass back in the day? You guys just reminded me of this. Was that there were times where I had to measure road distance, and it's not as the crow flies, right? It'd be a windy roads and shit. The way you do it on a map is a straight edge. You'd have to get a straight edge and hack it, right? You'd just measure short distances to the curve of the road, then you'd hack it, right? You'd put a little hack mark on your straight edge, and then take the straight edge and turn it, keep turning it around curves and go with the hatch marks, and then continue on as long as that road went. I used to get so irritated doing it, right? And that's how we used to do it.
You know why that is, John? I bet you do.
Yeah, because it's a linear, you got to measure linear distance.
Right, there's no curved lines in geometry.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
I thought I'd bring that up. You guys were talking about
But we
that,
do
right?
agree that if we were to take a tape measure and wrap it around the equator, that in no way would prove that we're measuring a globe. We could be simply be measuring a circle. So
that's all you are measuring.
That's true, and it's impossible to do that. That's just conceptual rhetoric. Right?
If I plane along the equator, notice that you're not veering left or right at all, and calculate your time and speed. When you get back to the same point,
nobody
you
flies
use your time
along
and
the
speed to
equator.
calculate the distance.
Nobody flies
It
along
is
the
impossible. It's not impossible.
Conceptually, yes, but it would be highly inaccurate. That size, jeez, that's ridiculous.
Well, it would be inaccurate in the 70s, but we have really precise computers and stuff now that can measure exactly what the speed and altitude and everything of the plane was. You could quite adequately calculate how far you would
You have
exactly
computers.
how far you
You've
travel.
got computers now. Okay, well, show an example of this.
An example of what?
Linear
Of
distance
what
being
you
measured.
just said.
What the things can calculate how far we've traveled using speed.
No, I want to know. I want to
time.
know the size of the equator by your method right there. Has it been done?
Yes.
Really?
Let's see it.
Who did this?
What do you mean? Let's see it.
Oh, it's going to be like the globe model that we don't need to see. Tell us how we don't need to see this.
I didn't say you don't need to see it. I was astounded that you demanded to see it. But I'm producing it for you.
Can you show us or not?
Okay.
We didn't demand to see it, but actually the actual sequence of events is that I said, and John said, that the original globe model, and you disagreed and said there was. So we asked you to produce it. As you claimed it was. That's what.
Did he get it?
Yeah. I can't help but think that you know it's ridiculous. You know exactly what I'm going to produce. You guys know what the globe model is.
That's not today with us.
That would be told that we know what he's going to produce. How about you produce it?
I'm thinking
Yeah,
a
well,
really,
it's taking
really long
a
bit
bit
of
of time.
string is what
10
you're
to
gonna
3 in the
produce.
morning here.
You got those infinite distance to stars on that model, right?
Oh, and most things, Quench.
I only asked because that pertains to the discussion we were having when you brought up globe model. We were talking about the stars having an infinite. I believe that was your claim as a near infinite distance. So you're going to produce some model.
No, I don't. In real life, I don't ever use the word infinite, and I don't understand when they say the point of the before the Big Bang there was an infinitely small particle.
You did it
I don't
again.
understand infinite. I just
said you don't use it, and then you used it twice in the same sentence.
The Big Bang.
You're being obtuse.
You're going to produce the model with the stars that are really, really, really far away, then, right? Since we're not going to say near infinite.
No, it's a globe model, not a universe model.
You know the distance.
Oh, so why did you bring it up? Why did you bring it up when we were talking about the stars? That doesn't make sense now.
The universe is the heliocentric universe is part of the globe model.
Uh-oh.
But the Copernican models come from flat Earth measurements in the first instance, right? We've been discussing them the whole time, like angles to Polaris for the equator, things like that. They form the mathematics that creates the idea that you can have a globe reified from this mathematics. They're all flat Earth in the first instance.
Keplerian, I think you mean, Nathan.
What did I say?
Copernican.
I meant Keplerian.
But we are measuring flat.
Yeah, always. To create the globe
We
model.
are measuring flat. So the basketball is not measured flat, but we are measuring our surface flat.
Yeah.
The basketball's a good example. No.
Can you show me one of those measurements? I've never actually seen one.
You either take a straight line, linear measurement to calculate the circumference, okay? Or you take a piece of string and you wrap it around your basketball, and then you stretch it out so it is a straight linear distance for you to then measure. Either way, it's a linear distance. You may have wrapped it round a ball, but to measure it, you're going to have to lay it out straight or calculate it. Doesn't matter which.
First of all, that is one sexy mic.
I think.
Number two, didn't you just go over this?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, about 30 seconds ago.
Adam QE, what up?
Be working really
Good
slow
job.
today.
I tell you what does look sexy is G Plus and all us guys, all our icons and logos look lovely. Is that the same for you? Is it only if you update?
No, that is correct. They have increased the resolution in G Plus and improved how it functions. They made a whole bunch of changes.
Looks really nice.
Yeah, I'm also pretty convinced. I didn't want to say it. Now you've said it though. I'm pretty convinced they've increased the resolution of the audio as well. So everything about G Plus is slightly better than it was.
The resolution of the audio.
Yeah, they've increased the bit rate that they allow it to
jump
use.
on him.
Yeah, the bit rate.
Oh God,
increased,
please,
I think.
Please don't, Brian. Okay.
Oh yeah,
I believe you encouraged him like that. Brian.
What the panel are now doing is saying to Brian, "How dare you repeat his last statement about something technical with an upward inflection, you bastard!"
Yeah. Open invite to describe that. Please give me more details. Explain it to me, Nathan.
Jeez. Let me get my tack hammer first. Okay.
Hey Nathan, did you mean resonance?
Resonance?
No, he didn't.
Resolution.
So
you're just doing it on purpose now. Quit it.
That's what he's doing. So, Adam, why wasn't that sexy mic around my show the other day? What's the excuse this time?
I've had member of staff. I've been really busy, so member of staff done. I was working late, listening to Forrest. But I didn't. I had the mic. Did I have the mic? Yeah, I had the mic, but I didn't have the desk to make it work. So I got a desk, and then I got another desk from Nathan because I didn't know he'd ordered me one. But it's lucky he did because the one I got, we tried last night, and I come out of my own speakers. So then I've plugged it in, and
I would have been able to
it.
figure that out. It's just on the one I've got you. I know exactly how to do it with like there's a wet and dry version of the signal. The wet version being you and a mix of the USB audio, and the dry being just USB audio.
But either way, I'm good to go moving forward. It's brilliant, Nathan. So,
well, this is my favourite thing on it. Right, this is the last I'll say on it.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
One thing.
Just stop, Nathan. Just stop. Just stop.
One thing.
Right,
on the big knob, Adam.
we're done.
Hold on, QE. Don't rumpus. One thing, Adam. On the big knob.
No. It's what do you think? You think this is your show?
I could finish in 10 seconds if you just yield. Adam, on the big knob, what number does it go up to? The big volume knob.
it goes up to. That's what my question was. Monitor level. I don't know what that does. It goes up to 11, but I don't know what it does. I'm spinning it up and down now.
That's the volume knob. The volume knob goes up to 11. That's right.
What? So if I talk now, I'm super loud, am I?
No, that's you're turning up. Which one? The big massive one is the one I'm talking about.
The big blue one.
Yeah, that goes.
You're talking about the one on the SSL2 Plus.
Yeah,
it's not doing. I'm
Adam's
spinning it
isn't
now.
a plus,
I'm not
but
doing
yeah,
it with it.
I bought Adam the same desk as me, an SSL2.
Lovely. I'm using the same one.
Yeah, it's a good desk.
The SSL2 Plus. That's really good.
Yeah, that's what I've got.
All right, you gonna have that sexy mic on the show tomorrow?
Have we got a show tomorrow?
Yeah.
No, it's the first Saturday of the month.
Yeah, but we got rained out.
Oh, what time? 8 o'clock. That's okay.
Did we have Ballbusters last week?
Yeah, we're doing it this week because I got rained out.
I don't know what that means.
I just want to say that
it's raining.
He
Why
can't
would you
shoot.
say something in the middle
Brian,
of
keep
our
going, keep going.
discussion? Why would you want to say something when I'm fucking talking to him? Just relax.
Go ahead, Brian. Keep talking.
What the piss? So you don't understand rained out, that you're having a hard time comprehending that?
It's a show that we do every other Saturday, and it's a digital show. The rain is inconsequential. None of this makes sense to me.
Okay, let me explain it to you. See, I plan these things ahead, and I say, well, listen, I got shoots on this date and this date, and then I plan Ballbusters accordingly. But you have to be flexible because we got a real frog swashler today and tomorrow over like 8 inches of rain. So it's going to be, he just canceled it. I wasn't going anyway. But since you wouldn't let me into the show past 2 days, right? I got to tell you that Ballbusters is a go now. Got it?
Yeah, the bit I didn't get was the bit where you were like, it's consequential because you're getting rained out. So you need everyone to be flexible based on when you exercise your leisure in shooting, correct?
Yes.
Nathan, I'm failing to see where he's being unreasonable here. What's going on?
You're right. I should have accepted a long time ago the world does revolve around Quantum Eraser. I'm stupid and I'm an idiot.
I don't want to side with QE, but in all fairness, he laid this quite clearly. First 2 Saturdays of every month are definitely not on as long as there's a shoot on. If there isn't, then it's back. I knew this, hence why I said, but it's the first Saturday of the month. And now I understand. The only confusion was we'd say it's rained off, not rained out.
It's rained
like a golf
off?
game. Bloody hell! Why don't you speak English? Like in golf. So, now that makes sense as an analogy. It didn't make sense to me till Adam said that. I'm lying.
Oh,
kidding me?
You kidding me?
Are we rained
kidding
in?
me?
Are we rained in currently? It's very humid.
Excuse me, QE. I left something in the thing. Was that the orthographic thing you were looking for with the man inside?
If it is, it's an audio one. That's actually audio. Did you know?
What are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about?
Audio reference. So that's a horizontal plane. all roads lead to a flat Earth, D-Rose, and even if you're looking at sound and the diagrammatical examples thereof, they still reference a flat plane. So if you look at that diagram you've dug out, the angle's coming from his ear, not his eye. You look.
No, it's not the one. It's not the one I was looking for.
Thank you, Kiwi. Thank you.
But it's still, that's a sound one. I found that whilst looking for sound references, and I'm like, oh, right, so they still use, I mean, it makes perfect sense, obviously, they still use a horizontal plane of reference. That's never going to change if you're describing it with respect to sound or vision or anything. It's still just a horizontal plane. But by chance, that one is drawn from his ear, if you look.
Oh, I looked at it. Yeah, you're right. They got like a cross. Okay, I didn't even pay attention to that.
Yeah,
It looks like the guy from Hellraiser.
Yeah, Pinhead, yeah.
Right, that's how we describe our reality, is with that. We describe it a Cartesian system, but it's XYZ coordinates. You know, it's just, that's how we describe things to other people. It's necessitated because of how reality is.
Yep, doesn't just apply to vision, it applies to sound.
And yes, underneath it, you do remind me of Chef Ramsay from Fox's Hell Kitchen, Nathan. The way you berate blurfs, it's like the way he berates people in their kitchen when their kitchen are below standard of health inspection and stuff like that. And he goes in where the TV has to bleep him often.
Yeah, he's holding up some mould from some dirty fridges going in, and he's like, you dirty, filthy pig! You filthy pig! You're gonna kill someone, you filthy pig!
But it's justified.
Are you saying Nathan is the Gordon Ramsay of flat Earth? Is that what you're saying?
First time I've heard that.
And it's you're right, John.
That's comparable. Yeah.
And like Refractor said, it's rightfully so justifiable because he goes in appropriately, how he should. You serving this stuff. This is not stuff just what they found in the back, but they out in the plate. Red bleeding pork chops, molds on. It's disgusting. And he goes in the right way, the same way Nathan goes in on these blurs. It's parallel.
And it's like getting the response in that scenario where the person having it pointed out to Gordon Ramsay says as a response to Gordon Ramsay, you can think of it as being fresh.
Exactly.
And they do behave that way sometimes with him. If you'll notice, they'll make excuses for why they've let such things happen, you know, and they've endangered their customers and all this. They always try to rationalize it. And we see the same thing in Globers when we point it out to them.
Wow. There's an audience.
It depends on what your perspective on fresh is.
Man, that is amazing. That side view of that cloud, QE, with the horizon. You've got looks like a hot dog side on. Like the horizon becomes the sausage.
Look at that one.
It looks brutal. Absolutely brutal. How can I put this on screen? Hold on a sec.
Are they SLCs?
What?
Yes, sir.
What's that, Adam?
An SLC. It's a meteorological term.
Yes, sir. SLCs. Scary looking clouds.
Scary looking clouds. Yeah, that does sound very much like an SLC to me.
It's proper scary. I said to Q, it's like a mothership if you look at it, because you can see the sky in the background, and then there's this thing like coming over. I mean, that could be Independence Day.
That's exactly. Yeah, I was thinking like a mushroom cloud explosion or a mothership, like an alien coming to get you, and it kind of is, because it's probably more terrifying and probably capable of a lot more damage.
That's how tornadoes start, right from that out here where I'm at, Suffolk County.
I like this guy in the corner. It's the third or fourth time I've seen you present screenshots with this guy, and he looks like he's just got the right expression every time I see him. Yes, that's right. This is extremely serious. Just look at it. That's the look on his face.
I keep thinking it's T-Jump.
T-Jump. He does look.
If you'll notice. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, if you notice, the elevation of those clouds with respect to the flat plane they're over is extremely low over that flat plane. That's a flat plane.
The clouds in the sky, those clouds.
And you know, my son always asks me, he said, Daddy, how come it looks like the clouds are sitting on something? I mean, he says the top part is all fluffy and pretty, but the bottoms will always look like they're on an invisible table. And I never really paid attention to that. But these are the things that children be noticing. And if you look at every cloud, no matter even they're like this or even the smallest, you know, benign cloud, they always have this like they're laying on something.
That is the apparent structural support they're receiving.
Or ether.
No, that's just the air
What are you
table,
guys looking
guys.
at? I don't have an image of what you guys are looking at.
Oh, I'm so
Is there
sorry.
a way for me to see?
Yeah, it's because it's local. Can someone stick We're just looking at clouds in a weather report from a guy that's like a storm chaser on YouTube, and he's just putting some. What was the abbreviation again, Adam? SLCs.
SLC.
Some big ass, scary looking clouds where you'd go, oh, that could be bad. That could be bad.
Not BASLC.
That's a different
scary looking clouds in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, BASLCs are like level 5 hurricanes. That would be it.
Those are big ass looking scary clouds.
These are just scary looking clouds.
Yeah, because they're localized. You know, you have to get where it covers the entire sky before you can get into the BASLCs.
That's a scary looking cloud that looks like it's touching the ground over there. That's crazy. That one in the middle, that the one that's black. That's crazy.
My favorite
pretty much
one
what
is
a tornado is.
My favorite one is the last one. Yeah, that one with the glowing light in it. Like, I guess that's the sun on the horizon with a tornado.
Oh,
right in front of it.
are you talking about the blue light in it?
No, it's like a yellow light in the bottom of it, like a.
No, that's the sun getting caught in the tornado, buddy.
Yeah, and it's spinning around with the tornado.
Yeah. That's
well,
there you go. That's how you sun rotation. There you go.
Yeah, QE told me about this the other day. I didn't know it, but the blue light in some of those photos where it looks kind of blue is hail.
Yep.
That tells you
aqua green and blue, because you have actual refraction there from the hail. Yep.
Because it hits that
not
boundary layer.
terrestrial refraction.
Oh, y'all talking about picture number 4? Okay.
Yeah, so that would be actual, genuine Snell's law refraction then.
Yes.
Cool. That's rare that we get to talk about some of the stuff that our opponents hijack in its literal, useful, practical application. In this case, the spectrum that's produced from the hail in a storm being, do you say aqua green? I don't really know what that is. I'm colourblind, but I understand the principle you're describing verbally, even if I can't see the colour necessarily. But yeah, isn't that useful? Cool that we've got an actual example of Snell's law refraction in action and a practical application thereafter. Cool, very cool indeed.
And QE, why I interrupted earlier?
Sorry, Brian.
Well, I was just trying to say why I interrupted earlier was for 2 reasons. One, because I couldn't believe that Nathan didn't understand the term that you're using. And 2 is that to let you know that since Adam got the new mic and desk, his attitude has become spicier. Just for tomorrow, that's to know.
Adam's a little spicier now. Is that?
What's the matter? Too spicy for you?
He's gotten fat.
That's a spicy meatball.
I like it.
Ron,
I don't know if you guys are aware, but we have been receiving some support from the politics side. The German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock in November 22 said that concerning global warming and all that stuff, that Germany was very much at risk even the neighbor countries are at risk, or even countries hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. So she must know something about the R value.
I think what he's suggesting is that the linear distance away from Germany might be a problem for the global warming. Contradiction in terms, right?
Hundreds of thousands of kilometers.
Oh, is that what she
and
said?
she knows of countries that are hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Germany.
Oh, right. I see the misspeak now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're the ones the other side of the ice wall.
Oh, don't you bloody
I was
start.
about to say, is she a IFP, infinite plane kind of chick, huh?
No, just a misspeak.
Yeah, it's kind of like
Lemuria's not that far away.
The what's far away?
Lemuria. That's not hundreds of thousands. It's just on the edge of the ice wall.
on the south
in
edge.
the Pacific. In the Pacific.
It's not going to work. There's not enough buzz around ice walls at the moment for me to get annoyed about this, Adam.
I'll bring it back on track just because that mapping nonsense. I watched an interesting bit. These guys, Space Busters, that do really, and they've done a proper good expose of the Urbano Monte map, which, if you look, appears to have like islands going all the way around the edge. Confusion in one of them is Australia, but they've done a lot of studying, and it appears that that's not a representation. All the islands that seem to encompass the known land masses are actually just enlarged pictures of some of the more extreme islands. Some yet still to be identified, but Australia's there and the Straits of Magellan's there, and that's why it makes South America look odd. There are oddities compared to a globe projection, but yeah, the Urbano Monte, all of that stuff on the outside appears now to be out of scale enlargements of interesting islands.
Okay, or to put it another way, already accounted for.
Yes.
Okay, that's very interesting indeed.
I have two things to say. One, I think that every time Nathan wants to talk about microphones, we should start talking about the ice wall and the lands beyond it.
That's not reasonable.
That'll solve that problem fast. And two is, Adam, you said to me the other day that you watched that thing about Donald Groves.
Yes.
What did you think?
I think they didn't spend enough time explaining how he faked the data. I think it's very easy to do what they did and said, let's just ignore the data, even though strangely it seems correct. And he did catch up with them. Yeah. And very strange again, the narrative that was given as to why he went mental and just threw himself off ship was a little odd as well. Wasn't really enough there for me to do it, but it's a very odd story. Just to summarize, he's a guy that basically attempts one of the first round the world yacht competitions, and he's just a boffin, and correct use of the word. He ends up building his own ship, doing his own stuff. He's built navigation devices in the past, but not really a sailor. And basically at one point he's very close to winning the competition, which I think would have been a problem, Brian, if he had have won the competition. So the way the story resolves is he basically went mad on the home stretch, and because he'd faked the whole thing, and instead of going around the world, had poddled around the Atlantic until everybody else had caught back up, and then he just followed them home. And then because of a twist of fate and fortune, he was going to end up winning it. He couldn't take the embarrassment for his family, so he killed himself. It's an odd story, but it was the detail that they did recognize in that, Brian, that the fixes that he'd given would have been harder to have forged than to have done, which is a little bit like going to the moon, I suppose. Yeah, it'd be harder to fake it than just doing it. That is the point. So he's got all his navigational logs and all his chart plotted on this thing, and it enabled him to catch up and virtually win it. But like I said, just before winning it, he decided, no, I'm better off killing myself.
Yeah.
The summary?
Yeah, pretty much. What I found about it is this guy was a complete newbie to the whole situation. And it would have been an embarrassment for all the other people involved, who would have been very highfalutin types, right, for him to win that. But he also argued with a lot with the way the Earth is navigated and different things like that. Because I saw more than that one. I saw another documentary about it. But the point is that the story is from the whole story. It's about a half an hour of a YouTube video. Is all based around the character assassination of this guy. Like, they try too hard to assassinate his character. When the truth is that they couldn't actually prove their claims against him. They can't prove that he killed himself, right? They're just saying he did. For all we know, someone boarded his boat and killed him. For all we know, right? And they can't prove that his stated positions were wrong, and that he wasn't faking those. What they tried to do was point at the fact that they said he had financial issues at home and this, that, and the other thing. And, he was going mad. But what I found very interesting is ended up being with 3 people out of, I think it was 27 who started or something. 3 people were left. One of them had to drop out. And that meant it was just him and the guy who actually did win it. So the guy who was the outsider and who was disagreeing with a lot of their navigation and a lot of what they did, right, was likely to win it. Suddenly he went mad and jumped overboard and he was faking everything, blah, blah, blah. And the guy who did win it is this really upstanding guy, right, who's, let's just say, the type of guy the establishment would like. It just doesn't, for me, it's like the guy, Donald Crowhurst, this guy's from England, which is basically a normal guy, that this guy was going to be an embarrassment to him. And I reckon that he understood certain things and was able, like stuff like the sailor, the French sailor has brought out about sailing north and south of the equator and how it must be flat and how they pervert things. I reckon this guy, way back, I think it was the early 80s, Adam, was it? Late 70s, early 80s or something, was actually going to start pointing out stuff like that way back then. And suddenly he went mad and jumped overboard, according to them.
That's all on the same thing, isn't it? So in relation to, like I said about Urbono Monte, so what we're talking about is the orientation of stuff in the south as well. So it'd be Australia, how he's gone around and caught up so much time by ignoring certain things. And it was the same with that. When I mentioned the Urbono Monte map, and you look at that, and the bottom of South America is missing, the Terra del Fuego, the land of fire. It's not. It's on the map. It's just orientated the same way it's orientated on the Gleason's projection. So certain things are orientated in different ways, which makes them look very different. I say these Space Buster guys are quite good because they're showing how the perversion needs to be to bend it back into give converging lines. But if you've not got converging lines, this explains why there's these mismatch in certain points of the older maps when everything else is exceptionally accurate compared. You know what I mean? It's very strange things that you've mapped everything else perfect, but missed that bit and got that bit wrong. And again, like I say, that Terra del Fuego is another one on Urbono Monte. So if he's finding that, and he's finding those things that they actually, instead of going in and calculating position on 16.5 hours and all that kind of stuff that you're saying in terms of the extra time zones in the Southern Oceans, which shouldn't be, if you follow that, then you are going to be limited to traversing the path of a ball. But these other maps are kind of showing that isn't necessarily what you have to do.
Yeah, so it goes against the narrative, basically. Yeah, it's just the whole collection of stuff, really, isn't it? If you start adding it all together.
It makes sense, unless he did. Yeah. But you see, the thing about his story is it didn't make sense because he was reporting his position. Now, when he gets to the Indian Ocean, he's still reporting his position and logging all his fixes, right? So where are they picking the signal up? Because they're claiming in the narrative that he's just going around the Ivory Coast, chopping around there, up and down between South Africa and like I say, Central Africa, never going anywhere else, waiting to pick up the tide and the rest of the ships. But surely they'd have been suspicious when the reporting stations are always coming from the west coast of Africa, never anything in India or Indonesia or in South America. That's what I found suspicious in the story, Brian, that wouldn't have been obvious, that the reporting stations didn't change.
Exactly, Adam. Exactly. And even in his, like, the thing about it is that they could go back and look at his logbook and any positions he was placing into there, any of his books, he's placing into his, logging all his coordinates and everything else. And they could determine whether or not on that date, even back then, because shipping existed back then, it's not that long ago, it's only the 80s, they could determine what kind of weather there was. So whether he could have got from this point to this point in this time. Do you know, that kind of way? Like, if he's saying he's gotten from this point just south of Africa to this other point, you know what I mean, in a day, or, you know, they would know from the weather, because that's been, the data of the weather has been accumulated as well. They can know whether that would have been possible, whether he would have been in an oncoming wind or, you know, whatever. So if they really wanted to find out whether or not the guy was lying, that's how you would find out, as well as what you're saying. What I'm saying is that there's two ways to know whether the guy, you know what I mean? And they just said, oh, no, he was lying, and then he went mad and jumped overboard. It's like, it was all too handy. To me, for me anyway, it was too handy. For me, it was like he was going against the narratives and he was supposed to make an embarrassment out of the whole thing. That's what I reckoned. But as I said, that's my opinion.
It reminded me of a Blackadder sketch. You know, when Queenie wants Blackadder to discover something for him. So they go to a pub and it's Tom Baker's the ship's captain and he's got no legs. Right? And they go out to sea and they're going, right, where are we going? He's got no intention of going there. We're just going to sail around the Isle of Wight for 3 weeks or 3 months and then come back. And that's kind of basically what they were claiming. Now, it's either genius or such a really bad story that he pretended. Because it doesn't make sense to me, mate. But it's a bit like a comedy sketch. You know what I mean? So implausible.
Exactly. How could be gaining signals from him in certain locations when, if he was supposed to be just hanging around at the South America or something? How are they gaining signals from him of the stations in the Indian Ocean and stuff? Can't do that. To me, it was a pure character assassination of somebody that they didn't like getting involved in their thing and was likely to point out a lot of things that's wrong with their thing. Because so what they do say is that he was going against the official narrative when it came to navigation and different things like that. They wouldn't want that, because that means him pointing out that no, the actual distance between these points is this, and I can show it, and it's all. So it's kind of a little bit like the French sailor, a little bit like that, except for, you know what I mean, that French sailor is coming out under, you know, obviously dire circumstances, but it's a little bit like that, where it's like these things are not making sense. You know, was he going to get to the point of saying it's flat? Did he get to that point? For all we know, you know what I mean? We don't know. That's the thing. We don't know. All we know is that this guy was a con artist and he had money problems and he went mad and jumped overboard. Instead of just winning the race. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. What would look worse for him on his record? To win the race and be shown to be a fraud, or to do all that and then jump overboard? Do you know what I mean? If you're going to, you may as well just try to win the race. Even if you are being a fraud, if you get caught, you get caught. You know what I mean? That doesn't look as bad on your family as you jumping overboard. Because I actually found it very unhappy that they were going to such lengths to character assassinate the man. And his family still exists. You know, his loved ones, they still exist. And this is what they have to say about the guy. You know, it stunk to me. be honest.
I walk away for a minute, and you guys are talking about a sailor jumping over a ship.
No.
No, not exactly. No. I'll send you the thing in a while, John. It's a half an hour YouTube video about a sailor. It's just very interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Just basically the mainstream narrative trying to character assassinate somebody who was going against their narrative, basically. That's always
what. He was showing measurements, and they didn't like the measurements, so they character assassinated him.
Well, he decided to navigate in a different way from that they wanted him to, and he was going to win a race they didn't want him to win. So they had to make him out to be a fraud and crazy and all this other stuff. So.
Oh, like they had imaginary lines put on a sphere, and he didn't follow what those imaginary lines should be, so he won the race, and they didn't like that kind of thing.
No. Instead of winning the race, he just went mad and jumped overboard in the Pacific Ocean or something. Do you know what I mean? It's like just really handy, just a real handy story. And the race in particular was a real highfalutin race. That you wouldn't want some random guy winning. So I don't know. I'm not a sailor, but something stinks with this guy's story. Anyway, back to ice walls.
Probably what you found.
I've got one more microphone on the way that I ordered from a pawnbroker. It's a Sennheiser, and in modern terms they'd call it a short shotgun, but it's actually labelled accurately from the 80s as a hypercardioid, which it is. But I'm going to remarket the same mic as a shotgun on eBay, see if I can sell it for a profit. That'll arrive tomorrow.
How far past the ice wall do you think Lemuria is, Adam? Or do you reckon it's just south of it?
Southwest.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
How big would you say it is in Lemuria?
A load of bollocks.
Well, I mean, what you got to think about, remember, what's important about Lemuria is it's like the original homeland of all the black people. Yeah, that's the indigenous. That's where it originally came from before transmuting through Atlantis for it sunk, and then getting to Ireland. You've got the rough direction, but I'm thinking probably the 100,000 mile, like the German lady was saying. It's all making sense.
It's like she knows something she ain't supposed to know, huh, Adam? Mm-hmm.
German, you say?
I doubt it.
I heard the Nazis found Lemuria past the ice wall.
Yeah, well, that's why they went. They took their U-boats under the hidden tunnels, under the ice.
Yeah, and they found out about the hidden tunnels in Tibet. When they went to Tibet, they found out about all the hidden tunnels. And they sailed their U-boats through the hidden tunnels and found Lemuria. And that's where they are today. And they didn't never even age.
That's right. And you know how you can prove that? By the lack of evidence for it. Right.
Sorry.
The lack of evidence for it proves that it happened.
Yeah, we have UFOs, so that means it has to have happened. Because they're all Nazis.
I mean, when you look at the historical records, you don't see any cataloging of this event, right? That's how you know it happened.
Yeah, they have to hide it. Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
Obviously, it's hidden.
How do naturals work on a flat Earth?
Nachos.
Yeah, with cheese.
Ah. I'm just doing my best globe impersonation, just asking how does reality work in reality? Because apparently that's what we get. How do you measure something on a hill? Somehow that proves you live on a globe. Idiot.
Well, they kind of do believe they live on a hill, don't they?
Yeah, big old hill.
Could you imagine if level was with respect to a curve? Like you go up a hill, you'd be like walking at an angle backwards up it, and then like it'd be ridiculous.
I had a coworker, somebody I'm working with right now, who I asked, does his level, if I were to go to him and say that this thing that just measured his level, if that's curved, and would that make sense? Would he ask me what type of crack I'm smoking? He was like, no. He was like, yeah, that checks out. Why? Because he gets triggered. I'm playing. No, not for me.
He's standing there eating chocolate.
Yes, he is.
That was perfect.
That's literally why I did it.
Yep. Yeah. Oh God. I mean, I've known guys that spent their entire lives using level as a horizontal plane to give all their measurements from to built their entire understandings around. And I've mentioned this to them, and they've all of a sudden said, "Nope, it's not straight."
What's interesting is, in an attempt to defend the paradigm, we know what paradigm that is, they're just going to outright, without thought or logic or contemplation, say, yes, that's correct. Like someone who was an engineer, structural engineer, because they're trying to defend the globe, they'll just say, yes, that's correct. Level is curve. Even though their whole life and their whole career, they've treated level as a horizontal plane. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're willing to, at that very moment, just completely throw all that out the window.
Yeah, but if you would have come to them in any other context, right, just dealing with the matter of building or whatever, and said, "Oh, this line's curved," they'd have been like, "No, it's not. No, that's a straight line. That's level." But when you mention the nature of Earth, they lose their mind.
If they ignore the size and dimensions that the globe is claimed to be, and they ignore applying them to reality, they can in their own mind go, it's really big, so it's so big it's flat. That's what's going on in their own mind. It's always flat for us because it's so big, as opposed to what I built can be built if those principles held true. Do you know what I mean? That's not going through their mind. So they're instantly trying to okay it in their mind, in the background, while they're trying to defend it simultaneously. It is a tricky position.
I tell you what, if I told
to prove it,
an electrician, well, if I told an electrician to run me a straight or run me a conduit along a wall, right? And I said, now keep it level. And all he did was take a point of the conduit and cut it out for just a little dot and taped it to the wall, I would fire his ass.
Yeah, at points. See, within their paradigm, level is either one-dimensional or three-dimensional. It's either a single point or it's the equidistance from a center point of two other points, which makes it three-dimensional because there's going to be a drop value between both those points on the surface of the sphere. So it's either 1 point or 3 points. It can't, and this is the funny thing about it. Within their paradigm, level cannot be two-dimensional. It can't. It can either be 1 or 3-dimensional. That's a strange one, isn't it?
Yeah, and the whole time they're using a straight edge while they're denying the straight edges they're freaking using. It's
denying the existence of what's in their hand.
But it's because the starting point from any consideration, from any thought, is the indoctrination that we were taught, and what we learned in school, that we are on a ball. So automatically, the basketball comes into, the basketball calculation comes into mind, and it is impossible to deviate from that because it's so ingrained. So. It's very complicated to have discussions with these people, as we all know, and
kind of a presupposition, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly. And when I ask for proof,
I mean the indoctrination is the presupposition. You're.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, how not?
Okay, then. Let's just say that I have not spoken to anybody who said, "Oh yeah, by the way, in high school or at university, we spent several semesters learning about the measurement of Earth, or viewing the possibility that Earth was a flat plane, or even." Going a little further and just challenging Einstein's realm. I mean, we're getting hammered at universities with this Einstein stuff and this Big Bang stuff. It's brutal.
Have you ever spoken to somebody who went to school for surveying? Because they do all of that. They do, well, not the Einstein stuff, but they do all the measurements and stuff. Have you ever spoken to one of them?
No, I have not.
And stuff.
Oh, well, you should definitely.
I'm sorry. No, that's true. That's not true. As a matter of fact, I do have a friend in Los Angeles who's a surveyor, but he also believes the Earth is a ball.
Well, so they do observations like reciprocal zenith angles and things like that, not to prove the Earth is a globe, just as part of their training.
What's a reciprocal zenith angle?
And people in the event physics do.
The fact of the power, the fact of the rhetoric.
In conclusion,
that was comical. That was. And
good, Brian. He's all yours.
Not quite as priceless as he's right behind me, isn't he? That was perfectly timed.
He's standing next to you.
What's a reciprocal zenith angle?
They do test of relativity.
Where is that reciprocal? What is a reciprocal zenith angle?
Hey, Omni, are you either going to interact with the panel or are you just going to stay quiet? You're just going to ignore people this time.
I was talking to Mickey.
Like I said, you're either going to interact with the panel or you're just not going to talk this time. Okay? I know you just gave him the silent treatment, but that's not going to happen today.
What's your deal, Omni?
He's a retard.
My deal is Mickey said something interesting.
And then you said something even more interesting or controversial.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that when he uses the planar surveyors to not be surveying a plane? That guy?
I've gone away from my question.
Well, we can talk about planar surveying. Should I bring up a planar surveying manual? Because I got one on hand.
Flat Earth surveying, there's no such thing. There's just surveying.
Planar surveying. I've got a planar surveying manual on tap.
I thought you said flat Earth surveying. Sorry,
We
I
can
said
bring
flat
it
Earth.
up and we can talk about it, but it's not going to do what you think it should do.
No, we're going to talk
I don't know
about
if you've ever read one.
reciprocal zenith angles. We're going to talk about them.
What is the datum? The datum plane
Hold
is
on,
a
before we go
level
on to what the
surface.
datum plane is,
not?
John, hold on. The other John, Quantum Eraser, said, what is a reciprocating zenith angle? That was the question that was put on the table. I don't know why he's asking you, so I'm not in on this gotcha, if there is one.
It's not a reciprocating zenith angle. It's reciprocal.
Reciprocal.
And what is that?
My bad. Reciprocal.
It is, yes. It is typically using a theodolite. It is a measurement taken from one theodolite to another, and from that theodolite back to the first. So for each one of them, you're measuring the zenith angle of the other. And if it was a flat Earth, you should get exact.
How you do that?
You should get so
how do they do that?
You set up both theodolites, and you point one theodolite at the other theodolite.
Hold on, you're going too fast. I'm really sorry. I'm ignorant of this stuff, as you can probably figure out pretty quickly.
No, I know.
I'm leaning on you to be gentle on me.
And
right? When I ask you to expound on something, right? So you say set up. What do you mean by set them up? What's that? What's involved in that?
So like I said, I can read minds over TCP/IP, and I know when somebody is asking a disingenuous question. All right. So I'm sorry, but
you figured that out, did you? From my tone, was it my tone that gave me away?
I can read.
You mind reader, you. You already know where I'm going when I ask you how they set it up.
It's like you have a glass head. So no, so I know where you think you're going. So you can just try to get to it if you want to do that, or we can play the game.
I'd like to ask you a question about the anomaly. What's the purpose of this? What's the purpose of this in surveying? You say they do this in surveying. You say surveyors go out and do this. Why are they doing this?
What's this?
What's the purpose of it?
It's part of the training for surveying.
No, it's not. Nobody does that as part of the training.
They do, yeah. They at
What's the
university,
purpose
yes,
of
they
it?
do.
Well, why are they doing it? Well, you say training. Training for what? What are they training for?
They're training to learn how to survey.
When they're out in the field, why would they do that? What's the purpose?
So it's part of training to learn how to survey.
No, it's not. That's a complete and utter. I won't call it a lie because I think you actually believe that. No, that's completely not true.
I've got a question.
So, but this goes to the point that Mickey should.
Question. I want to test your mind reading skill. What number am I thinking of?
27.
Oh my God! It's midget porn. Oh, stop that, Nathan! No, stop it.
Very funny, Omni.
That's pretty good, actually.
So, what's a reciprocal zenith angle? Is it one angle?
A measurement from no, it's two angles.
Okay. So
each
zenith
theodolite has its own zenith angle.
Does it?
But isn't the zenith at 90 degrees?
Well, you would hope so, right? You would hope so, but it turns out that the 90 degrees for one theodolite is not the 90 degrees for the other theodolite. So you get more than 180 degrees every time you do this. You can try it yourself. It's something you can do.
Distance angular size measurements. And they're using trigonometry between mountains. How does that work out?
It's not trigonometry unless you count addition of angles as trigonometry, which maybe.
Well, how are they going to do? Well, let's just start with the angular size measurement of a mountain at a distance. How are they going to get? Let's say a big mountain 100 miles away. How are they going to have a correct angular size measurement of that mountain? If the zenith.
So wait, have we? I just want
to be. He wasn't done with his question. Can he finish his question first?
I just want to make sure if we're changing the topic. Are we conceding reciprocal zenith angles and changing the topic?
Shut the fuck up! Can we hear his question?
It's a simple question. You're the one who said you were ignorant on this stuff. So
shut the fuck up! I'm gonna shut you up.
Okay. Yeah,
shut
I'm sure you
will. Fucking blowhole. I want to hear the question. before you start answering.
okay.
When you don't even
Calm
know the
down.
fucking question. Shut the fuck
Dude,
up.
This cannot be good for your blood pressure.
Is that your only game then? Because that's what you're doing.
You're gonna blow off.
That's your game,
valve,
right,
dude.
Omni? To annoy him. This is how we got
No.
to yesterday with me. I called you a coward.
No.
Called you a coward.
No. I'm not trying
Said
to
that
annoy
your
him.
training,
I'm
your
trying
basic
to answer a
training that you
question.
went through when you got
Coward.
distinction. I said that this made you a coward. Like your actions in the present, like they diminished your previous actions in the army, made you a coward. That's what I accuse you.
I hear you think so, but I know you
so.
have.
No, but I stated as
I know
a
you.
fact.
I know you don't. I know you don't have any position to speak from.
Shut
so
the
I'm
fuck
giving
up.
it the
Shut
worst
your
I
mouth.
can do.
Yeah, coward. You can tell me when you're done with your cowardly actions, and then we'll get back to Brian's question you've obfuscated and tried to get QE's blood pressure up. As you
Okay, so are we done with the reciprocal zenith angle conversation?
You could wait for him to finish
No,
talking.
we're not.
Speaking,
Because,
dumbass.
yeah.
Okay.
You're
So then ask
claiming
more
that
questions about
Zenith-
reciprocal
that
zenith
the
angle.
Can you like wait for him to finish talking?
Brian, he isn't done
diverge.
being a coward.
Yeah. Omni, you're claiming that zeniths diverge. Now, I'm asking you from 100 miles away, how is a surveyor going to get the angular size of a mountain that's 100 miles away with diverging zeniths?
So you don't do that. Reciprocal zenith angles are from one theodolite to another, and they're generally not.
Yeah, so
100
what you're
miles
saying
away.
is a complete lot of,
Hold on, we don't-
you can't
We
claim
don't.
reciprocal zenith
Brian,
angles.
hold on, Brian.
And then
Brian. They don't measure mountains. You're saying they don't do that.
They do. But they don't do reciprocal zenith angles from 100
Oh,
miles
okay.
away.
So they don't use this shit that you're saying is something they do use when they actually measure stuff. I see.
No,
Brian, well done. Well done,
That's what I was
Brian.
going to say.
Well done. I just
And they
congratulate
do
Brian.
different-
It just
so-
seems like
Oh,
this
okay.
coward is
Okay.
taking away someone else's valor now. Oi,
They do
coward,
different things.
coward. I'm congratulating somebody else, coward. Can you sit down?
If
Oi,
you
coward!
interact with you,
Oi, coward!
Probably
Do I need to
stop.
report you to your superior officer for your current belligerence and cowardice? I'm congratulating Brian for taking you to the point where you understand we won't be using those reciprocal. What was the word again? Not reciprocal.
The reciprocal zenith angles.
We're not using them though, and you took him to that point. Well done, Brian.
No worries. Thank you, Dave.
So in conclusion, we won't be using them then. Yeah, we know. Not very useful if we insert this nonsense of zenith angles that are diverging. That's assertions that won't help you measure mountains, and they won't be using them as he's just committed this nonsensical fallacy of an assertion that defies the actual useful principle of this measurement. Thanks, Omni. Glad we cleared it up. But we do measure mountains, right?
Yeah.
And how do we measure them then? So we're talking practically, rather than some globe believer talking about some nonsense about how zeniths deviate. We do actually practically apply flat Earth, though, right, to the measurement of the angle to the mountain, right, Brian?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We must subtract our elevation from the full height of the mountain. But we just need to know our elevation before we do it, and then we can subtract it later or whatever. But
I see. But that wouldn't work if
parallel zeniths.
Yeah, but that wouldn't.
horizontal
Yeah,
distance
that's where I was
between-
going. That wouldn't work if they were deviating from each other, would it?
No, not even remotely. It'd be impossible.
I see. We'll just get the opinion of the coward that tried to steal your victory, like steal your valor when you needed congratulating for pointing out how wrong Omni was with these diverging zeniths that we don't have. Just see if we can get his opinion.
Okay. Stolen valor. Oh my God. You don't know what that term means, I guess.
Are you interrupting me congratulating Brian?
So people have no problem interrupting me. If you don't want it, you probably should, exemplify what you want to do.
So was there some response to the zenith angles not deviating in that sentence fragment that you just stuttered out there?
So the response is this. Brian, number one, has never measured a mountain. I know that for a fact. And number two...
Hang on a second. How do you know that I've never measured a mountain?
He doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't.
I can read your mind.
What does it matter?
It's non-sequitur either way, but he doesn't. It's non-sequitur anyway.
No, the way that I know it...
No, just stop, because you're about to have your ration. Brian is the 1997 County Tipperary mountain measuring champion, mate.
So the way
So take it back with your complete.
the way I know you've never
point.
measured a mountain
Rear Admiral
from 100
Brian,
miles away
Rear
is
Admiral.
because if you had, you would have learned to your horror that you couldn't get the right elevation for the mountain without using a correction for globe Earth.
Why? What's the
You sound like a
Why is
clown.
that? How would we get the elevation
mountain
off the
from
Earth's surface? Go through the detail. Let's go through this from A through to Z. How do we get elevations off a curved surface?
So in this case, you're going to get the
No, in all
elevation for the
cases,
mountain.
in all cases, not just this case, in all cases, how do we get elevations? How do we establish elevations off a curved surface? That's what you're claiming.
That's a housekeeping question, Brian. That's a freaking
You're a
housekeeping
paragon of bravery, Nathan.
His name's Brian.
So the way that you would get an elevation angle for that mountain, you could do it two ways.
But you can't
One, you
have
could
them
get
all
off
go.
a
He didn't say that.
top
He
of
didn't
the
say
You
that.
talk so much about interrupting, and your
Did not say
audience
that,
interrupting when
you
he's halfway
moron.
through a
He did
comment.
not say
Let him finish the
elevation
answer. You
angles,
asked him a
moron.
question. Let him finish
He
the
did
answer.
not say that. He did not ask you that question. He said nothing about elevation angles. Fuckstick. Listen to his question again. Say it again, Brian.
Yeah. How do you establish elevations off a curved surface, Omni? For all.
So
all
how do I
elevations?
establish? So are we talking about the elevation of the theodolite or the elevation
All
elevation of the mountain?
elevations at all times, they're all established, right?
Any of them.
Of the same baseline.
So
you're
it's-
claiming that baseline.
yes.
You're claiming that baseline is a spherical Earth. How are we establishing elevations off a curved surface, please?
It's the elevation, it's the distance above mean sea level. And I can show you a planar
No, that's
surveying
level.
manual
No,
that
that's
explains
level.
this to you.
No, that would be level. No.
If you're
Omni,
brave,
stop.
if you're brave enough to look at
Brave enough to tell you not to
planar
use our
surveying
stuff.
manual
Everyone
that
stop.
you
Let's
claim
just all
treats the
stop.
Earth as flat,
Brian, please,
then
can you
I
stop?
think
Brian
you
and
guys will come to a
Omnivore,
very
please stop.
uncomfortable realization.
Belligerence. Omnivore's belligerence.
I mean, we went over
You're
this.
not, you're not brave enough to do
Well,
that. are you?
Omnivore, we went over this
Red
yesterday.
Show
Me and
and
you
Omni
already went
and
over that.
Brian,
It's
can you
horizontal
all
level.
stop, please? Thank you. No, you're not going to get to use our stuff, Omnivore. You don't get to use sea level. No, don't use our stuff.
Oh, I do.
Stuttering
I can
bitch.
I'll take it from.
Don't use our
Planet
stuff,
Surveying
you
Manual.
stuttering
I'll
bitch.
Take it from the Planet
Stuttering
Surveying
bitch.
Manual.
You do
I'm
not
happy
use
to
our
do
stuff.
that.
Is that clear, Omnivore?
We can both look at it. We'll go on this journey of
use
discovery together. We'll go on the journey of discovery together, and you and I will learn together what this Planar Surveying Manual says about measuring elevation angles.
Listen to this, ladies and gents. We're going on a journey together. Listen to yourself, mate.
But yeah, right, exactly. It will be a
And
journey
you
of
know,
discovery for
to
both
go
of
on
us.
your journey, you're going
This
to
can't
need
be good for your blood pressure, Omnivore. Your cowardly blood
And this
pressure's
was
rising.
this is a manual given to me by
Can't
a
be
flat
good for your
earther.
blood pressure there. Do you want to calm down there, Omnivore? This isn't good for your blood pressure. Yeah, you
Well,
seem to
believe
be
me, my blood
stuttering
pressure is
and
fine.
cowering.
I'm not-
This isn't
I'm
good
not
for your blood
QE.
pressure.
Yeah.
Calm down. It's okay, Omnivore.
Let me just deal with Omnivore, please. Omnivore, right? Would you agree that level is no point higher or lower than another?
No point of higher elevation than the other. Yes.
Yeah, no point is higher or lower than another, then, right? You agree?
Correct.
You agree. So that's also two-dimensional, then.
That's what?
Two-dimensional.
Two-dimensional? Yeah, you can look at it that way, but that's going to be difficult
not
for
that you
you.
could look at it that way. It either is or it isn't.
No, I know. You're right. You're
Either
right.
it is or it
that-
isn't. Are you
do
claiming?
you realize? Okay, well, go ahead.
Are you claiming that level is not two-dimensional?
What?
Are you claiming that level is not two-dimensional?
What?
I'm not claiming that it's not two-dimensional. I'm saying it's going to be a hard
Well, that's
concept
the
for
end of
you to
your
get.
argument. Then that's the end of your argument. It's over.
It's not. No, alas,
It is.
it's
It's
not.
the absolute end of the argument. Not only the
I'll
end of your
explain.
argument
Allow
earlier
me to
with the angular size
explain.
measurement, but the argument is ended
can-
now because the surface, any 2 points on the surface of a sphere will have a drop value between each other. That's 3 dimensions. When you're talking about the measurement.
The surface area. How many dimensions is the surface area of a sphere?
Calm down.
The
Just
drop.
chill.
We're
It's
talking
can't
about-
be good for your blood pressure, Omni. Just calm down.
How many
talking about
dimensions
between
is the
2
surface
points.
area of a sphere?
We're talking about between 2 points. Between any 2
Right.
points on the surface
So
of
the
a sphere, there will
surface
be
area of a
drop
sphere
value.
is how
Chill.
many
Omni,
dimensions?
calm
That's a simple
down.
question. I'm gonna walk you through this slowly.
Get a grip. It's okay, Omni. Don't worry.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me how many dimensions is the surface area of a sphere?
You stuttering coward.
Yeah. What would we establish? How would we establish the drop value between those 2 points, Omni?
I'll explain it to you in a minute. I'll explain it to you in a second.
Well, no,
but I just want to know how many dimensions. So I find that flat earthers usually do not think of.
I don't need to hear a stereotyping fallacy.
Somebody put him on mute for it.
How we establish the drop between 2 points on the on the curved surface. You do agree there's a
how
drop,
many dimensions? How many dimensions is the surface area of a sphere?
On the curved surface? Do you agree that there's a drop value between every 2 points on a curved surface?
Yes.
Right. That's the end of your curved level.
I understand that you will not allow this conversation to go on.
There is no way back. That's over.
Fine.
That's your response.
So the surface area of a sphere is, as you know, two-dimensional. I realize that's a very difficult concept for most people who haven't taken.
So did you say three-dimensional spheres are two-dimensional? No, they're not. That's idiotic. Yeah. That's the end of you, Ian.
Omnivore, are you usually in the habit of chopping off your own head and then just continuing to walk? Like, is that what you like to do on a regular basis?
Yep.
That's what you just did.
That's really silly thing to say. That's idiotic, right? You know it's idiotic, right?
Let me know when you're ready to have the conversation.
Yeah. Now, I'm ready to ask the mod. Just put you on mute just for a minute, just so we can have. There's a point. This gentleman's a wanker. Okay, the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional. Right. He's either a wanker and knows what he's doing, or he's so retarded, he can only descend to his level by future engagement. I call wanker.
It's the second one. He's retarded.
I think
a retarded wanker.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Yeah. Is a sphere a three-dimensional shape?
Yes, Brian. Let's not do this. He's just said it's 2D.
Yeah, but like this is the thing. If it's a sphere is a three-dimensional shape, and there's a drop value between any 2 points on the surface of that sphere, then level can't be a curved line.
Brian, that level of intelligence, it's beyond. This guy's just made the statement that the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional. There is no help. There is no help for him. There's absolutely no point as wasting our time trying to help this man. Medical attention, lithium, quetiapine, something like that. Olanzapine, maybe. I don't know, but what further explanation is not going to help him.
I agree.
Brian, I'm happy to do this with you, but not if it. You
know, you are, you mentalist.
Omni,
I can read your mind, Omnivore.
I can. Brian, are you up for this?
Do you agree, Omni, that a sphere is a three-dimensional shape?
Jesus.
A sphere is a two-dimensional shape. A sphere is a three-dimensional shape.
He's just said. He's just made two statements.
You know what I mean?
Hold on, everyone, step off. Brian, stop. He's just made two statements. He's just said a sphere is a two-dimensional shape. A sphere is a three-dimensional shape. That's what he just said.
Yep.
Brian,
a sphere isn't a three-dimensional shape.
I can't go
Are you willing to do it, Brian?
I can't go forward with it after that statement.
Exactly.
No, you've just
Brian.
You have no argument.
No, I can. If you let me talk, I will bring you. I will walk you through it. I will walk you through it.
What are you doing, you mentalist? You're absolute window-licker. Just listen to yourself. We don't want to spend any more time with you,
Brian. I promise you.
No, not Brian. Adam. Adam's telling you we don't want. You're done, mate. You've just demonstrated you're either mental.
I know. I understand you don't.
I know. That's what we're trying to tell you. You're either mental or a wanker. Either way, don't want to spend any more time with you.
I get that you don't understand, but if you let me explain, it'll become clear. It will become clear to you.
I know. We can't help a man who can't even hold his own tongue, where it's being demonstrated that he's a wanker retard. And being given the opportunity to just like kind of end it there. But you just want more pain, don't you? You just want to further demonstrate that you're a wanker retard. I don't want to do that anymore. I'm trying to convince these other gentlemen that it would be a waste of their time to engage with you.
I agree. Omni has proven himself to not understand surveying and not understand geometry. So we can't continue on with somebody who doesn't understand those two topics when they're the topics he wants to have a conversation or debate about.
Well, Brian, we could have a chat about surveying, but what you can't do, right, is have a chat about surveying with a guy who says a sphere is two-dimensional. No, it is three-dimensional. Yeah, it's two-dimensional, the surface of a sphere. Yeah, you can't engage with that person, yeah, because they've just demonstrated by their own words that they're either here to take the piss like a wanker or they're fundamentally retarded.
Yeah, you can't. The conversation can't happen. Because they're either, as you said, you're either going to be their victim that they're kind of taking the piss out of, or you're going to be a victim because they don't know what they're talking about. They have a fundamental misunderstanding of the situation.
How can you take the piss out of somebody with a retarded comment? How is that possible?
Brian, whenever you're ready, ping me and I'll teach you.
I'm not taking the piss at all. I'm giving an honest appraisal. Yeah. That we shouldn't waste our time with this guy. The way he's behaving with us, if this guy was in your face, you'd be calling the police to have him called away. It is 2D, it's not 3D, yeah? Well, we're done with people like this. And this is the warning to you, dude. You can come back another time. If you continue to show you're a wanker retard, the same will happen. But you're welcome back another time, but not now. Not after. It is 2D, it is 3D, yeah?
It is 2D.
Like I said, Brian, we obviously can't do.
No. You see, that's just rude, isn't it?
Yeah, he's ignoring you, Adam.
To you, and we can go through it.
He's trying to appease me.
I promise you, it'll be,
I think somebody in Discord, one of the mods in Discord, already warned
You don't understand
you
it.
about that. If you want to engage with the panel, which is clearly what you want to do, then you have to respond to them, or you'll get banned, won't you? I've heard that warning already put to you.
If you let me explain it, Amir, I can explain it to you too.
No, you don't understand it. You just he does all his.
I know you can say that, but I can actually
no, you don't
explain
understand
it. So
no,
yeah,
you don't
right, I know.
understand it. You went through it. We just went through the whole thing. Just tell this guy he doesn't understand it. That's his trigger word. That he thinks he understands something and tries to teach other people to do it, but in reality, he himself doesn't understand the concepts.
Guess who else we got in here? We got Mr. Spinning Water Tubs, Mr. Torpedo Dumbfuck. Guess who that is?
Sanic?
Hey, dumbfuck.
Hey, what's going on, you guys? Been a long time.
Jesus. All right. Maybe he knows something about reciprocal zenith angles. What's a reciprocal zenith angle?
Well, one way to see what the surface looks like, if you have plumb lines that are supposedly in the globe Earth model not parallel, you could actually detect that by looking up a hill or looking across a distance. And
hold on. Globe Earth model. Where's that at?
Oh, the idea that the globe is a sphere.
The idea.
If the globe is a sphere.
Models aren't ideas. We need to see that in text chat.
What's that? Reciprocal zenith angles in a textbook? It's called geometry.
No, geometry is geometry. That's not a globe Earth model.
That would be the model of a sphere being geometry. What a sphere looks like and how characteristics of the sphere.
Geometry, you abject retard.
That's what geometry is the description of objects, their shapes.
Geometry is geometry. Where is your globe Earth model you just claimed for? Spinning water tubs? Joe, put it in main text chat. Put it in main text chat, moron.
The globe Earth model, I mean, the Earth being a sphere, what that model would look like? It's a sphere.
Globe Earth model. You claimed it. You put it in text chat so we can see that what you said, according to the globe Earth model, well, according to what? We need to see that according to.
What a sphere is. The description and the definition of a sphere. That's what the globe Earth
Not a
model is.
sphere. No. I need the
Not a
globe
sphere?
Earth. It sounds like you don't know what a model is. That's what it sounds like.
I do know what a model is. I've dealt with it my entire life. What are you talking about?
Is it a scientific model?
It can be scientifically modeled, but it's not a scientific model. It's a mathematical model.
You stuttering fool.
I'm not stuttering. It's very clear. It's a mathematical model.
Stuttered.
Now you're stuttering.
Okay, right. Come on. You guys are both grown-ups.
Still waiting.
Anyway, so he asked me about reciprocal zenith.
Not anyways. Globe Earth model. Then we'll proceed after the globe Earth model. Main text chat, please.
I can't post. I don't have rights to post in the chat.
Can one of the mods give him posting capabilities, please?
Thank you.
Ooh, I came back for my second posting of a global Earth model today.
Too, please.
Fantastic.
I like Buster's
He has the ability to post
Wait
in
for
the
ages,
globe's
then
Earth Central
follow
text chat.
Hold on a second, Adam. He has the ability.
He can post in the globe Earth Central text chat, not in the main chat.
He can't post in the main text chat?
No, I can't change that either.
Can you cope with that?
I mean, he could post where?
If you scroll down like below your section, Quantum Eraser, there's Globe Earth Central, and there's a text chat in there called Globe Earth Central.
Okay, I got it. Posted in Globe Earth Central.
Can I just check with the new guy? This sphere, is it 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional?
The sphere is 3-dimensional.
Thank God for that. And the surface, would the surface of this sphere be 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional?
Well, it depends on what frame you're looking at it through. If you're looking at it through, you can look at it through a two-dimensional frame, where you just have a distance away from you and a distance across from you.
It's not a trick question. Just the
Like
surface of a sphere. Would it be 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional? The surface of a sphere.
The surface of a sphere is 3-dimensional. No question about it.
That's great. You've passed the retard test. We can move forward. If you, at any point you have spare time, have a word with Omni.
No, that's not your responsibility.
Yeah.
You can't. No, you don't have to take ownership of that, Adam. That's not very fair.
And it wasn't at him. It was just a final dig at how retarded Omni was. See,
but maybe he should. But maybe he should, because it's things that are said, like what Omnivore said, that makes the other ones look kind of silly, right? I mean, as a group, I don't want to stereotype y'all, but it doesn't make y'all look very good when you say things like.
I just want to make a note, a procedural note that Mr. Spinning Water Tubs said that the surface was 2-dimensional, and then changed his answer when he heard the intonation in Adam's voice. He changed it to 3-dimensional. Just want to make note of that for the court.
Spinning.
I specifically said depending on what frame you're looking at it through. If you're looking at it through just a distance away from you and a distance across from you, I made that very clear. I actually described that. Then that'd be 2-dimensional on the surface.
Frame.
In spherical geometry, geodesics.
So the dimensions of something require what you're looking at it through. Like, what did the dimensions just be? The dimensions? What are you talking about?
It's like a reference. It's analogous to a reference frame. If we're looking at, for example, a geodesic.
The surface of a sphere is analogous to a reference frame. That's what you're saying?
Because in geodetics and geodesics are shortest paths, right? Even though you're on a sphere, the shortest path would be the chord, but they don't take that into consideration because they're looking at it in a 2-dimensional reference frame.
Really? Where's that 2-dimensional reference frame at?
It's just X and Y.
Even though
the surface is curved, they don't look at they don't take into account the chord.
Brian was talking. You overtalked him. Go ahead, Brian.
Geodetics can't be 2-dimensional. if they're a curved line.
Pardon me?
Geodetics are a curved line.
Geodesics are shortest paths.
Geodesics,
They can be
are
curved,
line,
but they're considered straight in spherical geometry.
But they can't be considered straight. They're either curved or straight.
But in
geodesics,
you know about you've heard the term spherical geometry.
Yeah,
that doesn't exist. Spherical geometry doesn't exist. There's no such thing as spherical geometry.
Geodesics defined as a shortest path, correct? But we all know that a chord is the shortest path.
No, it's not. The shortest path is a straight line.
Well, then they're wrong, I guess. Then geodesics are not shortest paths because they're the curved lines, not the straight lines.
Yeah, but they can't be unless all the only way they can be two-dimensional is if they're all on the same two-dimensional plane.
Well, that's what spherical geometry does. It puts everything on the sphere transposed into a two-dimensional plane. That's what spherical geometry does. It puts things in two dimensions.
Spherical geometry doesn't exist.
Spherical geometry doesn't exist?
You're thinking of non-Euclidean geometry. That's what you're thinking of.
That's spherical geometry.
No, it's not.
It's not? Really? Go give me a citation for that?
Citation? For what?
Spherical geometry is not non-Euclidean geometry.
Yeah.
Non-Euclidean geometry is not spherical geometry. A sphere is a three-dimensional Euclidean shape. What you're talking about is non-Euclidean. That's what Einstein referred to. Einstein's general relativity is what is it? Riemannian? What's the geometry he uses?
Pseudo-Riemannian.
Pseudo-Riemannian. Sorry, that's non-Euclidean.
Pseudo-Riemannian.
Yeah, that's not spherical geometry. That's non-Euclidean. I know spherical geometry don't understand. Spherical geometry doesn't exist. Geometry exists, and non-Euclidean geometry exists mathematically.
Adam, is a geodesic the shortest path between 2 points on a sphere?
No, a straight line is.
No, well, should I get the definition for geodesic?
Why?
Bruh.
Yeah,
he said on a sphere quite clearly.
On a sphere, that's begging the question. That's what he's attempting to prove.
Yeah, that's not two-dimensional.
Here's the definition.
He asked the question.
2 points on a curved surface. That's the definition.
No, the shortest distance between 2 points is always a straight line.
Here's from Wikipedia.
What?
In metric geometry, geodesic is a curve which is everywhere locally a distance minimizer. It's basically the shortest path between 2 points on a curved surface.
Yeah.
No, you're disagreeing with the definition. I can't argue with that. I can't argue with you.
I have to bring it back.
Basic definition.
You said a geodesic was two-dimensional. It's not. Now you're after just placing it onto a sphere. That makes it three-dimensional.
Sphere is 3 dimensions. Geodesics are the shortest paths, which are not straight lines. So it has to be 2 dimensions.
You said a geodesic was two-dimensional. That's not correct.
They've done a transform. They did a transform of the curved shape of the Earth or any sphere and made it flat because it becomes 2 dimensions. That's why a geodesic can be a curved line, but can be considered straight in spherical geometry.
2 dimensions, it's a straight line.
You're talking all over me. You know that, right?
Straight line. It can't curve and be on a sphere and be two-dimensional. Yeah, I think you have a dimension issue.
Huey and you both disagree with me, and I gave you the definition, and now you're still disagreeing with me. A geodesic is the shortest path. You're talking all over me, Adam.
Okay, fine. I'll have to step in.
Can't we just go one after another?
Hold on a second. I just will have
Brian,
to stop in.
not Adam.
Hold on, Brian. He's
sorry, Brian.
reasonably. Go ahead, Zanuck. Can't believe I've said that sentence.
So, a geodesic is the shortest path between 2 points on a curved surface. 2 people have contradicted that definition. They think they know more than Wikipedia or Webster's or any physics book. That is the definition of a geodesic.
That's what I said. Zanny, the shortest point between 2 points on the surface of a sphere is a straight line between them, a chord. But if you're talking about on the surface, along the surface, then you would have to take a chord path. But that is not two-dimensional, like you claimed earlier. You claimed a geodesic, which is not really what you're talking about. What you're talking about is an arc length, not a geodesic.
Yeah. It's a segment of a great circle arc. That's all it is.
Yes,
but again,
that would
then by definition, have to be. It wasn't, honestly, it wasn't a trick question. It wasn't intended for you. It was just to round out so we could move on. It's interesting.
I was listening to what Omni was saying. But what he wasn't allowed to say, which I think he was going to say, I don't know for sure, but I think he was going to talk about the transform.
Are you
spherical geometry?
The
transform of what?
Don't
talk all over me again.
Nathan told me off for indicting you because of him, so you don't have to defend it. It was just.
Yeah, I would like to have heard what he had to say because it was an interesting conversation.
He wasn't talking about the transform. No,
Did you pay your debt anyway?
Hang on, Neil. 1 second. What you're trying to do, Zanuck, is bring Omnivore back into the conversation as if he has any relevance. No. Omnivore was talking about level being the surface of a sphere. That would make level three-dimensional and mean that every few points on the surface of a sphere, there's a drop value. Right? He couldn't support anything he said. He admitted level was two-dimensional. Then he tried to say the surface of a sphere was two-dimensional and three-dimensional. Well, he was saying a sphere was a two-dimensional and three-dimensional shape. Right? If you're going down that road as well, then you're just as lost as him. You claim that
no, I'm not going that direction. I'm being very clear that there's
you claim that geodesic was two-dimensional, and now you're talking about an arc length on the surface of a sphere. Now, is that arc length two-dimensional?
Well, it depends if you want. It has everything to do with the transforms. You have to be clear about how you're looking at it.
But if you point on the surface of a sphere,
let me know when I can have 5 seconds.
Hold on. I can't hear him. Go ahead, Sonic.
Yeah, so it has to do with. He didn't mention this. It has to do with transforms. So if you want to take the surface of a sphere and flatten it out,
level has nothing to do with transforms. That's not that. He didn't mention that because that's nothing to do with his claim. He's saying that level.
I don't know what he was doing.
The surface of a sphere. The level was a curved line. That was his claim, and he failed.
I'll go back. I'll talk to you about level if you like.
Not about transforms or anything else. We're talking about level. When we're talking about Omni.
Jeez. Okay. Maybe you should just say over when you're done talking, and I can then jump in and talk.
Maybe you should stop talking to the middle of me.
Shut the fuck up when he's talking. How about that?
Yeah.
I have been. Every time I try to answer him, he starts talking.
You got to be kidding me. You're going to tell someone off for interrupting.
You're a moth moron. You're dumber than Omnivore.
You're trying to, what you're trying to do is change Omnivore's position now publicly to make it seem like Omnivore was talking about some transform to a geodesic that has nothing to do with an arc length. The point being is that Omnivore screwed up. There's no way back from what Omnivore said. Right? He was.
Why don't we take off to where
you completely forward it? Now it's up to you whether you want to take that same road.
No, I'd rather start from scratch and talk to you about the level and 2 dimensions. Sure.
So is level 2 dimensional? Would you agree that level is 2 dimensional?
Yes.
Okay, so that means level is a horizontal plane then.
Level is a horizontal plane, correct.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Thanks for the conversation.
Snacks in the back.
So why would that mean the Earth is flat? Just because you have level, if you measure a level, have a carpenter's level or an infinitely long level, being a horizontal part of a horizontal plane, or just a 2-dimensional line being level and horizontal, why does that mean the Earth is flat? Because if you move any direction and that horizontal is not parallel to another horizontal, then
why does that mean the Earth is flat? You keep on talking. Is that rhetorical?
It wouldn't be flat. It'd be curved because you can't have non-parallel horizontals.
Why'd you ask the question and keep talking through it? Was it rhetorical?
It was a question.
You asked him a question and then kept jabbering.
Yeah, you asked him, why would that mean it's flat?
Not if the horizontals would not be parallel.
All horizontals are parallel to each other, and all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. You've admitted that level is 2-dimensional, and you've agreed that it's horizontal. Mean sea level runs through the whole of the Earth. All elevations are taken from it. It is the horizontal plane of the Earth, as admitted by you through implication. There is no way back. Horizontal doesn't change its orientation in relation to itself.
It can't do
Okay,
that.
you said that
That's
I
horizontal.
love the
of
caveats.
horizontal.
There's no way back.
Well, there is. Can I respond? So you said they're horizontals. They're all parallel. Now, if I could show you that they're not parallel, would that throw a wrench in that logic, that gear of logic?
It wouldn't be horizontal, you dumbass.
It wouldn't be horizontal.
I was going to say you're going to suggest you can violate this axiomatic principle, eh, Sonic?
No, horizontals don't have to
seriously,
be parallel.
you have a line that's not parallel to another line that you know is horizontal, and you're going to say that is also horizontal.
Correct. Yes.
Really?
Thank you.
Wow. That sounds like you smoke crack. You should probably
now
put
wouldn't
the
now,
crack
since
right
we
there.
both so chocolate. I'm glad you brought that up. So if I define the horizontal as perpendicular to plumb, would you agree?
Absolutely.
Would you
Plumb
agree
is
to that
vertical.
statement?
Yeah. Plumb is vertical. Yeah.
Would you
90
agree?
degrees to plumb is horizontal. 100%.
No, plumb's not horizontal. Plumb is plumb.
I'm
Plumb is
straight on
vertical.
how you just said a
plumb
line
is
that's
90
not
degrees to
horizontal.
There's too many people. Too many cooks. Just Brian.
Hello, somebody take control.
Yeah, just Brian and Zanik.
I'll shut up.
Yeah, Zanik, I said plumb is 90 degrees. I said horizontal is 90 degrees to plumb, or plumb is 90 degrees to horizontal. Plumb is vertical.
Okay, good.
90 degrees to that vertical.
So then we
is
have
horizontal.
we have a
100%
horizontal
agree.
and we have a plumb. If I can find you a plumb that is not parallel to the first plumb, then those horizontals subsequently would not be parallel to each other either. Correct?
If you could diverge plumb bobs, I'm pretty sure we already dealt with that this evening. But okay, I'll deal with it a second time. So let me ask you this then:
Is that a yes or a no?
If you could show me plumb diverging, then would plumb diverge? Is that what you're asking?
That's easy to do.
Well, are we now at reciprocal plumb divergence?
We're back to reciprocal zenith angles again. That's what we're back at. A big circle job back around.
Same thing.
Can I just quickly chuck a detail out there? You can do with it what you will. I'll only be 1 second. Just let me read
only if it's relevant.
Merriam-Webster diction: level, adjective, having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface.
You just contradicted yourself, son. Hold on.
Definition's a contradiction in terms then. Round hound.
Yeah, so you guys know the English language better than the Merriam-Webster dictionary now. So there you guys are speech experts as well. You're virologists, you're astrophysicists.
Roundhound. We've heard you. Now someone's trying to address you and you won't shut up.
Shut your fucking mouth. Now read the first statement. We're going to take each statement.
Get my dick out of your mouth.
Oh my God, Roundhound. Do you not want us to address what you put to us or not? Do you want us to address it or not, Roundhound? Roundhound.
Why is he allowed to just be so abjectly
I'm going to remove you
to
unless
everyone?
you do want us
and
to
I say
address
one
it.
thing, and now you're going to
my
remove
God.
me. Okay.
We've heard what you said. I'm asking you final time. Do you want us to address it, or do you just want to cause audio chaos while QE addresses it? Which one is it?
No, you can address it. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, QE.
So, before the semicolon, I want you to read the first part of the definition, then stop.
Can you do that, Roundhound, please? No, he doesn't want to play.
I can do that.
Oh, brilliant. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't have any time to move my mouse across the screen to click on it again. Having no part higher than the other.
Stop. So having no part higher than another. That's what level is. And then semicolon, the next statement.
Conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface.
Stop. You can't, that is an inherent contradiction, because when they said curvature, that is the rate of change of slope. That means one part is higher than another, thereby contradicting their first statement.
Roundhound, it seems like before he concluded the address to your statement, you were talking through the conclusion before he'd concluded.
I was just pointing out where he's wrong. Sorry.
What, before he'd finished?
Wrong.
So, Roundhound, before he'd finished the statement, you had interrupted it. I don't know what to do with you. I mean, you can either accept the contradiction in terms or feel that chanting through the top of it as it's being put to you will somehow address it, because it really doesn't.
It's not a contradiction.
Do you understand what QE just said to you? Do you understand it for real?
Yes.
Seriously.
Yes, I understand it.
You
It's
understand
not a
that
contradiction of terms.
just saying the word curvature is a contradiction to the first part of the definition that you just read, right?
It's not a
Because you define
contradiction.
curvature as the rate of change of slope. Well, if you've got a slope, then you've got one part higher than another. Do you get that? That would
Yep.
be contradictory to the first
can I
part
respond?
that you just read, right?
Yeah, go
No,
ahead,
it's not a
Roundhound.
contradiction.
Respond to the contradiction in terms that you just read out from Merriam-Webster. Feel free to respond to that contradiction in terms.
Yes,
Yeah, okay. So if the Earth is a globe and your level was flat, it would be increasing in elevation as it went further, be getting further away from the Earth.
That's not level.
Whereas,
That sounds like a
hang on, I'm not finished. I'll be finished in a second.
You're finished.
Whereas,
You're finished.
The reason you're being interrupted, Roundhound, is because you're using further contradictions to justify your position that already is a contradiction in terms.
why don't you just let me finish and then you can pick it apart?
Right, we should let you continue contradicting yourself.
I'm not
Okay,
contradicting
okay,
myself.
no worries.
If
You
it-
continue,
if it
carry
is a globe
on.
Earth,
Go ahead.
If it is a globe, right? You have a point that's say 1 meter above sea level.
Okay, if we beg
you
the
travel
question,
a while and you go around the curvature of the Earth and measure 1 meter above the thing. No part higher than another, including the curve.
No, that's
part
that's
higher than another.
Let me know when
It's
you're done.
not a contradiction in
We
terms.
heard you the first time. Let me know when you're done.
I don't think you understood it.
But did you want to ad hom me before I fucking responded, you complete prick? Are you done? Was my question.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, good. Yeah, it's a contradiction in terms, because to describe a curve, you'd need to have one part lower than the original part. And the contradiction in terms comes from you asserting that level would having no part higher or lower than another. Ergo, for the third time, a contradiction in terms.
So can I respond again, please? It's not lower. If you're 1 meter above sea level and you move a bit around the globe, and
don't
you're
use that
1
stuff.
meter above sea level.
Don't use that stuff.
And
Don't
you're 1 meter.
use our stuff. You stupid shit for brains retard, globe believer.
When you say
what's happening here?
If you're 1 meter above sea level and you move around and you're still 1 meter above sea level, you haven't changed your elevation.
Don't use our
there is no
stuff,
part
you
higher
stupid
than
retard.
Another. Okay.
You don't get to use height above sea level.
You can disagree with the globe model.
You're going to chant through me, I'll just fucking mute you. Justifiably so, you fucking retard. Don't use our stuff, Roundhound. You don't get to use your height above sea level, you fucking retard. Don't use our stuff.
This is the misrepresentation that's.
You're the only
Can everyone shut up while I chastise Roundhound, please?
Okay.
Do
no,
not.
we'll
You
address
shut
this.
up. Oh, God. Roundhound.
He's muted.
No, I was actually asking Adam to shut up. Roundhound, you don't get to use our height off sea level. That's flat. You don't get to use that, you stupid retard. Oh, he's put his fingers in his bitch ears and server deafened himself rather than listening to me, stepping in to chastise him as he uses his height above sea level and suggesting that that would be deviating and not deviating simultaneously. Rather than hearing it, he put himself on server deafen. Okay? Coward.
Yeah, but what's going on here, Adam? I'm sorry, what's going on here, Nathan? I'll be very quick, Adam. Just a second. What's going on here? Omni screwed up, right? Then Zanuck screwed up, and now this guy is in. They're all trying to promote the same BS.
Wait, I didn't screw up. How did I screw up?
You did. You completely screwed up, right? You said
no, you're talking about the contradiction.
Two-dimensional and three-dimensional. It's over for you. Sorry, Adam. Go ahead.
I specifically
You asked him, how did I screw up? And then he started talking, and then you talked right through him. You little piece of shit retard, Zanuck. Huh? It's this rhetorical question day, Zanuck. Mr. Spinning hot tub moron.
Third time you did it.
That was a rhetorical question.
Oh, I see.
Because I very clearly said we did a transform. You said that word many times of the three-dimensional to a two-dimensional
That's
realm.
nothing to do with what you were talking about concerning Omni. The transform equation you're talking about has nothing to do with what Omni was claiming. And you were claiming at the end,
That's
which was
why
that
leave Omni out of it.
Was that let is that horizontal can be a different orientations to itself. That's what you were claiming at the end.
Well, let's go back to the horizontal.
The other one I came in
and
for
what,
you.
what Roundhound was saying. He was talking about
what you were saying.
The contradiction of Webster saying level is curved.
Changes its own orientation in relation to itself. You were trying to say that vertical diverges from vertical. Now, are you going to support that rubbish or what?
I'm sorry, I missed it. Spherical divergence from what?
You claim the vertical diverge from vertical. Now, are you going to support that?
He said if he could find one for you.
No, never mind that. Never mind that. He said that vertical diverged from vertical in angle. So that you are saying vertical were not parallel to each other and horizontal was not parallel to each other. So are you going to support that?
Right. Well, we could do the thing that we started this conversation out with QE mentioned, the reciprocal zenith angles. All you have to do is take a site of something that is referenced to vertical. Hold on.
He didn't mention that.
Let's see the ski mountain, and you're at the bottom. Okay, I can't talk then, obviously.
It's only because you said
no, you can't because you're misrepresenting the situation. And when I pointed out to you, you're talking to me.
Then correct me.
You're trying to change the subject.
Like answer the question.
Just have a moment just to bring back the last switching, just to highlight the last switching bait that was presented. So the contradiction that was in the dictionary was pointed out to you, and what you tried to do was try to explain it away by still maintaining sea level, but saying if sea level curved, then I went 1 meter above sea level, then I would still be 1 meter above it. That's not the definition of level. And it's certainly not something above the thing that you're defining as level. So let's just go back to what was level and whether or not sea level itself, not things you're going to hover over the top and then pre-assume it's curving, itself cannot have one part higher or lower than the other. The sea itself, not after you've bent it and stuck something on it. Do you understand how you are misrepresenting the contradiction in the dictionary?
No, I don't think so. I think when they talk about sea level,
I agree then. I do agree. No, you don't think so. What? No, you don't think that was a correct thing? Or
I was going to finish my sentence, but you didn't let me.
Well, I'm trying to get clarity. Or no, you don't think you're misrepresenting the dictionary when you gave that explanation of what the dictionary was saying?
No, not at all. Because sea level is going to be
which.
Wow, every time I say what sea level means, you cut me off.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you what sea level means. I'm asking you your defense. Was that contradictory to what Merriam-Webster claimed?
No.
Yeah,
level could be a curved line. Yes.
That's a contradiction in terms. That's contradictory to what he said earlier, Adam. He said he agreed that level was two-dimensional and level was horizontal. Now he's trying to say that level is three-dimensional and a curved line. So that's a lie.
Let's go back to the definition. Let's go back to the definition of level, perpendicular to plumb. Would everyone agree? I want to find common ground here. Would everyone agree that level is an orientation perpendicular to plumb?
The common ground would be you guys looking at that definition and saying, yes, that is obviously a contradiction. Then we could reach some sort of a common ground. But the fact that you guys want to defend that crap when literally the minute it comes out of your mouth, it's a contradiction is crazy.
Yep. They need that contradiction, don't they? It's because they need it.
Level is a curved line. What he said.
Yep, the curved line.
The world that we experience does contradict their world.
Can I give you an analogy that might describe?
Yes. No analogies. Spinning hot tub dumbass. According to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from horizon have a rate of change of slope of 0. The Baltard's IQ. However, according to the United States Naval Academy, curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. Zanuck, dumb fuck, reconcile it.
You can't.
Yeah, I love when you bring up calculus, and I have no problem with that definition of curvature. Rate of change of slope. Absolutely correct. You were right, QE.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm
so you agree.
Therefore,
Welcome to flat
so
Earth.
Merriam-Webster's contradictory
The
then.
problem.
Yeah.
They're taking liberties to talk about.
Yeah.
They are, because you can have, if you have varying non-parallel horizontals around a sphere, which are all referenced to the center of the sphere.
Why does Merriam-Webster not
The
go
reason
into
everyone's
all
piping
that?
up is
Why do
'cause
they
that's-
just leave you with that contradiction and then let you guys defend yourselves for that?
He's doing doing the same as the other guy did. He's using a new contradiction in terms.
Yeah, the very thing he's supposed to be proving is now he's assuming to exist to make his claim. Like you have to support your BS.
If you had a metal sphere and you had ferrofluid surrounding it, if you wanted to talk about that particular object, you would say, what's the thickness?
This takes me back to the hot tub. If you had a hot tub and you shot missiles.
Well, no, I mean, it's a good way to look at it, right? If you this is something in reality.
Reconcile the slope-intercept formula right now.
Yeah, slope-intercept formula that leaves you in a contradiction in Merriam-Webster's eyes.
Yes, if you have a rate of change of slope is defining the rate of which that curvature will occur. Yes.
There you go. That's contradiction. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJ's spinning requests.
Smoke them if you got them.
Yeah. Mean sea level is a horizontal.
Can you please spin up nutshell for me?
But you agreed earlier that level was two-dimensional and level was horizontal. So that means, by implication, you agree that mean sea level is a horizontal and not a curved line.
Let me give you a very accurate description and definition of level. An orientation, perpendicular to plumb, like pointing a gun level.
Yeah.
Where you're standing, you are pointing it level out into space. Now, it's only level with respect to you. You got to let me finish this one sentence. It's only you got to let me finish.
We heard that.
Please
it's
let
level
me finish.
two-dimensional.
I'm begging you. Come on.
It is level
It's
two-dimensional.
only level.
I'm not going into your fantasy world. It is level two-dimensional. I agree.
You have no level on the globe.
Hang on.
Dumb bastard. I've been listening to this for hours.
Neil.
Janik, you're a freaking retard.
Is level 90 degrees to plumb? Sonic.
Yes.
Is level two-dimensional?
Yes.
Right. Is level horizontal?
Yes.
And is plumb vertical then?
Yes.
Yeah. So that means that all plumb bobs are 90 degrees, right, to mean sea level, because mean sea level is a horizontal. That makes all plumb bobs vertical. That's
What
the end of
determines
that.
vertical?
There's nowhere else to go.
There is. I mean, I have a whole other road to take. I'm going to take you on a little motorcycle ride, back of my Harley. You're going to get a back of my hog like a bitch. We're going to go for a little ride. You want to go? You don't want to go, I can tell.
Sorry? I don't, Zanik. I honestly don't.
Define vertical.
I don't want to go any
How do you get vertical?
How do I get vertical?
How do you
90
get
degrees to
vertical?
horizontal. 90 degrees to horizontal.
How do you get horizontal?
90 degrees to vertical.
Now we're talking in circles.
Well, let's
go back to the original question. How do you get vertical? You know how to get vertical.
You disagree. Do you disagree that mean sea level is a horizontal plane?
Mean sea level is not a horizontal plane.
It's a closed question. Do you agree that mean sea level is a horizontal plane? Yes or no?
No, I do not agree.
Well, you just agreed earlier that level was two-dimensional and horizontal. And you're saying that mean sea level is not a horizontal plane. So there's nowhere to go with you. Sorry,
I was very clear about saying level is an orientation.
Now you're contradicting yourself.
Level
was an
orientation. I wasn't describing the surface or the line. I was talking about which direction it's pointed. It's pointed to reference to the vertical. Now, that's why I was asking what a vertical is. If vertical is going to be a very clear definition of what vertical is, and if you know it, you're going to tell me that when I drop a plumb bob, it's the direction of down. The direction of down. If the direction of down changes, then we have different horizontals.
Vertical. Down is not a direction, Vazanik. Down is not a direction. Down isn't a direction.
Oh, it is a direction. It absolutely is a direction.
It's not a direction. Zanik, down is not a direction. Or an orientation.
It has a magnitude and a direction.
Zanik, down is not a direction. Vertical, right, is 90 degrees to horizontal. You agree that level is two-dimensional and level is horizontal. That means all plumb balls are 90 degrees to mean sea level, and mean sea level is a horizontal plane. There was nowhere else to go with this. I don't even know where you're even trying.
There is, because you can easily verify that by saying, okay, if that's true, let me cite something a mile away.
Hold on, Brian. You said you got nowhere to go with him. I got you.
You won't let me.
I'm sorry.
If you're correct with that, all you have to do is incite something with a bubble level, which is taking into account down vertical, which is a direction, by the way, and a bubble level or a carpenter's level, and cite that level off in the distance. And if you cite that higher than the same height above the surface that you are citing it from, then that particular plumb cannot be level.
Is this all the stuff that you have to do to mitigate the contradiction that you're trying to defend? Is that what?
No, I'm just stating a fact that
what you're stating,
if vertical is down, and the downs are not parallel,
Brian.
Then
okay, Nathan, off you go. You take it then.
No, it's just he's been asked a question. He's answering it. Then you're talking straight through him.
I didn't ask him a question.
Oh, Chocolate did.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Brian.
No, it's a good question, Chocolate, and I was just trying to answer it. If you define down or vertical as being down, and you cite something that also has a down, and you cite it higher than the same height above the surface than you are taking the measurement from, then that would imply that that particular vertical is not parallel.
I see.
Now, both could be looking at having horizontals or level orientations, but if you're citing something the exact same height that's below level, below that horizontal, that means it's horizontal and its level would not be parallel to it as well. So the vertical and horizontal.
Will angle of sight change with distance be taken into account?
Brian, don't give him another question because we're all pissed off at him, right? Hold this guy to account. He just said, Chocolate, that's a good question, and then went on to not address it. Chocolate, ask him the question again. Otherwise, this is going to demonstrate you're a wanker, Zanuck. And what will happen is the same. We'll realize you're a wanker and not worth dealing with. So answer the good question. I'll ask Chocolate to ask it again. And if it's that good a question, you'll address it this time, won't you?
I'll always answer questions.
Yeah, I mean, it was simple. It was like all the things that you're saying right now. Is this in order to defend the contradiction in the Merriam-Webster's definition of level? Is that what this is about? Because it seems like with all that, you know it's a contradiction, so therefore you're trying to defend it.
Okay, I get your question loud and clear. So am I defending it? Yeah, I guess I would be defending it. I mean, I'm explaining it. I guess you want to call that a defense?
You know it's a contradiction. So you understand that it is a contradiction. That's why you would defend it.
It depends how you're looking at that statement or that definition.
Zanuck, come on, bro. As two human beings, two men, grown-up men on Earth, right? Come on. It's a contradiction. You can't say something has no part higher than the other and then literally name in the same definition something that's defined as having one part higher than the other. You do understand that's a contradiction, right, Zanuck? Just come on. Let's be reasonable, bro.
That's a problem when we talk about the two families of mathematics, thus being non-Euclidean and Euclidean geometry, spherical geometry, and non-spherical geometry. Those two worlds collide by definitions because they talk about straight things that are curved.
No, they don't.
Just in general.
Just so I want to. Can I keep up with keep up with the conversation real fast? Just to keep up with the conversation, you said the direction of vertical is down.
Yes.
Yeah, but But if you're talking about still celestial navigation,
I can be.
Well, if you're talking about celestial navigation, the direction of vertical is up to the celestial body.
Well, up is on the same line as down. Would you agree?
No, the celestial. No, if you're talking about celestial navigation, wait a minute, hold on, Zanuck. If you're talking about celestial navigation, the direction of vertical is up from the horizontal line where the observer is standing.
It doesn't need a horizontal at all. All it needs is down.
It does.
You just said it.
You just admitted.
Would you agree a plumb bob? Would you agree a plumb bob that points down as well as point up?
Right. I got you, Zanuck. Zanuck, you just submitted to Brian. You just submitted to Brian. The orientation of perpendicular was a horizontal. Now you're trying to go against it. You need a baseline. Hold on. You need a baseline point in order for you to get a vertical. And the direction of that vertical, wait a minute. Yes, you do. And the direction of the vertical is up.
How does a bubble level take into a horizontal first before it gets this vertical?
Yeah,
doesn't a
the
bubble
level
have
to yes, so the bubble level has to establish a base then, right?
Well, doesn't that work on the direction of down? If it wasn't for down, there wouldn't be any bubble level, right?
Right. No, then you wouldn't be doing anything with a celestial body then, because the direction of that will be up. First, you will have to establish the base, right? Usually with a bubble level, even, you will have to establish the base and the direction of your line of sight, which will be your vertical, if you're establishing that in practical orientation, will be up.
How do you do that? How do you get that? How do you get that horizontal?
How do you get what? To establish the level? We're just talking about definitions and establish in the orientation of what you're using.
I think we're talking semantics here. You both know just as well as
you've been talking semantics the entire time.
No.
We're defining things. That's semantics, you dumbass.
So does the bubble?
That's what you've been doing the whole time.
So let's just get
I got done telling you that vertical was down, and vertical is down is no different than vertical showing which direction is up.
From perspective of what you're talking about, if you're establishing from the horizontal, it's up.
Hello.
Shut the fuck up. Go ahead, Nathan.
So I'm a bit confused. I just need which one is this bubble that Zanuck just mentioned lining up with? Is it comporting to the curving edge of a ball with water? Is that what the bubble does? Because if not, we've definitely still got this contradiction.
It just tells you which way down is.
Which way down is? Well, obviously perpendicular to level that you say is curving, so that's why there's a contradiction.
No, that would only give you an orientation. Regardless of the shape of the Earth, it would just give you a direction outward into space that is perpendicular to that vector, which is down, which would have a magnitude and a direction down. And also up, can go up too. It's a line. It goes up to a star and go down to the ground.
Only if level doesn't bend, but in Merriam-Webster, we're still at the sticking point where you're defending the contradiction in terms.
Yes, so
what we've
already
also
agreed.
got a problem here is Zanuck constantly using the terms up and down, which
you're not allowed those.
Aren't allowed on a ball, Zanuck. Up and
if
down.
I drop a plumb bob, would that be down?
You're using the terms.
Would you all agree that a plumb bob would tell me which way down?
Oh God, he's been
Zanuck. Why are you interrupting Adam?
Now, you've invoked these terms, and we do need to point out that you could use them, but in reference to a flat plane. Okay, but you can't use them because they're not the same direction if you're going to invoke them. In and out is what you need to say.
Correct.
In and out of what?
Ball. If you're going to assert ball
that you're trying to invoke, you doofus.
Okay. Would down be to the center of the ball?
You can't use our words. Up and down.
Not if level isn't bending. That's what I just said to you. So either you accept that level can't bend, that's conformed to the shape of a sphere, like Merriam-Webster says. Now, if you're saying no, it can, then on screen currently, for my audience in this recording, is your Earth curve maths. And it's got a surface level, and it's got an eye level parallel with it for the maths to function. But Merriam-Webster says that this level comports to the surface of the sphere, which fucks up the entire Earth curve maths that you guys rely upon. Because then surface level isn't parallel with eye level anymore. So given that...
Well, maybe what they left out...
Given that I was about to make a conclusion, it might be beneficial to you to start talking in the middle of this conclusion before it comes. Did you want to rumpus the shit out of this because you're a loser? Go ahead.
I don't.
No? Okay. So given that this fuckwit retard, that's Zanuck, a complete spastic, has said that it can violate the law of non-contradiction as per Merriam-Webster, if that is the case, like this spastic retard Zanuck said, then this diagram on screen where surface level is parallel with eye level, that doesn't work anymore. Because apparently surface level can bend and no longer be parallel with the eye level in the maths that this guy relies on. So just to conclude, to make it absolutely clear, Zanuck's a complete fucking spastic. Because he thinks that he can have this violation of the law of non-contradiction that fucks up his own Earth curve maths that absolutely fundamentally requires surface level, not curve. Okay, fuckwit.
I think what there needs to happen here.
Earth's flat, and I can also chant through you. Yeah. Earth's flat, and it's required to be so. It's called surface level in your maths. It doesn't bend around a curve as per Merriam-Webster. You're a fucking retard. Okay, retard?
All right, gotcha. Read you loud and clear, Nathan. So
good. So in conclusion, you're a fucking retard, and surface level is definitely level. It doesn't comport to the surface of a sphere, or it wouldn't be parallel with eye level. You fucking globe-believing retard.
Yep. Horizontal, level lines all are flat and straight.
I'm going to ignore the retard because I just want to give you a bit of plaudits, Nathan. The diagram and the summary you've just brought up has brought that to a conclusion. That's a spicy meatball. Well done,
that's
sir.
me beating the living shit out of you, Zanik, with a conclusion that requires surface level be level to be parallel with eye level in your own fucking maths. So that's the end of your stupid shithead assertion that contradicts itself by saying it curves. No, it fucking doesn't. You were wrong, Zanik, and a spastic globe believer. Representative of all spastic globe believers who think level can curve when it fucks up their own maths that needs it to be parallel with eye level. Do I make myself clear, you globe-believing spastic? That's you, Zanik. I'm talking to you.
Crystal.
Now shut the fuck up and get the fuck out of my hangout. I banned you before for being a disingenuous cunt. Now fuck off.
Thank God.
Yeah, you proved yourself to be the same disingenuous son of a bitch you were when I banned you last time. Lying bastard piece of shit. Hey, Globehound, do you want to take over the reins? This is because of you that we just did that with him, you stupid spastic. Contradiction in terms that you brought up from Merriam-Webster, Globehound, you retard.
You're the most retarded fucking person.
No, you're not going to ad hom me, you stupid spastic. You brought up Merriam-Webster, and it's a contradiction in terms. We've just taken quite a long time out of our day to go through that contradiction in terms. What you did while I pointed it out was stick your fingers in your ears, you coward bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, you coward bitch. You stuck your fingers, and now he's run away. Yeah, run, bitches.
You shouldn't be afraid of letting Nathan talk, letting Zanuck talk for more than 10 seconds.
Sorry, I already banned Zanuck, and we were entertaining him just for our own amusement, Omnivore. Meanwhile, he took that dickhead that just ran like a coward, the same sort of similar kind of coward that you are, Omni. Sticking his fingers in his ears, running like a bitch. That's what that last guy did. The one that brought up the contradiction in terms from Merriam-Webster. What I did with it, Omni, was I took him to his own maths that requires level be level. Like not violate the law of non-contradiction like Merriam-Webster did. I took a giant steaming shit on the assertion that you in your globe belief must violate. That's the principle, axiomatic that it is, that level isn't level anymore. No, it is definitely, it's required, it's right there on screen for maths and has been for your maths, that's been on screen for the audience to this shit show you globe-believing dicks have created the entire time. Level's level, Omnivore. Shocking, isn't it? But you guys need a Merriam-Webster citation that suggests otherwise to make your globe faith work. Other than the fact that it violates this level, sea level, surface level, and eye level situation in your maths. It buggers that up. I mean, it doesn't seem like your big cocky coward mouth's opening anymore, Omni. Earth's flat in your maths, Omni. You coward bitch, Omni. You're a disgrace to your service, Omni. You're a coward bitch, Omni. My name's Nathan Oakley, Flat Earther. I'm calling you a coward. How do they taste, Omni? Every little bit of that distinction that you received while you were in the army, it's all for nothing. Because now you're a snivelling coward cuck who needs to violate the law of non-contradiction like the rest of your mates around you. Like Zanuck, the disingenuous scumbag that he is. What you got to say for yourself, coward? You're going to lean on your former service, the former man that you were? You're going to lean on that, Omni? Or are you just going to sit here in silence while I berate you for your pathetic cowardice? Earth's flat, Omni. Parallel sea level and surface level. It's what we've been discussing for the last 10 straight minutes. No, nothing. Just your cowardly cucking in the corner. Yeah, shocking. Very predictable, Omni. Your cowardly nature precedes you. It's what you do now, Omni. I thought you might even lean into how you used to be so brave when you were in the army. Not this time, it seems. Acceptance of the cowardice that you've become in your later life.
We go back to Merriam-Webster for a second. I find this very interesting. I posted it in Discord main text chat also. So the definition says the contradicting definition, having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. Now, we already demonstrated quite easily that that's a contradiction. The really funny part is that lower down in that definition, we have Merriam-Webster state level is flat without bends or curves in it. Within the very same reference, it contradicts itself.
Oh, that's weird, Huey. I've never heard any of the Globers read that part out. I wonder why.
I can't believe you're saying that. I've heard it thousands of times. No, I know you're being sarcastic.
I was just going to say the same thing, Chocolate. How come they never read it out like that?
Yeah, because their contradiction ends at the first statement. So they don't have to keep contradicting their contradiction.
Well, maybe we're right back where we started, actually, which is indoctrination.
I'll done, Chocolate. Go ahead, Mickey Mouse. Mess.
Position, though.
Well, the starting point then is, again, this thing that it's instilled in these people in such a way that it is, they can't think straight anymore. I'm reading here for indoctrination refers to the process of instilling a set of beliefs, ideas, or values into an individual or group, often in a persuasive or coercive manner. It typically involves the repetition of information or propaganda to shape or control a person's thoughts, opinions, and behavior, often with the intention of promoting a particular ideology, religion, or political agenda. Welcome to the to the globe religion.
Like I said, you should discuss that. I mean, I'd be happy to talk about that with you.
Okay. Why would you cuck to this globe religion that you obviously have? We can only speculate.
Is this how we talk about things? Nathan asks a question and you go silent?
No, he wants somebody that won't chastise him for violating the laws of non-contradiction and things of that nature. It can't be fun.
He's got you on server mute.
Probably.
Imagine if this is how you behaved in real life. If we were all sat in the pub and then suddenly people just went, shut down. And
somebody's getting beat up several times.
And then they put earmuffs on to show you that they couldn't hear you anymore. After you
That'd be permanent earmuffs. That'd be permanent earmuffs.
No, but,
hey, gentlemen, I have a question for you.
What I mean by that is, you'd be looking at these people going, are they really mentally ill? Are they not able to hold conversation? Yeah.
I think they are.
You know what I mean?
This is Flat Earth driving them to that. Go ahead, Roger. Did you have a question? And Mickey Mouse, if you want.
Yeah, the question is, where's the reference that Xanax going to have for his vertical height? Where does he get that from?
Flat Earth.
He doesn't have.
Oh, yeah, I know.
He said that's not true. That's not true. He does have them. His references level, which is horizontal and two-dimensional, as he agrees.
Yep.
So by implication, means sea level, which is a horizontal plane that he agrees with, is two-dimensional, and all those vertical heights will all be vertical heights and parallel verticals above that horizontal plane.
But he could also say two statements. He could say sea level's two-dimensional, sea level's three-dimensional. It could just say both, like just saying one after the next, and then no worries.
Yeah, because as soon as they invoke a sphere, they're invoking a three-dimensional situation. Now, everyone knows, and even they know to the point where they can't even disagree with it, the level is two-dimensional. So then they must go on to try and claim that level is three-dimensional because they think they're on a sphere. That's the position they're in. I'm glad I'm not in their position, but I'm not happy that I have to deal with them.
Well, after certain or most people get indoctrinated and doctorates. They get doctorates and indoctrination. And it's deep. It's a proper job. It's a proper brainwash. And
I sent you a DM, Mickey.
To the point to where it's not even possible anymore to have a rational conversation when somebody claims flat is bent. And
no, he specifically said level
C level, C curve, and stuff like that.
He specifically said
absurdity.
He specifically said, "Do you get it? Do you hear me now? Stop droning on. All right, with your Pete Shea horse shit, doctrinate. Yeah, they're different fucking words." He specifically said Zanuck level is curve. That's what he said.
Wait, but didn't he? Wait a second. Didn't he say a wrong word when you were arguing about what you were talking about? Like words mean things. What's the word he said?
Semantics.
Well, he said semantic.
Did he say semantic?
I think so.
No, he didn't. He said semantics.
Oh, it's the whole
I just want to say, though.
Whole crew's here.
Sorry, Nathan.
Kim, I was just going to say hello to Kim, that was all. I mean, Susan.
Hey, Kim. Okay.
Hey, Sarah.
Hey, Sarah.
How are all of you today? I hope you're doing well.
We're all good. It's good to hear you.
We're good.
We've had a very basic afternoon. We've been learning the word flat doesn't mean curved. It's been quite enlightening.
Amazing.
Can I just add that what Omni is looking to do now is have a private one-on-one communication with Mickey, is it? And that's when Omni is going to try to re-brainwash Mickey or whoever, right, back to his crazy world belief. That's what they do. As soon as things go wrong, they want to have a one-on-one with you. And that's where they start bringing in their magic powers of re-brainwashing. That's what they're trying. That's what they try to do. Don't ever go there.
You're not allowed to reference that. QE's just shut that down and said Mickey's like Pete Shea. So, no.
But it doesn't matter who it is. I'm talking about the process that they go through. I don't care if it's Mickey or someone else. The point is that Omnivore is now in a position where he needs to have a private conversation with somebody who disagrees with him, so he can try and get some kind of an agreement ladder going that will somehow keep him and his globe relevant. That's what they do. That's their next thing. Because they can't admit they're wrong, right, publicly. They'll never admit they're wrong publicly or privately. What they will do, though, is privately try and get you involved in an agreement ladder. You know, that's what they would spend a month talking to you privately on Discord, as opposed to just admitting publicly or privately that they're wrong. They won't do that. So they'd rather go through a whole month of private conversation in an attempt to get you on their side. They're trying to re-brainwash you back into a paradigm, doesn't it? That's what they do.
Yeah, but that's you're right, Brian. That's what they do.
No, I'm good.
Not you. We're going to work on you.
Brain of a mouse. I have the brain size of a mouse. I don't think there's much more room for other than flat.
I actually I don't disagree with you in your summary. I know QE called it Pete Shea nonsense and shut you down. People are indoctrinated. You do have to keep repeating it. It's just we do it to ourselves. And Brian, I agree with you too. Omnivore now needs to externalize something rather than internalize it. Them never conceding is them never wanting to internalize it. And an acknowledgement of it means that they don't have the opportunity to externalize it onto a third party, exactly as you described.
Yep, that's what they do.
Well, if you look at it externally, then, everything makes sense.
Through a transform.
From the perspective of the plane.
Nathan, can you put that picture back up?
One of the
Flatsy, this is what you did, Nathan. I want to give you double kudos, Nathan. Yeah, just the curve math diagram. What we did, we were getting descended and descending as they just flailed like I said, we're learning that flat, trying to make flat mean curved, level meaning curved, until Nathan pulled that up. And I've got to give you kudos, mate. He brought the whole thing to a head and doubled down on not just the contradiction in Merriam-Webster, but how they have to contradict themselves. And he was screwed at that point because eye level, surface level, which are parallel to each other, are and don't have any part higher than the other. And I love the way it's called surface level as well. Yeah, and then have to then accept that means that level is curved for the Merriam-Webster, just had him all ends up. Because fundamentally, you see, they have to have level meaning level to, in the first place, describe their ball using Euclidean. Yeah, that's the killer. Level has to mean level to describe the ball first. It's only when, like with Merriam-Webster, you jap it in for one reason only. Not an excuse in geometry, not because the word isn't clear what it means, but because you believe you live on a ball. So you have to bend that level line. And what they did, to make level no longer relevant to the surface, but to how high you are above the surface, meaning the surface could bend that level surface. The twists and turns they tried to make. But this sums it up beautifully, Nathan, and I thought it was perfectly timed and doubled down on the contradiction.
Not perfectly timed. I was trying to get it in for about 4 straight minutes.
Yeah, but it was worth
that
it.
was automatic. Stop lying.
It was worth it. How many of them were there? 2 or 3 of them. Yeah. Struggled with this and they tried to bend it to mean something because they believe they live on a ball. And they all went through the pain. And Zanek's the best one to have to admit he was done.
Well, I was mostly listening and it was painful, but yes, they tried and they tried and they tried.
But it was chocolate question that was the most pertinent, wasn't it?
Yeah. Kim got a question.
Go on, Kim.
Kim got a question.
I was just going to say, I really think that the main problem is when you're talking to these people that stalk flat earthers, they don't realize that we're trying to take them down to something simple, just something as simple as horizontal, level, and we're not trying to come up with a whole paradigm of flat earth. Like they want to see it because they see their globe from a God's eye view. They think of it as a whole, instead of just what we can see and what we can experience individually, and how that does play a part in, piecing together maps and things like that. They think that would be an accurate representation of the entire Earth. Nobody is claiming that, because even in their own paradigm, they can't say that this is a representation of the entire Earth and it be accurate. That we're not doing that either. So they can't do it, and they're double standard where they don't have to provide such a thing, but we do. And they can't get past that. So they want to think of it as like the bigger picture, when we're trying to just take them down to something simple as level and horizontal.
I have an objection. I have no, not yeah. I got an objection of abuse of the question button. Flatsy, that is a question button, not a narrative.
I liked it.
The button doesn't have any designated purpose, Fatsy.
I just like to not talk over people, so I'll raise my hand to say something if I, feel like I want something to say, and if we can clear the airwaves.
I have something to object a little bit to what you said. They are fully aware that we're trying to bring them back to base topics, right? And the implication of those base topics and what they mean on the broader sense. That's why they need to complicate it. They're not naive to that. They're fully aware of what they're doing. And when we do bring those base topics and we establish them and we then extrapolate them out in the broader sense, we are then absolutely establishing a flat horizontal plane where vertical heights above and below that plane and be established throughout the whole world.
Okay. There's another thing that I think is a problem. They can't ever address their assumptions. So they always have to assume this vacuum of space and why would Earth be the only flat planet, as if that's what we're saying. Hopefully they, like, especially the ones that stalk flat earthers, should know that's not what we're claiming, or not even close to what we're claiming. We're saying that we don't know what the things in the sky are, but they don't dictate what the ground is. So
that's the second time you said stalk flat earthers. I like that. There are flat earth stalkers.
Why would they ever address their assumptions? Literally,
that's what we're
their
trying to get
defense
them.
works on assumptions.
That's true, but that's what we're trying to always get them to do, is address their assumptions, and they don't. It's like they have a barrier. They don't want to get down to that nitty gritty. Like, you're basing everything off of these assumptions that you want to address.
Yeah, because then it's over for them.
I got the conclusion. They're retards. Okay, can we move on?
I concur with that.
I would say
guess
they
so.
were wankers more so, because when you refer to their assumptions, how I would view them is not as assumptions but straw man arguments that they consciously know they're creating. That would be, now I could be wrong in some instances. I'm just saying.
You are.
I gotta agree with QE.
They're retarded.
Shut up, you.
Shut up.
It's true. When you come down to the bottom line, they're retarded.
No, this is the problem, Neil.
Gentlemen,
Are they? Or are they just such a big Bundy?
No, they're retarded.
Did you hear what Zanuck was saying, Adam? Hold on. Did you hear what Zanuck was saying? That's retarded.
Can I ask a question right quick?
No, they have a belief that they need to defend.
No, you can't ask a question just yet. Adam has to go through this.
Okay.
Adam, they're retarded.
All right.
This is my point. Are they retarded, or
yes?
So what I've just outlined here, where the only reason to bend level is just for this purpose of sea level on a ball. Are they so fundamentally religious? Yeah, that they're prepared to compromise themselves and how they appear to other people, this retarded in front of other people, knowing. And this is why Chocolate's question was pertinent, because that's what he's asking. That you do see the contradiction, don't you? Yeah, and he almost got it out of him, but for interruptions, yeah. They will admit it if you're a bit kind. They'll admit that it's just too painful, and they're actually their Lord and Savior, the ball, is so important to them that they will prepare to make themselves look like retards in front of us to protect it.
That's the second concession that I got today. I got an earlier one from Matthew Learns when I asked the other contradiction that they have, which is saying that you've measured the curve. Or no, I'm sorry. The curve is too big to measure, but yet also you have to navigate it and negotiate it, right? And Matthew Learns conceded that that is a bit of a contradiction, because I asked him that in the same way, just the way I speak.
Oh, and both
And he
going over
admitted
the
to it.
horizon, is that a contradiction to that also?
Yeah, the whole thing is a contradiction, bro. You can't say the curve's too big to measure, and then you measured it. You also measured it, and you got to fly around it. That's a contradiction.
Yeah,
So,
where do you
yes,
get your
Adam.
specific size from? Yeah, your specific radius from. If it's too big to measure, then where do they come from?
Exactly. And yet you have people on the same side saying those two contradictory things. Sometimes it'll be the same person. So, yeah, that's pretty tough.
See, Chocolate, they're okay with contradiction as long as you are. The only time they have a problem, right? That's the thing, right? The only time a contradiction becomes a problem for them is when someone has a problem with their contradiction. So if me and you are ballers and we're both making contradictory statements, once you're okay with my contradictory statements and I'm okay with your contradictory statements, there isn't a problem.
As long as the contradictions are in defense of the same paradigm, then it's cool.
Yeah, as long as we are based on belief is parallel. Unintended.
I mean, that's pretty much what it is. Sorry, Adam.
As long as you think of it as fresh, Chef Ramsay.
It's not fresh, but you could think of it as.
Look, they're kidding themselves. And this afternoon to the neutral, surely it demonstrates that. Yeah? They're only kidding themselves.
Well, to the majority of people that are curious about this topic, they're not weirdos like the people who will seek us out just to ridicule us, or like they do, that like the anti-flat earthers that you guys normally deal with that stalk flat earthers all the time. You wonder why they want to stalk. That's not normal behavior. And honestly, when you seek out a fringe group of people just to like ridicule them or stalk them, that's not normal, and they would probably advocate against it for any other fringe group, but not us. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird if you want to get into like the psychology of it.
Yeah, I got into it for a little while. They're retards.
Okay.
There's the psychology.
I got you.
They're fundamentalists who are so invested for whatever religious reason in the ball that they're prepared to make themselves look like retards to protect their ball. Not necessarily even to you, but are in their own head, so they don't have to deal with the perfectly salient propositions that are put to them. They'll behave like this.
You know why?
Because they're retards.
We even get to the point of saying that they're, let's say, held back mentally, or to say that they're just religious fanatics. You have to be able to get to the point of understanding them. Now, most people won't. If Omnivore speaks to most people, he's going to bamboozle them or confuse them. The same with Zanuck. They're going to get confused by, they might hear a contradiction, but because this person seems to know what they're talking about and they're talking in a calm manner, they'll just go, well, this person must be an authority on something that I don't understand, and they won't challenge it. Most people won't challenge it. But when you will challenge it, that's when it becomes problematic for them. But that's also when, you get to the point of saying, is this person just taking the piss out of me? Or are they actually, or does this person actually mean these contradictory statements?
Or there's another option. They don't find this much stimulating conversation with anyone other than flat earthers. So they come here to always bring something to stimulate the conversation, see where we slip up, because we've got a pretty good tight position. Some flat earthers don't, of course, but if they come here, they're going to get a really nice tight position on what flat earth actually means. And I bet they find it kind of like a sport, like fun, intellectually
it's not a sport.
challenging.
It's not a sport. It's pain relief. Okay, they come here and get their ass handed to them. They'll go round and the shit that Xanax chattered. Yeah, people will be bamboozled with it, as he described about being 1 meter above sea level. Yeah, and if I'm just 1 meter above sea level later on, further distance, I'm still 1 meter above sea level, even though that means that sea level is curving, therefore not all parts being not higher or lower than one or the other. If you get bamboozled like that, and he can mug off some novice flat earther in Discord, he gets pain relief because he tells himself, see, I've told that guy and he didn't have an answer. So I can believe in the ball for another evening. That's why they're here.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yes, that is also another, but I think why they keep coming back after that, it's just because it's like, they can't admit it to themselves, but they know that they enjoy talking to us because we challenge them like no other people, like no other group of people would, that would challenge their whole basis on their entire worldview.
I do agree we should. Sorry. I do agree we challenge them, but I don't agree that they enjoy it. And I don't agree that they come back because they enjoy it. They come back because they can't answer what we're asking them, or what we're pointing out can't be debunked. So because of that, they know we're right, but they can't allow themselves to get to the point of admitting it to themselves. As Nathan would point out, they won't internalize. They won't internalize.
Begging the question.
Let's say Nathan about it.
That's
Hold
begging
on.
the question.
That's like a
Okay.
broad statement.
That's begging the question. No, it's begging the question. You said they know. Now that's assuming the very thing you're trying to prove.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a broad statement to put on all of the globe earthers that hang around, because I know some that hang around because they like talking to us. They like the challenges that we present them, like Platypus or some people like that, like they hang around with us because they're not trying to be flat earthers, but they like how intelligent we can be, or some of us aren't so much, but like Platypus has like a tier of the top flat earthers, and like he has them labeled, I think that QE's got #1 spot for him.
No, that's mine.
Yeah.
I mean, proof. There you go, Brian. Proof's in the rankings. Fucking idiot. QE. Okay. Okay. I want to see this list.
Yeah.
Sarah?
I don't think I
the
made
ones
the
who are
cut,
down the
but
list, I want to wonder why they are.
I didn't make the cut on the list, but that's all right.
We want to see the list.
I want to see the list, and I want to see the list now. Go get Platypus.
Neil,
If
you
I'm not
didn't make the cut
#1,
either.
there's going to be problems.
Neil, you didn't make the cut either. Calm down.
Holy shit.
I'm out of here.
He left.
I would totally make QE #3 or something. That would piss him right off. There's no way I'm giving him #1. I mean, that bloody bus is totally licking his ass, giving him #1.
Brown nose.
Yeah, brown nose.
That was a perfect dramatic exit, Neil. Very, very well done.
I'm back. I got to earn points. I got to make this list. I mean, this is the Platypus list. I'm not on that. I'm a nobody.
We're not going to be satisfied until we see this unqualified arbitrary ranking system. Bring it to the table, Flatsy.
Okay, let's see if he was in 24/7 on politics earlier.
The question is, Adam, how would you rank the top 10?
I'm going to be biased.
What's the standards? That's what I want to know.
That was the first question, you see. What are we doing here? If we're talking about fastidious diligence, QE, 100%.
Don't think he doesn't know it either, because he's got a big old head. Yeah, Platypus isn't over there on Discord, so he's out of commission.
What was the title of the list as you introduced it, Patsy?
I don't know. Something about like the top flat earthers, like I don't know.
You start this Discord and then I don't know really.
Well, I wanted to make a point that not all of these people that kind of stalk flat earthers are here just to relieve pain or whatever. also in it for having these discussions with people that can have the discussion.
Sorry. You don't think that somebody who thinks it's a ball still, who concocts a list of the most intelligent or top flat earthers, isn't just doing that for more pain relief? That is him pretending he's superior and trying to psychoanalyze for his pain relief. That's all it is.
He's had his butt handed to him by QE many times, and he's a good sport about it. So I would say you can't paint every one of them with a broad brush.
I didn't say that. I said the simple fact that he makes lists like that. We talked about mental health earlier. Think about this.
We're all a bit mental, okay?
What lists do you do?
I don't make lists.
Where's your top 10 baller list?
I don't have one.
No, why would it even be in your head?
It isn't.
Why would it be in a baller's head?
Because they are, what Kiwi said, retarded.
What purpose to the baller does it serve making lists like that?
I don't know. I wouldn't speculate and try to read their minds online.
Okay. Is it a useful function that's going to enable them to discern whether or not the Earth is a ball?
No.
Is it an egotistical thing to help them think that they're still mentally superior to all these people they're now ranking, maybe?
Could be.
Look at it. It's pathetic the way they behave. Unless any of us flat earthers have got a top 10, actually sat down and thought, who's the most intelligent baller? Let's make a list. I know we had Dumb Fuck of the Year award, another attempt at them trying to put a patch on stuff by just attacking us, you see. Add on us makes them feel right.
They do think they're better than us. They do think they're superior.
Nobody beats Fist. Rumpus is number one.
No, but whether that was in Discord, they have to, don't they? They have to assume that position that they're some kind of savior for us when they're coming in. They're going to help us see the light again, aren't they? That's why they're here. I think they've got real issues. Think about it if you pick another topic, go in. Nathan uses Bigfoot. Let's all us go in and save those idiots that think that there's a Bigfoot, big hairy bloke in the woods. Yeah? Let's go and help them through that. Let's make a list of the most intelligent people that think there's a big hairy bloke in the woods and rank them in order. Why would I do that? Even if I did, Flatsy, think they were intelligent people, why would I? It's really weird behavior. It's not normal.
And you have to have a doctorate degree. Doctor, a person who is qualified to treat people who are ill. A person who holds the highest university degree as Doctor of Divinity. I'm reading off the definition here. Incidentally, also doctor to change the content or appearance of a document in order to deceive or falsify.
Not sure of the pertinence there.
Wasn't any. All right, what's going on today? Book or no book?
I'm only hanging around on the off chance that we'll do the book.
Adam,
I've got an hour in me. I just said I'm cool. It'd be nice to catch up and.
Then let's get it going.
Oh, if we're going to do the book, I got to move to the computer. My husband is coming home early today from work. I don't know if he's going to want the computer. If he does, I'll have to get off, but I can do it for maybe an hour like you guys want to.
Perfect.
But Nathan, you'll have to let me back in when I swap over to PC. Just a heads up.
Yeah, no worries.
I shall return. Hold on, I'll be back.
Adam, did you know that we got presented a globe model today?
Where?
On politics.
I missed it. I heard you say, but somebody actually put one up.
Well, somebody brought up, you said globe model. Nathan asked him for a globe model, and apparently he posted a picture of the globe, and then Nathan was like, "Oh, okay, that's great. Well, it's got gravity, molten iron core, orbital, everything. It's got everything, right?" He's like, "Well, if it had all those things, it wouldn't be a model." But the picture that he presented is the model.
Yeah.
Say again.
So not a picture then.
Well, he posted a picture. I'm sure I didn't even see what the picture was, but he said there's a picture of a globe, and he said that's the model.
So
but if it had all the other thing, yeah, picture's a model now. But if it had all those other things that maybe a model would have, like all the little parts of their paradigm, that wouldn't be a model. Doesn't that check out?
Really cool model. If I've got a model of an aeroplane, and then at the end I put wings on it, it's no longer a model.
It's been an eventful day.
I think you've got a great win, mate.
I think it was fun.
You should do a victory royale on that.
A victory royale with cheese.
Exactly. Double cheese. One at eye level and one at surface level.
And one at eye point.
Regatta.
One at the eye point and one at the glow point.
Right, we're off.
Are we out of Discord?
Shall I dump Discord? See you later, Discord.
Nice of me, won't it?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
This is much different.
Mama.
Booger, hold on a baby.
Evening, bugger.
Adam says evening. He's chewing, so you're having to hear his smacking. Sorry.
Oh, nice.
I know, Booger. You're just so upset, but you got to calm down.
Thank you for telling me nicely
You're welcome, my baby.
what you're talking to. You're talking to Jocelyn.
Hmm?
You were talking to Jocelyn.
I don't know what you're talking about. Close your mouth when you're chewing, child.
Hey, can you Can you talk to me, sir?
You want me to talk to you?
You just talked to Joshin.
Who is that?
It's Joshin.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You already talked to Joshin?
That's not a person on here.
Can you say? Can you tell me?
Hand out of your pants.
Thanks for telling me nicely.
Oh, thanks for telling me nicely.
Hey, just say you're welcome.
You're welcome.
How old's Bugger now?
6.
6. Love it.
He's something else, dude.
I like that. Thanks for telling me nicely. Cute as hell.
I try to get him to be nice now that he's like sharing living quarters with another pretty much almost 6 years old, another 5-year-old, and they get along, they bicker, they go like back and forth. It's crazy. So if you guys hear chaos coming from my end, that's what it is.
Another boy.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Wrestling. Let the wrestling begin.
They do. They play pretty rough, but Booger doesn't hit or anything like that. So he's, I don't know. They're both like polar opposites. Like you got one that's they're both still boys and they act like boys, but Booger's like kind of OCD, and Elias is more rambunctious, and Booger is just kind of a weirdo, but I love him. He's not your typical kid, I guess.
Good boy.
He's super particular. He doesn't like things to be done like a different way than the way he does it or something like that,
Yeah. Archie was like that. It'd upset him as well if it changed. Ruining the beginning of his day. Things weren't what he was expecting.
Yeah, Booger likes routine.
Yeah.
He's big about routine. And if that gets messed up, he's messed up. Like he is not okay.
Yeah. That's my youngest. My oldest had just taken. He didn't care. Just happy day. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, it's normal for kids to not really care about like that kind of thing. But it's just funny when you have one that does, and you get to see the contrast of one that doesn't care so much. It's just, and they're good for each other because if anything, Elias is helping him like kind of be more rambunctious and not care so much about routine. And I think Elias is also getting the routine and being easy with other people because of Booger. Like they kind of help each other. Like they're the polar opposites, but when they come together, I don't know, it just kind of evens out.
We're waiting for QA.
You there, QE?
Yep.
You are?
Yeah, but I got to brush my teeth.
You got to brush your teeth?
Back of 5.
Chewing on ballers leaves a bad taste in your mouth.
What are we doing then? We starting or what?
Yeah, I was just reading what we were up to. But we've got to wait for dog breath, haven't we, again?
That I missed those.
You what?
Can I say before?
I missed. Sorry, Brian. I missed Xanax.
Go ahead.
Xanax's attempt to define or to example Coriolis when he used to tell us things like a rotating hot tub that you fire torpedoes from. Ah, those were the days.
Sorry. The problem with that is that's sorry.
Brian, pass it before you took it.
Yeah, it just came out of a sudden, like a hair or something, or dust or something like in my mouth. But the problem with that,
It's a potato.
shut up, you.
Damn.
The problem with that is the likes of Xanax, what he's going to do is he's going to be in there now trying to brainwash everyone. Now, the stronger people, well, not everyone in there is not strong, but most of the people, that the problem with Discord is that there's a lot of new people coming up on Discord and people who don't really know things as much. And they're easy fodder for someone like Xanax. And that's what he looks to do. He looks to get those people and get them in a corner and brainwash the hell out of them with bamboozlery and contradiction. But what I was going to say before that was we need to be more in alignment with each other when we're dealing with people like Xanax and Omni and all them. Because we were flipping from one thing back to the other, but it was all based around the same thing, which is level. So we need to all focus on the one thing, not be going from this, that, and the other thing. Stick to what is the thing, is level a curved line. That was the issue today, right? We need to all be on that. Because what happens is that we have questions coming in at the people from different angles, and what they're actually doing sometimes is giving that person a red herring or something that will be a tangent away from what we're trying to hold them on. We need to focus on that thing and not go away from it. Because we have a problem there. We start playing with our food too much. And then suddenly, before we know it, our food is all over the floor. We don't want that. Just a suggestion.
I agree. I think I just mitigate that point with recognizing where we are. We're not anymore at a point where we want to keep trying to educate. We've got to do that to a point. But in all of the conversation with these wankers, it's the point where you recognize or you take the conversation like today to make them demonstrate what wankers they are. Yeah, and that's where you've got to take it, because that's what needs showing to people, so that the people in Discord that Xanax will prey on, yeah, recognize what's going off, not keep humoring it. As soon as you see wankery, whether it's 2D, 3D surface of a sphere, yeah, call it out and be that's where we've got to be firm, yeah, as soon as we know they're wankers. Not as soon as we know that they're contradicting, because we'll have to educate there. But as soon as you've got the sniff of wankery, that's where you've got to jump on them, to me, because that's what needs dealing with. Yeah. And on that, Nathan, question: they might be flat earthers, they might be ball earthers, all right, in terms of what they actually believe, these people. But what they are is psychopaths. Yeah. They're egotistical wankers that are getting off on people's, at best, getting off people's misunderstanding and playing with people's minds. They are genuinely wankery people. Are they psychopaths? That was my question to Nathan.
Without an fMRI machine, you can't tell. But I mean, they've got all the traits, is what you're saying, and I definitely agree with that.
That's all I'd say, right? Call them out quicker, guys. That's all I did, is just as wankers. Because they seem to be afraid of that. Because there's a line there. Now, you're being a wanker, mate. Yeah, you're telling me level means curved. Or you're telling me the surface of a sphere is 2D. Yeah. Or a sphere is 2D, 3D. As soon as you've got that, that's when I stepped in there and just went, now, wanker. You're done, mate. Any of us say that. No, a sphere, yeah, it's 2-dimensional. A sphere is, and it's 3-dimensional. sphere is.
Yeah. Well, at that point, you can only call it two ways, can't you? And I think the easiest way is just say wanker. Like Huey says they're retarded, but I would say they're wanker. Because Omni knows that a sphere, the surface of a sphere, is not two-dimensional, is not two-dimensional and three-dimensional. He knows it can't be both.
It's reasonable for a man to mitigate that he's not retarded, okay?
Yeah.
But wanker, after you've just demonstrated you're a wanker, yeah, no. And you can defend wanker because you've called it for a reason. Because they've just been a wanker by saying the sphere's 2D, no, it's 3D. Yeah, wanker. You don't need to call retard.
I agree. Because retard is harder to prove. Because let's be honest, Omni, right, has proven. Away from the lines. Omni has proven to be smart enough to know the difference between two-dimensional and three-dimensional. I don't think somebody who can be in that Discord and argue with people all the time, right, and come in and argue with us can be retarded and be able to do that to that degree. Not to the degree he's able to do it, or Zanuck. You know, they might say retarded things, but most of the time they're just things that are basically, it's either say that retarded thing or admit they're wrong. You know what I mean? So the wanker thing to do is say the retarded thing, which is a slap in the face to us, isn't it? When he said a sphere could be two-dimensional or three-dimensional, and three-dimensional, whatever. Excuse me. When that was said to us, he knew he was slapping us in the face. He knew he was pissing down our backs. He knew that. He's not so stupid that he doesn't know that. So it's either he admits and concedes he's wrong, or he's a wanker to us. And that's his option. And he chooses the latter.
Either way, he's proved he's a wanker. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. It's either take the role of a wanker or take the role of an honest man. And they're not going to take that role. So that makes us right. And they don't want that. They want us to be wrong. And their whole job seems to be to not concede to us. They never concede. We get an agreement out of them here and there that they can't disagree with on the spot. So Omni will agree, or Zanuck will agree, level is two-dimensional. But then they'll try and claim that the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional, or a sphere is two-dimensional and three-dimensional, or whatever. So they'll agree to these things only to then piss in our faces afterwards. So I agree that we need to call them out sooner.
All right. Where we at?
I was
on
about
screen.
to
Should
say
be on screen.
Yeah, I heard that clearly.
I just made. Oh goodness, hold on. So I just changed this right here to two sentences. So I just added a period and made it two sentences because it was one.
It's better to start off with a broad view than go right into a specific detail when I say what's going on.
We were just reminiscing on this afternoon.
Well, hold on. I can't hear you guys. Hold on.
So it's better to say QE. We're in chapter 3, the start of chapter 3, living in Narnia land of make-believe. And then we're getting ready to start the first paragraph or read through this chapter.
We weren't there. We weren't there. We were reminiscing on this afternoon's after show.
All right. Now, what happened? What did I miss?
Oh, brother.
Nothing.
All right. So where are we at? Again.
We've pulled it up, and that's as far as we've got. Because you had to go and brush your teeth, dog breath.
My approach over the years when dealing with Globers is simple and objective. It throws most Globers off balance as soon as they try to make their case. This is because I don't let them get away with making arguments by begging the question. Am I reading this? Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess.
Sounds
I was
like
just
it.
letting you know where I changed while you were gone. I changed this to 2 sentences because after objective, this went into the rest of it was one sentence instead of 2.
That's really important detail. I'm glad you informed me.
And you
Don't
got
be
away with it.
a turd, okay? I'm just letting you know. Good grief.
The Latin phrase for begging the question is petitio principi.
Brian, before we go on this, mate, take a deep breath and enjoy this. You talk about contradictions. Here we go.
Petitio means request or petition. Principi means begging, beginning, or principle. Therefore, petitio.
Principle.
Therefore, petitio principia.
You've got no principles, QA,
Yeah.
if you don't read that right.
Therefore, petitio principi literally translates to request the beginning. In the context of argumentation, it means assuming the conclusion of an argument as one of its premises. This is a logical fallacy where the argument is circular and the conclusion is simply restated in different terms. Good with that?
Yeah.
One of my
Not really, no.
What then?
Say that word again. The Latin part.
Scroll up.
Principi.
Not principia then.
Principi. Principi is the full phrase. It changes when the phrase is uttered, but not the word. One of my favorite analogies is one in which Globers constantly try to drag me and my listeners into the land of Narnia. And then while in Narnia, they want to debate make-believe scenarios. If you're not familiar with it, The Chronicles of Narnia is a great literary work of C.S. Lewis. It is a fantasy world reached by traveling through a wardrobe, analogous to traversing the high-pressure gas to reach an ultra-high vacuum of outer space. Any problems with that? Nope. Good. Among Globers and...
Wait, sorry. I didn't uncut me. I still think that last bit is a little overly, unnecessarily wordy. And at this point, we're just trying to draw the analogy. We don't need to throw in the indictment. Can we just scroll back up a little bit?
I don't think we did. I think we left it general.
I think it's too much. Just scroll up a little bit for us, Flatsy. No, she's away at the desk. I don't think we need. I think high pressure. I think it's too much. You just introduce it. We're going to use this terminology and we'll build on it. I just think here it's just about traversing a wardrobe. I think it's too much.
Nah, I don't. I think it's fine.
Can't see it to comment anymore.
Yeah, I think it's fine though. We're not
I will
going.
go with that for the sake of brevity.
Yeah. Among Globers and sycophants of the Copernican worldview are those who live in a state of cognitive dissonance. He's back. Scroll up a little bit, Flatsy. Stop. It is a fantasy world reached by traveling through a wardrobe, analogous to traversing from high-pressure gas to reach an ultra-high vacuum of outer space.
Yeah, you see, definitely. The first bit is no good. High pressure. What high pressure gas? What are you on about? Yeah, I knew it doesn't smell right. So this is our first analogy. So it doesn't need to it just needs to say here where we breathe.
Oh, I see what you're saying. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Take it out. Put a period at the end of wardrobe, and take the rest out. Flatsy. So C.S. Lewis, it is a fantasy world reached by traveling through a wardrobe. Period.
No, don't get rid. Don't get rid. We have to because we've still got to describe what it's analogous to, right? But we need something simpler, analogous to, and we're just talking about traveling from Earth,
right?
You see what I mean? We're not. It already requires you to know something traversing from high pressure gas, but analogous to traversing from Earth and its high pressure and its air pressure to an ultra high vacuum called outer space. I just think it needs to be simpler at this point in the book. And more.
You made your point. Let's do it. Analogous to traversing from Earth's apostrophe S. Take the rest of that out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, from Earth's high pressure gas through a vacuum.
No. More analogy needed. No. It's analogous to traversing from Earth's high pressure gas in a rocket.
That's too specific.
Well, that's the wardrobe. We're trying to draw an analogy.
Yeah, and high pressure gas is a good analogy to the wardrobe.
No, the high pressure gas is Narnia. The wardrobe is the rocket.
No, it's not. The vacuum is Narnia, not the high pressure gas.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's what I mean. But to get there, you either need a rocket or a wardrobe.
No,
the wardrobe gives you spacesuits so that you can have pressure containment in the vacuum.
You're carrying it too far.
I know, but do you see my point? If we're going to make it analogous, we've got to make it analogous. And that's not.
It is. It is.
It's a fantasy world reached by the wardrobe.
The vacuum is the wardrobe.
I thought the vacuum was Narnia.
Vacuum's not the wardrobe.
The vacuum's Narnia.
Yeah.
You guys are so funny.
No, that's not funny. This is important stuff.
Ultra high pressure gas. So, okay, the wardrobes, the high pressure gas. Yeah, it's
traversing from Earth's high pressure gas is analogous to traversing in a rocket from Earth's high pressure gas to an ultra high vacuum of outer space.
Through an ultra high vacuum?
Traversing in a rocket from Earth. High pressure gas. Into it.
Okay, you could put into an ultra high vacuum. Yeah, that the through was the problem. Into and through.
Cold.
And ultra high. Yep. Into and through. Yep. The ultra high vacuum of outer space. Can we do that with the definite article?
Yeah, I was going to say into an ultra high vacuum called outer space.
So Earth's high pressure gas into and through an ultra high vacuum. Yep. Called
maybe
through, yeah, it's fine. Yep. All right, we good?
No.
Can we put environment after vacuum?
I've got a problem with through. I can't go into and through. Unnecessary. Into. Just make the division, not talk about what you can do when you're in it.
Yeah, but you're going into it and through it.
Through what? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't talk about what you're going to do when you've got from that that's irrelevant.
Don't add your own words here, Flatsy.
I wasn't just adding it. I was seeing the way it looked, okay? If you don't like it, that's fine, but I just wanted to see how it looked.
In a rocket from Earth's high pressure gas into. Okay. Let me slow down. It's a fantasy world reached by traveling through a wardrobe, analogous to traversing in a rocket from Earth's high pressure gas into and through an ultra high vacuum. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, okay. What was your next bit? Environment, ultra high vacuum environment.
I don't think it's needed.
Superfluous, I think.
Yeah.
In that case.
Oh, okay.
No, you get me. It's not.
This isn't a personal attack. It's just the environment. It's not needed.
I know. I'm not taking any offense. I was just saying.
You're not.
I'll let him
I'm
have
not.
All right, that's fine. Scroll up.
That's better now. That makes.
Scroll down. Yeah. Scroll down. Holy shit.
Chill out. Good grief.
Among Globers and sycophants of the Copernican worldview are those who live in the state of cognitive dissonance. We have to define this sumbitch now? This happens when a person has strongly held contradictory beliefs. Is that what it is?
What, like level and curved?
We need to cite. You guys wanted to cite in here defining cognitive dissonance.
Yep.
And I told you that this is where you brought it up and you defined it up here. So if you were going to cite it, it would need to be where you defined it.
Was it introduced higher?
It's introduced here, but you go more into it later on.
So this is the first mention? Or did we read it above?
What?
I said, is this the first mention of cognitive dissonance, or did we read it above?
No, this is the first mention, and you also define it. And later on, you go into it, and you guys were talking about citing it, and I was trying to let you know that you introduced it earlier and defined it up here, but way down here, you go into it. This is where you go into it right here.
Wow. You've been hanging around Brian for too long. Spell concise and define it.
I'm sorry. Look, just chill out. Why are you so mean? I'm having to deal with mean kids all the time.
Add another one to the list. Cognitive dissonance is a feeling of mental discomfort that occurs when a person holds conflicting beliefs, values, or attitudes. It can also occur when a person's actions don't align with their beliefs. Cognitive dissonance from medical news today. Cognitive dissonance occurs when a person's behavior and beliefs do not complement each other or when they hold two contradictory beliefs. That's the best definition I heard. Adam, do you want this?
It was two contradictory positions without evidence.
It was exemplified today.
Yes, I know that, Adam. Stop hankering back to your friggin' conquest earlier today and get with the program. Is that a good?
I think it's important, isn't it?
Do we want to define it? Yes.
That one you just gave was really quite nice.
I know. I like
it.
Cognitive dissonance occurs when a person's behavior and beliefs do not complement each other or when they hold two contradictory beliefs.
Perfect. Yeah.
I'll give it to you. Private. Man, it's raining cats and dogs here, man.
Put it in the book review, and that should just go in there. That's a nice citation. That's perfect. It's not a psychology book, is it? We don't need to. That'll do. You want to object to that? Off you go. It's kind of that's sufficient for our purposes, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Listen to the whole one. I stopped there. I stopped it early. Cognitive dissonance occurs when a person's behavior and beliefs do not complement each other, or when they hold two contradictory beliefs. It causes a feeling of discomfort that can motivate people to try and feel better. That's the whole definition. Yes, no, or should I stop it with contradictory beliefs?
I like the full thing.
The whole thing?
Future indictment.
Can't hear you.
I know. I'm 2 secs.
I'll be back to you later. Not to cheat here. I'm uninformed.
Hey, Ballbusters tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'll be back to you later, Anna. You'll still be doing this behind my back. Be an hour or so. But I'll be back probably within an hour. And I'll be there tomorrow, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
And Flatsy, don't pay any attention to him.
Okay, that sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we then? Sorry about that. Yes, I think the whole definition fits back.
Was it 14 for the smaller or for the citations?
Yeah, 14.
Why doesn't that look right? Maybe I'm just tripping. Sorry.
Is there any more in that? Oh, where's QE gone?
To talk to your sister?
She'd eat him alive.
I'm just playing.
No, she'd eat him alive.
Oh, would she?
She's like a female me, but cruder and with less shame.
Nice.
She'd be well chuffed with that. Yeah. Where's he gone? Think the storm's coming. I think the only bit that's missing, it causes a feeling of discomfort. Okay, it does. And it's what that discomfort means you'll do to ease the discomfort. That's cognitive dissonance. How you'll lie to yourself, do certain behaviors necessarily to ease the discomfort. So that can motivate people to try to feel better. That's exactly the key thing here. Yeah. What you do to try to motivate to feel better.
Yeah, QE's gone.
Yeah.
Maybe his power got shut off. That happened to me the other day. It's happened quite a couple of times the past week. So we thought that we forgot to pay the power bill, or that was my first thought in my head. And then I realized when I stuck my head out the door that other people's lights were off too. Somebody had an accident down the road.
It just took out your power.
Yeah, the accident took out the power over here where I live.
Are you rural then? Is it like right in the sticks or?
No, I'm kind of in a more. I mean, it still feels rural out here, but it's more urban. Because I live, they consider it a city, Jasper, as a city, but it's really like barely. If they're going to consider it a city, it's just barely a city. There's no, like, it's not like Birmingham or Montgomery or Tuscaloosa. You know, those are like cities in Alabama.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is called a lightning bolt.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, we
Yep.
were wondering if your power got cut off.
Yep. Blew me right the fuck out. All right, I'm back.
Well, give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Are you there, QE? So
yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. So the bit I was saying, I like the whole phrase. I just wonder a little bit if was there any more text there? Because it causes a feeling of discomfort that can motivate people to try to feel better. If we could elaborate on what you would do to try to feel better, with the actions in the real world or just psychologically lying to yourself, is there any bit there that elaborates on that bit? Because that's kind of the final indictment of what cog this is. You get me?
I don't think so, and I lost the link.
It's okay. It's on screen. It's if you type MEDICAL, medical news today, it should come up.
I'm not typing that in. Fuck that.
Or just click on the link that you sent, Flatsy.
That's where I'm going.
I am not typing.
It's under some.
All
People
right.
may do this via defense mechanisms such as avoidance. Alternatively, they may reduce cognitive dissonance by being mindful of their values and pursuing opportunities to live those values. So there's the nothing burger.
How about when we search for coping mechanism of cognitive dissonance? It's probably better, isn't it? Let's have a look.
Yes.
Yeah, mate. I was hoping that's why I wanted a nice quote, because I knew it would go on, because psychologists do.
Yep. Yeah, let's not overthink this one. Just leave it.
Yeah, it's sufficient, isn't it? Like I say, it's not a psychology paper, is it? If we can't, we don't have to explain cognitive dissonance. That's a fit. That's enough there. It causes a feeling of discomfort that can motivate people to try to feel better. I wanted to expand on motivate people to try to feel better, but I'm sure we'll do that, won't we? What their motivations are. Just need to remember that bit. You know what I mean? I don't think we need to expand, do we? There.
No.
It's quite an indictment, actually, when you look, can motivate people to try to feel better. There's nothing good in that. You know what I mean? It's quite,
yeah,
it's good shithousery, actually, as a quote.
All right, she's back. Did I read the paragraph above it?
No, let's go from there and then see how it goes.
Among globers and sycophants of the Copernican worldview are those who live in a state of cognitive dissonance. This happens when a person has strongly held contradictory beliefs. For example, a person may insist that to be able to traverse from a high-pressure system into an ultra-high vacuum, to survive, you must wear a spacesuit. This is equivalent to having to wear a fur coat before traveling through the wardrobe into the severe temperatures of Narnia. You like that?
No good, no good, no good, no good, no good. That's not the contrary, right? No. So we can keep the last bit. The first bit needs to be the contradiction isn't the fur coats. The contradiction is you can't have gas pressure without containment. We need to state that here. That's the contradiction. Yeah, it needs expanding on this sentence. Among globers and sycophants of the Copernican worldview are those who live in a state of cognitive dysfunction. This happens when a person has strongly held contradictory beliefs. For example, a person may insist that to be able to traverse from a high pressure system of an ultra high vacuum.
Holy shit, I just saw a cowboy, guys.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, so for example, a person may insist that to be able to traverse from a high pressure system into an ultra high vacuum, to survival is not important. So that's the later mitigation, that to survive, that's the ancillary supporting evidence you'll support. That's part of how you reaffirm cog dis is the bit in terms of, yeah, but you'd need if it did exist, you'd need a spacesuit to be able to survive there. That's the supporting evidence, right? So, but it's not the contradiction. The contradiction is that you can traverse from high pressure to low pressure when that to have gas pressure, you have to have containment. It's that contradiction that leads you to a state of dissonance that you'll ignore that contradiction and focus on the point that, yeah, but if you were there, then you'd need spacesuits, and we do have spacesuits. That's the dissonance. Do you get me? That's what needs to be in there to invoke cognitive dissonance. Oh. Disagree or?
No, that sounds perfect.
Am I supposed to be typing something? Oh, we lost Kiwi again.
I think if you go to where it says this is equivalent and put your cursor there, so last bit of the part, yeah, and make that a new line for me. This is equivalent. The whole thing from there.
Like that?
Yeah.
Okie doke.
Okay, so for example, a person may insist that to be able to traverse from a high pressure system into an ultra high vacuum, to survive, you must wear a spacesuit. New sentence. This is cognitive dissonance.
Excuse my liberty of touching it up, but I can change it back to this is cognitive dissonance.
This is cognitive dissonance.
Unless you don't want the shining example part.
Just stop apologizing. Keep going. This is an example of cognitive dissonance. Full stop. The contrary positions being held are that you can go or that you can traverse from Earth's high pressure gas into an ultra high vacuum called outer space. You can copy it from above, actually. Position being held that you can traverse the high. You see above, look, Earth's high pressure gas into and through an ultra high vacuum called outer space. That you just take that and strap it on. You can traverse. In a rocket. Yeah, take it there. We can cut it down a bit, and then if we stick that, the contribute. Where are we? This is showing some corners. Just a sec, dude. This is equivalent to having to the contrary position being that you can traverse in a rocket. Yeah, perfect. In a rocket from Earth's high pressure gas into and through an ultra high vacuum called outer space. The contrary position being no, that's wrong. Just to stop moving a sec. For example, a person may insist that to be able to traverse from a high pressure position, you must wear a spacesuit. This is a shining example of cognitive dissonance. The contrary positions being held are that you can traverse in a rocket very high pressure gas into and out through an ultra high vacuum called outer space. Either comma, semicolon, full stop, against the known natural law that you cannot have gas pressure without containment.
Or?
No, the resultant.
But also, I was going to say, or also high pressure gas adjacent to low pressure without the gas filling the available space. But that's a lot. That's a mouthful.
Well, we've set the dichotomy up in the head here, so that's fine. This is a show. So, for example, a person may insist that to be able to traverse from a high pressure system into an ultra high vacuum to survive, you must wear a spacesuit. This is a shining example of the cognitive dissonance. The contrary positions being held are that you can traverse in a rocket from Earth's high pressure gas into and through an ultra high vacuum called outer space, against the known natural law that you cannot have gas pressure without containment.
So you want a full stop after that?
The resolution to the cognitive dissonance is to focus upon You see what I can find just in a sec. Yeah, okay. The resolution is to ignore and deny the conflict and seek supporting information for the preferred position.
Ignore and deny the conflict. What now?
Is to ignore and deny the conflict and seek for. No, seek's not right. And affirm supporting evidence for the preferred position. We can tidy this up later. I just need to get it out, I think. Just this bit of explanation. Position is being held or that you can traverse in a rocket from Earth's high pressure gas to the the resolution to cognition to the cognitive dissonance is to ignore and deny the conflict and seek for something to affirm the currently held position.
You said current held position?
Currently held position.
Currently. Sorry. I've got a lot of things going on around me. My husband just got home.
Full stop. In this case, it is to affirm that in order to survive in the vacuum of outer space, you would require a space suit. Spacesuits do exist.
They stay here until lunchtime. It's lunchtime.
And so space must exist. The ultra-high vacuum of space must exist. And we're going to use the last bit of this text. Perfect. Just scroll down. Okay. This is equivalent to justifying Narnia
I'm so sorry. I've messed up somewhere. Okay, there. I think I figured it out. So this is equivalent to, okay, go ahead. What were you saying?
to justifying Narnia
Goodness, what is wrong with me?
You got tea to cup, relax. Justifying Narnia by making a proclamation that you have to wear a fur coat before traveling through the wardrobe into the severe temperatures of Narnia. And that therefore justifies, and because we know, I will tidy this up, and because we know that a fur coat will protect you against cold weather, and you have to wear a fur coat in Narnia, we therefore know Narnia is real. I know that's too long-winded and needs correcting, but that's the ultimate.
Yeah, I didn't even catch all that. So, and because we know that a fur coat would protect you
from cold weather, and that fur coats exist.
Oh God, so we gotta clean this and that.
Yeah, I know, but do you get my
It's
point?
okay. I get you. You
And
just
that
want to get it
fur
out.
coats exist. Narnia must exist.
Yeah, I get your sentiment, and I understand. Like just getting out what you want said, and then touching it up.
Well, look, we've lost QE. Save it.
Okay, I'll save it. And
then
I probably need to see if my husband's hungry or something.
Look, we're going to end up. This is gone. QE's not going to come back. He's just had a lightning strike, so we're going to end anyway. But
yeah, because
work on that. If you have, you got my sentiment. Because if you have, just work on that, and then
I will. I'll do that. Yeah.
Make that right. Because I think that justifies it and links it into Narnia quite nice. And it's worthy of the if you've got to extend it, do it, because this is an important chapter. It's justifying why we're going to use Narnia. So even
I
if
got you.
You get me?
Yeah, I do. And I care that I think that QE shouldn't risk turning his computer on and having it struck again and turned off without the proper way of turning off your PC. So yeah. All right, yeah, I'll work on this for you and check it out. And if you like it, we can put it in. I'll do it separate, and then you can, that'll work.
Just do it. It's a cock ramble there. As long as I'm not really going, no, you've changed the point I was making. Make it, like I say, expand on it. It's a really important point. Making the analogy of Narnia here is part of the book. We'll rely on it later. So the better this is, the less we have to expand later. It's already in the reader's mind. Chapter 3, living in Narnia. This is like where we explain it.
All right, yeah, no problem. I'll go through it and touch it up and make it perfect.
Wicked. I think we're done. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we are probably
There's
done.
no point doing any more, is there?
No, and I don't expect QE to come back if lightning is striking and turning his PC off. It's just better to leave it off till that's all done with. Well, it was good talking to you guys for a little bit. Appreciate you letting me in twice, Nathan.
That's all right. Thank you for your help.
Right,
Yeah, sorry. I apologize for the chaos. It's nice. I sit here and I love the sound of the kids running through and playing and stuff, but it's a little bit much when I'm trying to focus on something. So I can understand if it's a bit annoying on your end.
How many kids have you got there now?
We got 3. Yeah, and they are fantastic. They're so much fun. They make sure that we don't have a dull moment. We're laughing all day. They're so funny.
Can I be rude and ask you just to describe? Because I know you're not mean. You've come together, so you've got Bugger.
No, it's just I don't know. It's just a new living situation that we got going on.
I'm confused.
Okay. I guess I'm not really sharing too much about it. It's just, it was one way and now it's different. But Booger's still available to shout out super chats.
Thank God for that. The show would go downhill. It's that for others. Love the boy's voice.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna head off here and see if I can feed some folks, and I will see you guys tomorrow, hopefully, for Ballbusters.
Indeed. With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.